We are going to start the proceedings soon. I request the volunteers to kindly request all those persons who are outside this hall to kindly come inside and take their chairs. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Check.
Sound 1, 2.
I request all the delegates to take their seats, please. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, supply chain professionals, and vendors. Indian Institute of Materials Management, Burnpur branch, in association with IISCO Steel Plant, welcomes all to this prestigious national seminar on emerging trends redefining supply chain management. Before we begin the proceedings for the day, I would request Shri Depriya Das to provide the safety briefings for the venue. Mr. Das, please.
Sound. Well, good morning, everybody. I, on behalf of Indian Institute of Material Management, would like to welcome you all to today's wonderful session. With regards to the safety, being an executive council member of this honorable club, let me make you aware of the exit doors that are there. There's an exit door right at the back of you, and there's an exit door on my right. The assembly point is right onto my right. In case of any emergency, you are requested to kindly assemble towards the assembly point and wait for further instructions. There's a fire tender that is kept at bay in case of any emergency. Thank you very much. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. I think we also have a medical camp going out there, so anybody is interested, they can have their checkup. So it's basically safety and health first for all of us here in Burnpur. We now have the ceremonial welcome to our esteemed guests and speakers, a tradition that marks the beginning of fruitful deliberations. True to our heritage as steel makers, we have prepared special mementos crafted from world-class colored stainless steel, symbolizing the strength, durability, and innovation that define our industry. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished guests and speakers as we present them with these mementos made with the finest materials and craftsmanship of sail steel. I now request CGM Metals Management ISP Shri A.K. Mishra to present a memento to Shri Diptendu Ghosh, ED Works ISP. Big round of applause. A memento to Shri Surjit Mishra, ED Projects, IISCO Steel Plant. Big round of applause. Memento to Shri S.J. Ahmed, ED CMMG Sale Corporate Office. Thank you, Mr. Mishra. I now request Shri J.C. Ghosh, CGM MM and Marketing, IISCO Steel Plant, to present a memento to Shri A.K. Chakrabarti, ED MM, Bhilai Steel Plant. To Shri Abhik De, ED MM, IISCO Steel Plant. Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. I now request Shri Abhay Ranjan, Chairman of IIMM Burnpur Branch and GM MM ISP, to present a memento to Shri Arup Mukherjee, ED F&A, IISCO Steel Plant. Next memento to Shri Anil Kumar, ED Metals Management, Rourkela Steel Plant. Shri C.R. Mishra, ED Materials Management, BSL. I think it's on the way. Fine. Not yet reached. Fine. Thank you, Mr. Ranjan. I now request Shri Ajay Chandrakar, National Councillor of IIMM Burnpur Branch and GM MM IISCO Steel Plant, to present a memento to Shri U.P. Singh, CGM in charge HR, IISCO Steel Plant. Our next memento is to Dr. Sushanta Sinha, CMO in charge, Medical and Health Services, IISCO Steel Plant. I think Shri T. Vinod is there. Fine. Thank you, Mr. Chandrakar. I now request Ms. Papiyapal Chaudhary, GM IISCO Steel Plant, to present Momentos to Shri L.R. Meena, National President, IIMM. Yeah, we should have a big round of applause for every welcome we are doing. Next, we have Shri Neeraj Bhartari, MD, Accenture. Shri Rajesh Ray, co-founder, InnoVerve. Thank you. I now request Shri Ashish Dawale, Secretary of IIMM Burnpur Branch and AGM ISCO Steel Plant, present the mementos to Shri Dr. Samar Roy Chaudhary, Director Admin, IIMM. Shri Aninda Bhattacharya, Resident Industry Specialist, Amazon. Shri Rishi Raj Gandotra, Associate Director, Adverb Technologies. And now we have Shri P.K. Jha, former ED, Chairman Secretary, SAIL Corporate Office. I request also to give to Shri Amitabh Srivastava, former ED, BSL. A big round of applause, please, as we conclude this ceremonial welcome. In today's fast-paced world, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, interconnected world, supply chain management is becoming more than a business function. It is becoming a critical factor in driving business excellence. As we grapple with the effects of MAGA and tariff wars, this chain is getting more complicated, or as somebody has said, अब supply chain में chain नहीं रहा, pun intended. I think all supply chain professionals here will understand this much better. It is in this context, this national seminar becomes vital in evolving strategies by bringing together experts and innovators to share insights on the latest trends and technologies shaping the industry. Over the next 1.5 days, we will explore topics such as trends and predictions, digitalization, artificial intelligence, sustainability, transparency, as well as other related strategies for navigating the complexities of modern supply chain management. Without further ado, let's embark on this enlightening journey, reaffirming our commitment to sustainability and the well-being of our planet, especially as we reflect on the Spirit of Earth Day, which we observed yesterday. I invite the dignitaries to offer water to the sapling in front, reiterating the commitment of supply chain fraternity to not only drive progress, but also preserve the planet for future generations. Sirs, I request all the dignitaries to kindly come forward.
असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मामृतं गमय ॐ शान्ति 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 असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मामृतं गमय ॐ शान्ति शान्ति असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मामृतं गमय ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I request all the dignitaries and speakers to kindly be seated. And I now request Shri Abhik Dey, ED Materials Management, to deliver the welcome address, please. Sir.
A very good morning to all. Respected ED Works, Sri Diptendu Ghosh, ED Projects and DIC Designate, Sri Surajit Misra, all other functional heads from IISCO Steel Plant, ED CMMG, and all other HOMMs present here, ex-EDs of SAIL, Sri Lalit Raj Meena, National President of IIMM, and all members of IIMM, and most importantly, all the distinguished guests and speakers who have come here today to enlighten us. Sri Neeraj Bhartari, my dear friend, Sri Rajesh Roy, Dr. Shamar Rai Chaudhary, Sri Anindo Bhattacharya, Sri Rishi Raj Gandotra, Sri Hari Rao, all delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege for me to be standing here to welcome you on this national seminar on emerging trends, redefining supply chain management. I remember in December 2021, I was standing here and probably welcoming you for this Digital Transformation Industry Academia seminar, in which we had said that Industry 4.0 was no more a choice, it was a must for us. And it's a heartening news that SAIL has embarked on its digital transformation journey, and we have a consultant with us. In this last 4 years, the digital world has made advances in leaps and bounds. And today, I can safely say that artificial intelligence, machine learning, these are no more options for us. We have to adapt them to be in the business. Our peers and competitors, they are already much ahead than us. This seminar is aimed at listening to experts and taking certain decisions at how much we need to do, what we need to do, and at what cost. Artificial intelligence, like in other fields, has not spared supply chain management. The supply chain executives, they also need to adapt this artificial intelligence and machine learning in their day-to-day work. AI can automate much of our work and we can free our executives for strategic work. But I am not an expert on artificial intelligence, but as a layman, I want to put across certain very pertinent points which will be deliberated over this 1.5 days. And these are, why don't we use artificial intelligence to do our mundane jobs? Let us take the example of IISCO steel plant. Annually, we procure around 2,500 crores worth of material. Our supply chain executives, they strive hard to maintain a PR to PO lead time of around 45 to 46 days. Now, can't artificial intelligence take care of this day-to-day job, say creating the PRs, negotiating? Negotiation is most of the times based on data, the WPI index and all. So if the data is available to artificial intelligence, we don't need to go into such lengthy negotiations and scrutiny of the PRs and POs, and we can save a lot of time there. If we can bring down our lead time by at least 50%, then our efficiency increases multi-fold. But there are certain problems, challenges, and risks with this digital transformation or adopting AI. Artificial intelligence is hungry for data, and the availability of data, correct data, is a challenge. Now, if the models are based on superfluous data, then we will have decisions which are wrong and the supply chain can be disrupted. So we need to be very careful while we use data for this decision making. As we talk about data, this too much of exposure of the data to the net can cause cyber security concerns. If our data is leaked, then the persons who are bidding for us, they will also know what we are expecting, and they will create artificial crisis in the market and the prices will go up. So we need to be very careful while thinking of artificial intelligence and using data in our day-to-day work. Next, the problem comes, any digital transformation initiative is a cultural transformation challenge more than a technical challenge. There is huge resistance from the point of view of change. Change is a must, but that is the biggest resistance we receive nowadays. People think change that they know better than the machines. This ego factor has to be done away with. Another challenge that we companies like PSUs we face is the expenditure which is related to the adoption of digital technologies, artificial intelligence. How do we calculate the return on investment? Do we really need to calculate return on investment to stay in the business, to stay in the competition? So we need to deliberate on these things also. And the final question which comes to our mind is, will AI replace human beings? See, we have seen multiple fiction films that artificial intelligence, robot, they are taking over the human race. For me, we have to be extremely careful while using artificial intelligence and digital transformation, because this can bring doomsday to us. For me, artificial intelligence can be used to assist us in our job. We can't let artificial intelligence take over our jobs. There are rules, regulations, laws which are made, which is very easy for the nowadays speakers are going to speak a lot about that. what tools we have. We may have chatbots, we may have many other such tools, but there are certain decisions which need emotional intelligence. We need to analyze case-to-case basis, whether that can be done by a machine. That needs to be deliberated upon. Anyway, not taking much more time, I hope these points are going to be deliberated over the next 1.5 days, and when we leave, we will be having some answers and we will be enlightened. With this, I welcome you all once again to this national seminar, and I hope that your stay in ISP IISCO Burnpur is a pleasant one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, it's not going to be man versus machine, but rather man along with the machines. And definitely we hope that all of us have a bright future, and especially supply chain managers will definitely have that particular message of using AI to their advantage. We're now going to have a special message from Shri Anirban Das Gupta, Director in Charge, Bhilai Steel Plant, and Link Officer, Burnpur and Durgapur Steel Plant. Although DIC sir wanted us to be with us in person, but prior engagements have kept him away. We're now going to connect through VC. Devish? Welcome, sir. A very warm welcome and good morning. Yes, sir. A little bit, I think we can have from here, from the audio desk, to little bit increase the volume. You can speak something, sir, to check.
Yeah, so am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Perfect. Perfect.
Okay, thank you. So a very good morning to you all. So,
Good morning, sir.
the delegates, my esteemed colleagues from SAIL, my former colleagues of SAIL, and distinguished learned people in the area of materials management, we all, ladies and gentlemen, we all, on behalf of IISCO Steel Plant, let me first welcome you to Burnpur, where we are having this national seminar. So, with this, let me wish this seminar all the very best. As we have heard from our previous speakers, that maintaining a robust yet efficient supply chain management is very, very critical for running a steel industry, for that matter, any industry. As you know, SAIL has embarked upon a massive expansion drive from its current 20 million ton capacity to around 35 million ton capacity. And the first expansion is going to come in Burnpur, wherein the capacity is going to be increased to nearly 7 million tons from the current 2.6 million tons. So it's indeed a massive expansion drive which is going to take place in Burnpur, and with that, the supply chain management is going to be more challenging. As the steel plant increases in size, more and more material has to be procured, more and more material has to be processed, and more material has to be dispatched. So the entire supply chain has to become much more robust and efficient. And as we all know, digitalization, artificial intelligence can carry out a massive role in this. So in this context, it is indeed a great pleasure to address this august gathering of professionals, academics, and industry experts here at the seminar on emerging trends, redefining supply chain management. We are at a very significant juncture in the evolution of supply chain management, from digitization and artificial intelligence to sustainability, resilience, and data-driven decision-making. The pace of transformation is unprecedented. These changes are not just reshaping our operational models, but also redefining the way we think about efficiency, agility, and collaboration and customer satisfaction at a minimum cost. At SAIL ISP Burnpur, we are proud to be part of this journey. Our commitment to adopting best practices in materials management and supply chain operations continue to evolve in time with the dynamic global landscape. As we know, the global landscape is quite dynamic now with a lot of tariff and non-tariff barriers being put in various countries. So we'll have to think differently, act differently to mitigate this problem which we have in hand in the near future. I congratulate the IIMM Burnpur branch for taking this timely and commendable initiative. The seminar provides a meaningful platform for learning, exchanging ideas, and fostering partnership that will drive progress in the supply chain management. I wish the seminar a great success and look forward to those innovative thoughts and ideas which may emerge from the discussions and deliberations held in this event, which will help redefine the supply chain management for the days to come. Hope you enjoy your stay in Burnpur, and also another request, if you find time, please do visit the steel plant, and that would be indeed a privilege for us all. Thank you very much. Wish you all the very best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you indeed very much for coming over and sharing a precious time with us and also your thoughts. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. We now have two dignitaries have just joined in. I request the felicitation with Momentos. I request Shri Abhay Ranjan ji to kindly come forward and give the mementos to Shri C.R. Mishra, ED Materials Management, BSL. We have also Shri T. Vinod reaching just now. I request a memento for him as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. I now request Shri Abhay Ranjan, GM Materials Management ISP and Chairman IIMM Burnpur Branch to give his message and also administer the oath for IIM Day.
Good morning to all of you. Respected Sri Diptendu Ghosh sir, ED Works ISP, Sri Srujit Misra sir, ED Projects ISP, Sri Arup Mukherjee sir, ED FNA ISP, Sri S.J. Ahmed, ED CMMG, Sri A.K. Chakravarti, EDMM BSP, Sri Devbrat Datta sir, ED EMD, Sri Abhik De, EDMM ISP, Sri Anil Kumar, EDMM RSP, Sri C.R. Misra, EDMM BSL, Sri U.P. Singh, CGM in charge, HR, ISP, Sri Susanta Sinha, CMO IC, Medical and Health Services, Sri Lalit Raj Meena, National President, IMM, Aninda Bhattacharya, Resident Industry Specialist for Manufacturing and Supply Chain, Amazon Web Services, India, Sri Rajesh Ray, Co-founder, Innovolve Global Solution, Sri Neeraj Bhartari, MD, Accenture, Sri A.V.S. Subramaniam, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India, Dr. Samar Raj Chaudhary, Director, Admin, IMM, Rishi Raj Gandotra, Associate Director, Adverb Technologies Limited, all CGMs of ISP Burnpur and SAIL units, all ex-EDs of SAIL, esteemed IMM members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. It is with great pride and pleasure that I welcome you all to this national seminar on emerging trends, redefining supply chain management, organized by Indian Institute of Materials Management, Burnpur branch, in association with SAIL IISCO Steel Plant. We are truly honored by the presence of our esteemed chief guests, distinguished speakers, senior officials from SAIL and other organizations, respected delegates, academicians, and fellow professionals from all across the country. Your presence here today reinforces the importance of collaborative dialogue in shaping the future of supply chain management. The world of supply chain is undergoing a paradigm shift from the rapid adoption of digital technologies like artificial intelligence, blockchain, and IoT to the urgent need for sustainable and resilient models. We are witnessing a complete transformation of how goods, information, and value flow across networks. These trends bring with them not only opportunities for optimization and innovation, but also challenges that require thoughtful and agile solutions. Talking about opportunities, according to McKinsey, effective use of artificial intelligence in inventory control can achieve up to a 20% reduction in inventory carrying cost and a 50% decrease in stockouts. That is a huge number and huge saving, I suppose. This seminar has been thoughtfully curated to bring these critical issues to the forefront. Over the next 1.5 days, we will delve into topics such as digital transformation, supply chain resilience, sustainability, automation, and data-driven decision-making, all of which are redefining our profession. IMM has always been committed to the development of professionals in the field of materials and supply chain management. At the Burnpur branch, we continuously strive to bring the latest knowledge, thought leadership, and practical insights to our members and the broader industrial ecosystem. I take this opportunity to sincerely thank our sponsors and knowledge partners whose generous support has helped bring this seminar to life. Let us make the most of these opportunities to learn, share, network, and evolve together. I am confident that the discussions and ideas emerging from this platform will have a lasting impact. Once again, I welcome you all and wish this seminar a great success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Now I have another part here. As a branch chairman, I am Burnpur branch. Ladies and gentlemen, this year we are celebrating 50 years of foundation of IMM, Indian Institute of Materials Management. It is my pleasure as a branch chairman of IMM Burnpur branch to share with you few words about history of Indian Institute of Materials Management. IIMM, with its headquarters at Navi Mumbai, is a professional body of materials management classified under Engineering and Technology Group under Apprenticeship Act 1961 and is recognized by ISTE MHRD. Through its wide network of 56 branches and 19 chapters having around 9,500 members drawn from public and private sectors, IMM is dedicated to the promotion of the profession of materials management through its multifarious activities, including educational programs approved by AICTE, seminars, national conferences, regional conferences, workshop, in-house training program, consultancy, and research program. To have an effective global interaction, the Institute is a charter member of International Federation of Purchasing and Supply Management, Helsinki, Finland, which has its root in over 44 member countries. The Institute is dedicated for the societal and environmental considerations through sustainable procurement, green purchasing, and life cycle consideration, which are part of our course curriculum. The aim and objective of the institution is to update and upgrade the skills and knowledge of professionals so as to ensure inclusive and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, to celebrate Materials Management Day, now I would request all of you to join me in oath-taking on ethics of Indian Institute of Materials Management. Can we have the oath, please? To consider first the total interest of one's organization in all transactions without impairing the dignity and responsibility to one's office. To buy without prejudice, seeking to obtain the maximum ultimate value for each rupee of expenditure. To subscribe and work for honesty and truth in buying and selling. To denounce all forms and manifestations of commercial bribery and to eschew anti-social practices. To respect one's obligations and those of one's organization consistent with good business practice. Thank you all.
Thank you once again. Thank you very much. Today we are glad to have Shri S.J. Ahmed, ED CMMG Sale Corporate Office, New Delhi. He is considered an expert in the field of supply chain management. I now invite him to set the tone for this national seminar with his deep insights. Sir.
A very good morning, respected IIMM National President, Shri L.R. Meena ji, Chairman and officials of the IIMM Burnpur branch, executive directors, past dignitaries, professionals from SAIL and other organizations, speakers, dignitaries, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. आज I have been given an onerous task और मेरी भूमिका ये है कि मुझे भूमिका बांधनी है to set the tone for the day. My congratulations to the Burnpur branch of the IIMM for hosting this national seminar on emerging trends, redefining supply chain management, and for inviting me to be a part of this prestigious event. Can we go to the next slide? In recent years, we have seen unprecedented disruptions, be it from COVID-19 pandemic, geopolitical tensions, economic volatility, or rapid digital transformation. These disruptions have not only challenged the old ways of managing supply chains, but they have also ignited our minds for innovation and strategic thinking. Supply chain for an organization is akin, very similar to the blood in the veins of and arteries of the body. Any disruption in blood flow has an immediate repercussion on the body due to lack of oxygen. And materials management, similarly across all industries, the dynamics related to material availability, quality, as well as logistics and timing play a critical role in the continuity of business, optimized efficiency of operations, and ultimately affects profitability. And when we was in the morning, उस गुलाब को देख के किसी ने कमेंट किया था, रियल है कि आर्टिफिशियल है? तो our reply as materials management professionals will be कि अगर materials manager artificial सामान देगा तो आपका plant नहीं चलेगा, तो वो real ही है. So the reality is that we need to be down to earth and ज़मीन से जुड़े हुए होना ज़रूरी है. The challenge is larger when many geographies are involved and action in some regions outside India may be constrained owing to policy guidelines. The next slide. For imported goods, the recent Russia-Ukraine conflict as well as the disturbance in the Middle East are prime examples of global tensions that require adapting to geopolitical risks. International conflict is one of the reasons why supply chain has to be rethought. And international conflicts manifest in various ways on the supply chain. We need to understand this. Material availability is definitely impacted. Shipping costs go up, ship availability becomes a difficult proposition. Increased transit time owing to new routes to be taken also impact, and increased cost of material overseas, especially Europe, because of increased energy costs, reduced component availability, and workforce migration. Last but not the least, the increased cost of material in the indigenous market in light of reduced competition because of certain policies. Now, within the country, disruptions are mainly on account of logistics or socio-political situations that have an adverse impact on material production or movement. Today, it is time for us to deep dive into the emerging trends and why this seminar is so important for all of us. is that we need to understand the emerging trends that are reshaping the way we think, operate, and optimize supply chain. As we explore these trends, analyze the real-world impact, and discuss practical strategies to leverage them to achieve supply chain excellence. So, before we actually deliberate on this, we need to understand and develop our own belief of the emerging trends in the supply chain management. Next slide. The first and foremost, like Abhik Deji mentioned, and it's pretty evident, is the digital transformation that has leapfrogged to be one of the top levers of change for increasing efficiency and cost optimization. The integration of digital technologies such as AI, machine learning, IoT, blockchain, and advanced robotics is perhaps the most powerful trend. Automation and robotics reduce manual labor, especially in warehouse and fulfillment centers. AI and ML are powering demand forecasting, inventory optimization, and maintenance. IoT sensors enable real-time tracking of goods, machinery health, and warehouse conditions. And blockchain ensures immutability and transparency, thereby enhancing trust in multi-party organizations. And I'm sure the speakers during the day will enlighten you much more on this. With the explosion of big data, analytics is now at the heart of supply chain for developing real-time dashboards, KPI monitoring, and advanced analytics to support quicker response by the managers. Cloud computing too provides data accessibility and scalability across the global operations. And I'm sure somebody will talk about that today. Now, increasing digitalization plays an important role in the process with the application of AI for automation, forecasting, and even creating evaluation insights from unstructured data. The future will require an emphasis on manpower and upskilling to understand and use the new technologies. It's just that the technologies are available, but do we have the people to be able to use those technologies? And that is one area where we need to lay a lot of emphasis. We did use IBM Watson at the corporate office to do analysis of the tenders that we got, around 258 tenders of quotes that we got in a single tender. And we used that as a trial to do the evaluation. And the results, after training the model for some time, were pretty accurate, almost near what we had got by manual scrutiny. So there is a case for adoption. And as Abhik Deji said, there is a case to remove manual work and automate the process to release people to take more important decisions. So the second area, the next slide, is the outcome of fast-paced adoption of e-commerce and omni-channel fulfillment of requirements. AI, digital transformation is one part, but e-commerce and channel fulfillment is the second. Omni-channel strategies integrate stores, online and mobile experiences, and this is the requirement across the board. You want to be on the move and still get the data on your hand immediately. And that, the last mile becomes a key battleground for competitive advantage. As global supply chains become more complex with policy interventions, logistics uncertainty, and socio-political impact, there is a need to focus on and address risk management strategies, especially in the long term and in projects. So, which brings us to the necessity of resilience and risk management, which is another emerging trend in the area of supply chain. Next slide. After experiencing global shortages, with semiconductors to raw materials and even toilet paper in the US, the focus has shifted from efficiency to resilience. In some high-risk areas, there is an increasing use of digital twins and scenario modeling. ISP is one of the front runners for blast furnace digital twin. This helps business and individuals to risk preparedness and making informed decisions under uncertainty. The concern is alleviated to some extent where substitutes from other locations are available, but at what cost? Companies are investing in redundant suppliers, regionalization, and nearshoring. 1994 was globalization, and we are doing a reverse trend now. We are doing a nearshoring and a reshoring, which is to get the manufacturers closer to the place. Right now, the impact of Make in India is one of the impacts of nearshoring, and for companies that have gone out, to bring them back close to you is what reshoring is all about. As materials professionals, we need to increase the scope, since at present we limit ourselves to managing material from alternate sources, and we only talk about risk purchase, sister units, other steel plants in public and private sector. There is a lot to learn, and there is a lot to accept and imbibe. Next. With the world moving towards environment indices as an indicator of not just human, but also business well-being, long-term stability in the industry is increasingly being viewed from the lens of sustainability and green supply chains. Sustainability is no longer an option. It is strategic. Sustainability has gained traction in the procurement domain, and with the tenets now mentioned in the Business Reporting and Sustainability Report, that is the BRSR, compliance for large companies, for example, SAIL, is enormously important. And it is incumbent on us as supply chain managers to make an effort for a green economy and also motivate and support those linked to us on either side of the supply chain. Internationally, while the reputed firms and indeed our own stakeholders demand carbon neutrality and ethical sourcing, governments are enforcing regulations like the Environmental Product Declaration, which is EPD, to signal a manufacturer's commitment to measuring and reducing the environment impact, as well as Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM, which is a European Union policy that aims to level the playing field for its domestic producers by ensuring that imports of carbon-intensive goods are subject to a carbon price equivalent. You've all heard of the word circular economy. There is also this word that is used in circular supply chains, where reuse, refurbish, recycle as a mantra are gaining momentum, along with the eco-friendly logistics that encourages opting for electric or hybrid transport and delivery route optimizing to minimize the fossil fuel consumption. Having developed an understanding of the emerging trends in supply chain, analysis and impact of these trends on supply chain operations should naturally follow. Next. The impact is seen in physical outcomes as well as in perception. And remember this, perception is very important nowadays. About the organization on the areas of cost, skill, relationships, and care for the environment. There is a shift from the traditional approach of cost and efficiency to adoption of agility, reliance, and adaptability as companies build dynamic, responsive, ethical, and sustainability-oriented supply chains that can adjust to disruptions. We are witnessing a shift from globalization to regionalization, with countries pushing for self-reliance. The digital adoption sweeping across the SCM domain also warrants a look at the talent requirements, where techies involved in data science, cybersecurity, cloud, and ERP are in demand. And there is a growing gap between traditional logistics roles and modern supply chain competencies. Next. So what should be the strategies for leveraging these trends to achieve supply chain excellence? I would think The professional approach would be to adopt a structured process to improve in the following areas. Commit to end-to-end digitalization. That's a foregone conclusion. The world is moving towards that, and if you don't, you will be left behind. Develop a resilience playbook for which organizations should map their supply chain network and identify vulnerabilities against which a playbook for risks such as natural disasters, cyber attacks, or political instability is to be created. In doing so, there is a need to build redundancy in critical nodes, such as suppliers, service providers, transporters, and even warehousing. The third is prioritize customer-centric logistics or implement flexible fulfillment strategies and focus on last-mile optimization with the use of AI or with the use of local fulfillment centers and even drones or autonomous delivery, which I believe AWS should be talking about today. In these efforts, supplier collaboration shall drive the continuity of operations, impact inventory levels, and also agility and process response to unforeseen circumstances. Last but not the least, the changing landscape makes it an imperative to cultivate a skilled and adaptable workforce with a mix of competent SCM professionals, data analysts, ERP, and OT experts. Involve educational institutions and startups and foster a culture of continuous learning and agility. Next, to wrap up, the supply chain is no longer just a back office function. It is a strategic differentiator, and we need to recognize the importance of our role as a strategic differentiator. The emerging trends today, that is digital transformation, omni-channel logistics, sustainability, and resilience, are not temporary. They are the new normal. Organizations that recognize this and act with foresight will not just survive, they will thrive. Those who resist change will find themselves left behind in an increasingly fast-paced, data-driven, and consumer-centric world. So the question for all of us is not, I repeat, the question for all of us is not if we should evolve. The question is how fast and how boldly can we do so? And I'll leave you with that thought. Thank you for your time, and once again, it is always a privilege to speak to professionals and to our industry experts on any such occasion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. A national seminar of this stature will not be possible without the active support of various stakeholders and academic contributors. To acknowledge their efforts, as well as to commemorate the occasion, we now have the unveiling ceremony of the seminar Souvenir. I request the dignitaries to kindly come before the stage for the release ceremony. I request EDMM to kindly be with all the dignitaries near the stage. A big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. As we conclude the inaugural session, I now invite Shri Ajay Chandrakar, National Councillor of IIMM Burnpur branch, to propose the vote of thanks.
आप सभी को सादर नमस्कार. It is both an honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks at this conclusion of inaugural session of two-day seminar, Emerging Trends, Redefining Supply Chain Management. We all know our company SAIL is undergoing a transformation journey with aim to establish itself as a global steel leader. This ambitious transformation is driven by multifaceted strategy which includes expanding capacity, advancing technology, enhancing operational efficiency and reducing costs, while making a significant strides in the area of digitalization, sustainability and human resource initiatives. We, supply chain professionals, has a big role to play at this transformation journey. This seminar has been envisaged as a platform to explore the impact of transformative technologies like AI, ML, blockchain, and on the supply chain practices. As the organization navigate increasing complexity, evolving customer expectation, and digital disruptions, it has become more important than ever to rethink and redefine the supply chain strategies to ensure agility, efficiency, and sustainability. On behalf of Indian Institute of Materials Management, IIM Burnpur branch, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to each one of you who made this opening session truly remarkable. We are especially thankful for the inspiration message from our Director Saab Sri Anirban Das Gupta. His encouraging words and guidance have added immense value to this session and set a visionary direction to our seminar. Our sincere thanks to Sri Abhik De, Executive Director Materials Management Saab, for his warm and insightful welcome address that captured the essence of the seminar and reflected the deep commitment of ISP Materials Management team to innovate and excellence. Sir, you have been truly guiding light for organizing this seminar. A special acknowledgement of Sri Ajay Ahmed Saab, Executive Director CMMG SAIL, for setting the tone of the seminar with his visionary thoughts. His address perfectly aligned with the seminar theme and laid a strong foundation for the insightful sessions to follow. A big thank to Sri Abhay Ranjan, Chairman IIM branch, for sharing his thoughts and administering the oath on this 58th Materials Management Day. This oath is indication of our commitment, reminder of our professional values, and renewed commitment to the principle of integrity, knowledge sharing, and excellence in materials management. We also express our deepest appreciation of all the executive directors, CGMs, and senior officials of SAIL, ISP, and sister units for taking time out of their busy schedule and gracing the occasion. Sirs, your presence added great strength and encouragement to the seminar. Our sincere thanks to all the vendors and industry partners who have joined us, not just as attendee, but as a sponsor and stall exhibitors, making this event truly vibrant. Your partnership is deeply valued and appreciated. We are proud to have unveiled the seminar Souvenir booklet. A warm thank to everyone who contributed articles and messages capturing the spirit of innovation in supply chain management. To the eminent speakers who will be presenting their papers in sessions to come, we thank them all for their time and bringing their rich expertise to the platform. We are excited to learn from your perspective. And lastly, a heartfelt thank to all the attendees and guests gathered here today. Your presence reinforces our shared commitment to the professional development, collaboration, and advancement in the field of supply chain. Let us look forward to a day of learning, interaction, and inspiration. Jai Hind, Dhanyavad.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chandrakar. Memories often evoke more memories. We would like to create an unforgettable experience for all of you. To capture the spirit of this national seminar, I invite everyone to participate in a photo session followed by a tea break. Let's proceed to cherish the occasion together. So, it's in the main hall. Oh, so, fine. Followed by you. I request the dignitaries to kindly come on the stage. Thank you very much. I'd just like to remind that there's a health checkup camp being held by Health World, so you can utilize the opportunity. I request everybody to kindly, for the tea break, proceed for the tea break in the main hall. just like to remind that we got a health checkup, and which general health checkup, as well as we have a medical practitioner of Health World Hospitals right there in the hall, in the right hand side of this hall. So people can take this opportunity to have a health checkup, and it's going to be there for quite some time. So I request people to kindly take this opportunity and make sure that health supply chain is okay.
बबन क्या नाम है इसका? क्या नाम था? बबन नहीं, वो फोटो वाले भैया। नहीं नहीं नहीं
So, 1, 2, sound, vocals, 1, 2.
Hello. Morning, delegates, invitees. Would request everybody to come to the main auditorium hall for the next session. I would once again request all the dignitaries to come to the main auditorium room for the next session. Please take your seat in the main auditorium room for the next session. I would once again request to all the dignitaries, delegates, invitees to come to the main auditorium hall and take their seat for the next session.
Adverb is help.
So, well, it's Namaskaram. Good morning to everybody. For all those delegates who have arrived to this wonderful venue of ours to attend this wonderful meeting, this conclave that is Emerging Trends, Redefining Supply Chain Management, you are requested to kindly be seated as we are going to start off the second session within a few minutes from now. I humbly request all the delegates who are being a part of this wonderful session to please be seated as we have some wonderful speakers to speak about the importance and the essence of supply chain management. Well, it's good morning to all of you. I'm Dev Priyadas, Senior Manager Projects. I take over the next session from my senior, Sri Chandramouli sir. The topic that we are going to discuss today is about the emerging trends redefining supply chain management. Before we make a move on, and before we have the crowd seated to the seats, let me tell you about what are the topic that we are going to speak about. First, let us break up. We're looking forward to a word called an emerging trend. What does an emerging trend basically mean? An emerging trend refers to a new and developing pattern or direction of change within a specified area like technology, business, or society. The trends are often in the early stages of development, but they have the potential to significantly impact various aspects of life. Where do we have those emerging trends? We have it in technology, be it in the form of artificial intelligence, machine learning, quantum computing, Web3, or decentralized technologies, sustainable tech and green energy, 5G, and edge computing. We also have for you the business, where we diversify the economy and understand the mobile code and knowledge process outsourcing. We have the social, we have the shifts in the civil society, we have the micro-learning, that's in the education part, and also we have for you the key characteristics of those emerging trends. I would request, meanwhile, all those who are in the auditorium and who are outside the auditorium to kindly be seated, because we're going to have the honorable speaker speaking up within a few minutes from now. I'm just going through the definition of the word emerging trends, what we can expect from the honorable speakers. They're going to discuss about the newness, what are the relatively recent developments, what is the potential impact this new concept of redefining the supply chain management has for all of you all. And also, we're going to have innovative ideas, maybe we can share or understand from them. And the most important thing is decision making, recognizing and understanding the emerging trends that can inform decision making in various fields from technology and business to policy making and social change. And last but not the least is the most important part, that's the adaptability, where emerging trends require adaptability and a willingness to embrace new approaches and technologies. This is what I expect at the end of the session, that you're going to understand what they're going to speak about and take back some important notes which might be of great importance to all of you. The next most important thing is that always, whenever I do an event, I always come across this particular thing. That is, what is the importance of this discussion? We are out here to discuss. Ladies and gentlemen, supply chain management discussions are crucial for business as they allow for optimization, reduced cost, improved efficiency, and ultimately enhanced customer satisfaction and profitability. These discussions help identify areas for improvement, share the best practices, and enable collaboration in decision-making to streamline the flow of goods, information, and finances throughout the entire supply chain. I request the volunteers to kindly make it a point that the rest of the people who are outside may kindly be seated so that we can start off with the inaugural talk. Okay. What is this discussion supposed to do, take forward to you? It's going to help you improve efficiency and bring forward to you some cost efficiency or cost reduction methods, because these speakers have wide experience and they're going to share the thoughts on how they have been. The speakers have been invited because they are performed their epitome of success in the world of supply chain. So they're going to bring forward these thoughts and ideas to all of you. It's for you all to adapt to it, relive those thoughts, and bring it into practical implications in your organization. This, I believe, would enhance the customer satisfaction because the customer needs to be better understood through these discussions because they will share their ideas. They will also help us in risking the mitigation and resilience. It will identify the potential risk and vulnerabilities in the businesses to proactively develop our mitigation strategies. By building resilient supply chain businesses and better understanding, we can avoid various natural disasters or calamities that can take place with regards to supply chain management. Effective risk management can also help in protecting business from financial, reputational damage, and operational disruptions. It also provides a competitive advantage and also at the same time brings forward to collaboration and information sharing. Last but not least, this supply chain management discussion is not just about talking. They are about first creating a shared understanding of the supply chain, 2, identifying areas for improvement, 3, collaboratively to achieve resilient supply, and 4th, a cost-efficient and resilient supply. Ladies and gentlemen, we have amongst us some wonderful speakers. The first speaker, whom I'd like to call up onto the center stage, is someone who has a distinguished record of accomplishment of driving technology-enabled business growth and transformation. With over 3 decades of experience in outsourcing delivery and technology management, he has consistently delivered planned outcomes through his leadership of large-scale initiatives and global teams. As a thought leader, our speaker, who is popularly known as Sri Neeraj Bhartaria, Managing Director of Accenture, is known for his expertise in ensuring technology solutions in operating with precision and reliability. Currently, he is serving as the Managing Director of Accenture, and we are delighted to have him share his insights with us today. Please note that his views that he presents today are his own. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the first speaker of today, Sri Neeraj Bhartaria, sir. Sir, please. Team, can you get the caller mic ready, please, as stated? Sir. Technical team.
Good morning, everyone. So this is a very interesting and pertinent topic today, and I see primarily for 2 reasons. First is the whole world is nervous because of the tariff war which we are seeing. And secondly, the world is even more nervous on what AI, especially Gen AI and agentic AI can do. And though there's a suspicion that it's going to transform the world, at the bare minimum, it's going to reset the baseline. Now, before, I speak about the technology, I would want you to understand, or, we want to spend some time in understanding, the problem which we are trying to solve. I heard about, the entire gamut of technology, what technology can do, and it's always good to know what the entire world is doing using the technology. But what is more important for us is, what it means for us. What is my problem and what we are going to do. So we'll spend some time in understanding, the typical problems and challenges with supply chain, and then, try to link the technologies, how they can solve it. That's pretty much, what I'm going to speak today. Before I move any further, I claim no expertise on any subject. It's just my years of experience and making technology work for my operations and business. The reason I'm here, yeah? And anything which I present here are purely my personal opinion, not my organization's. So let's look at supply chain complexities, globalization and the need of resiliency. So I was reading a news item with, tariff being increased in Mexico and Canada, and look at the car manufacturing in US. like it moves multiple times between US and Mexico and Canada before a car is finally, sold. So some components are manufactured in US and China, possibly assembled in one place. The assembly moves to another place before the finished product is done. Now, imagine how much, paperwork it would be needed to, move things from one place to another, right? And also, many times, these decisions are taken, these complexities arises because the cheap labor or production facility, or possibly just because the taxation part of it. People want to take taxation issues. Now, last few years, we have seen a few things. We know all about pandemic. Would you remember what happened in Suez Canal? A ship turned, and there was a complete queuing of ships. It ended at $80 billion worth of delays there. We also know, what happens during the Ukraine war, the energy crisis in Europe. And many of you would remember that a few years ago, the cars across the world were getting delayed because, someone was not able to create a chip. It's very, very evident that, we have designed a supply chain for efficiencies, not for resiliency. It's a very important thing. When we look at another point, complex and new products, let's say people move from, people are very, customers are very finicky these days, very demanding these days. Pick up an example, let's say, electric car. Now, a new innovation comes with one car, others have to use it. Now, this would require you to import from many other suppliers. People may not have the capacity. Now, getting the right product, getting the right vendor or supplier, is important at the right rate. How do you do it? It's a phenomenal job. It's a huge work. Increased consumer expectation, and Mr. Javed, you were talking about it, right? See, customers are being swayed by, or their behavior are swayed by different technologies they see or different services they see around themselves. Now, last few years, when demonetization happened, we started using Paytm and the UPI. Somebody asked me 10 rupees, I wouldn't have in my pocket, right? We are used to it. When it comes to, purchasing, last few months, I've seen, and I'm from Bangalore, so, and I'm sure, this service is available on all the metro cities. We started, after pandemic, people were purchasing online, e-commerce became a reality, and then we are seeing, suppliers like Blinkit, particularly like Blinkit, they say grocery will be delivered in less than 10 minutes. Hyper-local stores, they predict what exactly I need. And this, they deliver in 7 minutes, maximum 7 minutes at my home. So my wife is cooking something and she realizes that, coriander is missing, you order it and, without extra money, not too much of money, you'll get it there. Now, how they decide, what the customer is going to get it, right? How they make sure that, their supply chain is amazing, right? They heavily rely on technology, right? In demand forecasting, in making sure that they've got the right inventory, making sure that, they've got the right supply chain. See, imagine if I get a bad product, I may move over to big basket. Now, if somebody has captured the market, just by giving reliable and predictive services and a quality one, it's a huge competitive advantage. Something which I was talking yesterday, like Amazon, these companies are not retail companies, they are tech companies. If you look at Amazon, it's just amazing. You get everything there, but you'll get a supply within a day or two. Like if I'm buying something and Amazon says, it will be delivered in 10 days of time, possibly I'm not going to make a purchase there. And this requires, like your demand management, your inventory management, your sourcing, making sure that, like it moves predictably, because, like I'm used to seeing on my mobile phone when it's going to be delivered. Precisely at that time I need to have it, otherwise I'm not going to go there again. So some of the things, regulatory, natural disasters, important one is information security. I mean, when we are relying more and more technology, you remember, like during Israel and conflict, Hamas conflict, you remember, like Iran had a cyber attack, and their entire supply chain came to a standstill. Very incidentally, this morning when I was looking at the news snippets, something caught my attention. They said, if we ever end up in a war with China, it won't start with the bang. It would start with the blackout. Remember that, like the more you are relying on technology and data, I mean, I'm not being pessimistic, but I believe that, everything is anyway compromised. It's like your sleeper cell, somebody has to just press the button. So that also makes sure that, like what type of fallback you have, right? If somebody remembers Y2K, like it created a mess, and, like we from the IT industry made money there, because the entire Western world have forgotten about the manual processes. Yeah. So these are some of the problems, like technology can solve, and, like we'll see as we move forward. So navigating the complexities, what is that you need? You want end-to-end visibility on what is happening. Where you are sourcing, what's the quality of the material, how much is you are purchasing, what rate, what is possibly, like, is it competitive or not, right? Somebody mentioned about, the contracting. Can we negotiate or, possibly contract automatically? I mean, you need to have this data. Likewise, like your forward supply chain on your production side, what is your production scheduling, etc. I mean, you need to have end-to-end visibility. Now, ERP, which most of us uses now, have kind of automated your processes. They pull the data from there, but not necessarily you get those insights. You get visibility to your data, but not necessarily you get visibility to something which is outside. So I mean, this is something, if somebody can give you an end-to-end picture, I heard about the dashboards, and insightful dashboard, something which is very meaningful to you, which gives you insights, not the data and the graphs and pie charts. Very helpful. We want data-driven decision making. Now we are dumped with the data. My experience is, like all these beautiful charts, how many people are able to read it? Like analytics, analyzing it requires whole amount of skills. Can you really do it? In my opinion, possibly machine can do it better. Risk management, agility and flexibility, supply chain resilience we talk, and the inventory management. I mean, we want all these things to happen together. So that takes me to the next topic. Disruptive technologies and trends. What you are seeing are just a sample. And my friends spoke about, what does trend means, right? I mean, some technology evolution which is happening, which is being successfully used by an industry or a typical domain, right? And it's picking up, we say it's trending towards that. It's not perfect, but it's trending towards that. And what is disruptive technologies? To extend to the trends, disruptive technologies are which, changes human behavior. Now, like something which is changing how we operate or how we behave socially as well. I mean, Twitter, for example, like is disruptive because, like anything which happens, first we wanted to share on Facebook, we want to tweet, like just let everybody know about it, right? So social behavior changes. then there are few points, like I would want to make here, is there's no dearth of technology. I mean, if we can send something to Mars, I'm sure, there are better technology, which I even understand that, right? What is important is, how easily the technology is available. Can we say it's commoditized? Can we say it is democratized, right? And in this space, like AI was there, ever since I was in college. I knew about AI. AI can do something, and, like all these things about machine learning or whatever, like used to be there. And what has changed in the last few years is, emergence of cloud. Now you don't have to spend big money on setting up the environment, put on application, it's all available as a service. It has gone to an extent that everything is available as a service, and the data is available through API. So it's more like assembling a solution. This morning, we were discussing, like, I mean, anybody with the basic knowledge, understanding, with little money, spending, like you can go to any hyperscaler, figure it out, and you can create all those things. Another important point here is, linking back to what I said, like what is important is your problem. How what are you going to do about it, right? So you are not going to a consultant and ask him, like, tell me what I should do, right? Most likely, you are the guys who knows your problem better than anybody else. Now, as the technology gets demystified and is available to you, possibly you can create your own solution, right? However small they are. And this requires a complete culture shift. Like everybody, number one I say is, every business is a tech business today. I mean, believe me, you need to use technology, otherwise you're going to be left behind. Secondly, a general appreciation of technology is good enough for you to move forward. The appreciation is only required to determine, okay, like this is something which can solve my problem. The problem is only known to you. Yeah? And if we don't do this, and it's like somebody forcing the big change to you, this would require a complete big organizational change, which is even more difficult. So a culture of innovation is absolutely first. Like when these trends are happening, you've got two options, wait or watch. Wait and watch, or lean in and lead, right? So these are some of the things which we need to talk. Now, these are the technology which I'm going to speak about, and let's talk about AI, right? Now, AI had been there forever. Today, AI is more powerful. Like, I mean, let's talk about a camera, a security camera which you have, which has got the capacity to identify things, right? So AI typically is deterministic, based on the algorithm, and also probabilistic. For example, you are using AI to determine demand forecasting. It's pulling the data from your database, your sales side of it. Plus, it's also checking extraneous data, which possibly could be like what the weather or what the trend which is happening, and like based on that, it can tell you what exactly your demand going to be, right? Now, the big change which has happened, and I'm going to talk about, is Gen AI, the ChatGPT, right? Everybody knows about ChatGPT. 2 years came, we were all having fun, writing poems, write a poem for me. Like I actually wrote a book, the first time I look at it, like I'm from Dehradun, Uttarakhand. So I say, I want to write a book on, hidden gems of Uttarakhand. So put some 10 chapters, it gave me 10 chapters, I elaborate on it, copy paste, and it is there. We use Copilot, right? I mean, the slides I made actually in 10 minutes using Copilot, I haven't spent more time doing that. I mean, everyone is doing it. Why should I waste my time there? If I use the paid version, I can have graphics and everything whichever way I want it to be, right? So generative AI, the difference between generative AI and Gen AI is the generating something. This is a very important point, like I want you to pay attention to this, is it generates. So, like it can create, let's say, text to music, text to picture, from one form to another. And at the core of it is what we call it LLM, the large language model. Yeah? And these large language models have been pre-trained. They are part of what is the broader AI piece, which we call as a natural language processing, which makes you converse in English. And the beauty of AI is, it actually predicts, what exactly, the response need to be, and it's very contextual, and you get, hugely good response. The bad part of it, or the gap is, these models have been trained on historical data and internet data. Now, if I ask, like what's happening in Pahalgam, possibly I won't get it, right? Now, every time we use these LLMs, like it gives you wonderful response. In fact, like when I was talking to Abhik and I said, like, I mean, I don't use ChatGPT, but they are, there's one my favorite, Grok. So I've got no idea, like about the steel plant, right? So I said, like, how's Burnpur steel plant? And it gives me, like, details. And the details is about, like, SAIL has invested 9,000 plus rupees or billion, crore rupees and whatever. And, I said, what is their journey on Industry 4.0? It tells me something. And then I ask, where's the money going to come from? It gives me something, but this data is inaccurate because this data is coming from the internet and, LLM which has been trained. Now, what happens if you are able to use this brain in your environment, right? So that is where the new technology which I'm talking about, like the agentic AI and using this LLM comes in. So what happens is, you got your own data sources. You got the data in your ERP. You collect the data everywhere. It's all about data, by the way. It's information management and data. And somebody mentioned about, like the source and the quality of the data. If you get junk, you will deliver junk. So at the core of it is, like get your data strategy right. What we say, the digital core of it. So the first step which you need to do is understanding that technology is going to be here, and I'm talking of, the information technology bit of it. Get your data structure right. Get your data strategy right, and that's the digital core of it. You can add something on top of it. This is different from, the example which I'll be taking is different from, like the new technology, which possibly you can't do anything. You need to buy it. Let's say you want to get a robot to work in your arc furnace. I mean, better buy it from somewhere, whatever meets the bill. But managing this information and insight is in your hand. So back to this Gen AI and LLM bit of it. There's an LLM. I create my own data, my data core. Now, I'm not going to use my data to train LLM, Gen AI. I mean, it's my proprietary data. So, like I create something like a firewall, my information doesn't go there. And there's a technology which you would have heard called RAG, a retrieval augmented generation. So basically it's my Gen AI, but I'm using the power of LLM which is outside, and any LLM, like whichever you want to use. Then how do I get this data which I need more? For example, so far what I said, if I've got the RAG in place and LLM in place, and I have got something in front of it, I type in what is happening in Burnpur. It gives me precise data because it's taking my data. But the brain and the AI is coming from somewhere else, right? Now, I want to add on top of it, let's say, you are importing coal from Australia, right? Now, you want to know, and you get it from Australia and maybe Raniganj or somewhere, the coal quality and everything you want to compare, and you want to know, like how things, you want a real-time data. So, like now this technology, which is, agentic AI, it's an agent. You would have seen the agentic bot, the autonomous bot, same thing, what we see in the self-driving car. You don't train it, the agents know how to learn themselves and navigate, right? And these are very simple to develop. One thing I tell you, like somebody want to know how to develop an agentic AI, etc. The best place is, to ask LLM itself. I'm sure you know that, like the entire IT industry where I'm come from, coders are panicking because, code can be written by these bots. And they are actually being written by 80% to 90% accuracy. And there's another funny thing, like this is being used by everyone. You write a code. Now you want a person to come and check, right, whether the code is perfect or not. People are writing another bot, say now you act as a reviewer and, like review this. You can actually try it, go to Grok, G-R-O-Q. Ask him to create a strategy. Somebody mentioned about, like creating a strategy. If the data is there, you ask him to, create a strategy. The next question you say, now act like a CEO of the company and review the strategy and say what needs to be done, and you'll get an entirely different response. That's the power of, this is the power of Gen AI. Like, if you are not playing with Gen AI, like at least, like some of these things, you are missing a lot. And imagine when you start using with your own data, right? The dashboard which I spoke about it, and the, like Australian coal, if I create a bot and says, like, find out the process, find out the pricing of coal. Now, from various places, it will go on internet and scrap it. The government regulations, possibly go to, shipping industry if there's going to be a problem, environment or weather condition, like, can there be something? And it will create a data which will go to RAG, your place, and then when you ask, you don't even you don't even have to ask specific question. If you create a dashboard and say, if there's a problem which is likely, which requires my attention, alert me. And there's an action part of it which you can do. So these are the things which, like making it possible. These are heavily democratized, cloud plus Gen AI. It's all available to you for a few dollars to play with per month. It's not that, like you need to, like spend millions of dollars. And, like I'm not a big fan of spending billions of dollars and then realizing, like things are not working. Start small. These are the topics which I'm going to talk about now. Predictive AI, which he spoke, it forecasts demands, it talks about delays, like anything which is happening, breakdowns, supplier risk. And I did mention that, it takes, like how you have coded, and it takes the data from external sources as well. Very precise. Now, like there was a time, like if you want to understand the risk, you'll take the data, multiple spreadsheet, etc., right? You put it in Gen AI, which is the next example I'm going to give. Oh, sorry. The generative AI bit of it, what it says, I did explain it to you, but what it can do in your spaces, once you have the right data, right, and you are analyzing risk, you put the data there and ask a simple question, which I mentioned here, what if China starts exporting, right? You may not even know which component in your big machinery made in India is coming from China. There's anything with electronics, something, some critical component may be coming from China. And there's another piece to it, which is We spoke about negotiating, right? Let's say I've got suppliers, right? I've got suppliers and I want to negotiate, right? So, like the negotiating technology, the rates, etc. It's very much possible. The contract part of it, which I heard this morning, that, we uploaded tons of contracts in Watson, and it gives pretty interesting results. Try this as using GenAI and RAG model. Sorry. I spoke about agentic AI, right? How agentic AI works. And it can actually negotiate. I mean, it depends on how you, program it with. You set a goal, and then put in the system, it collects the data, and, the action part of it, it can do it. The beauty of it is, again, I'm saying, there are frameworks available. If you want to ask, create a bot, you just need to go and ask the LLM itself. It will create one for you with 90% accuracy. So one example there is German startup, ScoutBee, that identifies an onboard supplier without human input. So when you are onboarding a supplier, plenty of things needs to be done. I'm sure, like the quality of the product, the span of their, the product range, the quality, the rate card, the timing. Now, all these interactions, if the bot can do, nothing like it. Now, it's not about, saving some dollars. Of course, you will be saving some money here. But it's about the cost. It's about the speed and the quality. And the satisfaction. Because, if you automate the process, finally you'll be able to deliver your products with reliability. Now, B2C is possibly, more adaptable or open to, using the technology. I'm sure in a B2B environment, or I don't even know, steel manufacturing, should I call it B2B or B2C? I'm sure, there'll be retail both. Yeah. So let me jump. We spoke about it. Now, IoT. Again, when you look at IoT, there's no magic behind it. I mean, we knew sensors right from the, 30 years, 40 years, transducers, sensors were there. It's only when the cost of sensors became low, suddenly it became available to everybody, right? Now, IoT, you use SCADA system, right? It's a real-time, process control, etc. Now, IoT possibly can do similar things, but the purpose is more, it's interconnected devices. You'll be hundreds of sensors, generating data. And this data needs to be analyzed to give you a feedback on what can go wrong. Possibly, predictive maintenance. And that's the simplest use case. Now, this data, you can send it to an application, someone sitting in the cloud, but it's going to take whole amount of latency. Now, how about edge computing with 5G emergence? You got edge computing, your application sitting right at your shop floor, where the latency is low, and you can possibly act in real time. So everybody has got a handphone or a smartphone, and you got technology working on it. This is one use case. But how you can use it in your environment entirely depends on you, because you know what the problem is. And the setup is cheap, once you get this thing in place. One example says it uses IoT monitor furnace condition in real time. I'm sure, you must be doing the same thing. If you look at the petrol companies, HPCL or IOCL, you would see, IoT is there everywhere, from their tankers to from their tankers to, retail outlet, where they know exactly, how much fuel is there with them. And they can combine this data to find out, how much, fuel needs to be done. It's all there. Even Indian companies use it entirely. Blockchain. Now blockchain is another interesting piece, like with cryptocurrency and Bitcoin, that's what we remembered. But essentially, it's an open ledger, distributed ledger. So what it means is in a supply chain, if there are 10 players, everybody has got access to this. And, like once you have defined the movement and the application decides, how things move from one place to another, and you can determine the quality and, the quantity and, like the definition of done there, it can be agreed between two stages, encrypted and put in the chain. I mean, that's essentially what it is. The innovative cases are huge. I mean, I spoke about, export multiple times, paperwork, customs, etc. If everyone is part of the network, you don't have to do paperwork. And I was reading once, Tata Steel has done it. They exported some consignment without zero paper. Most of the companies are moving towards that. Maersk would be doing it. Now, this needs to be coupled with other technologies. I mean, none of these technologies work in isolation. Let's say IoT, you plug in IoT. Now, for example, you eat ice cream. You got no idea, where this ice cream comes from. I mean, 20 years ago, I was 100% sure by the time I'm eating the ice cream, it would have melted 5 times and, frozen again, right, with the power cuts, etc. Now, you want to see the environmental condition right from the start to the end. I want to know, has it melted or not? I'm not going to eat it. Now, with the clever use of IoT, RFIDs, environmental condition, and a blockchain, possibly, if I scan it and say this order has actually moved in a perfect environmental condition, right? Think about counterfeit. This thing, Louis Vuitton. Now, expensive one, no wonder he's the first richest, Arnold something. He's one of the richest, maybe top 2 rich guys. They're selling it expensive, somebody's paying for it. They don't want to buy a counterfeit, which is available in Southeast Asia with the certificate of authenticity as well, right? So right from start to end, we check on that, the blockchain. Another use case is, in steel industry, I was reading, it's a digital fingerprints. Have you heard of it? So what it does is, takes the composition of the material at the start of the shipment, and that becomes a digital fingerprint. And the entire blockchain, moves from one point to another. Of course, you are tracking everything, but at each stage you check, it is, the material hasn't changed. Morning, I heard about circular supply chain, right? The circular economy part of it. Tata Steel is actually, using blockchain for, scrap tracking. You are buying scrap, but you want to know, what scrap you are buying, what cycle it has gone to. So these are some of the examples. Oh, sorry. This one, I was thrilled when I heard that IISCO has got a digital twin, right? So digital twin is nothing but, a digital representation of your entire processes. You are getting the data from everywhere, from your entire supply chain. Imagine it's like a command center, you're seeing everything and you can see this, and suddenly you decide, okay, what happens, I'm going for a planned shutdown of a furnace, how it's going to impact the entire chain, who's going to get impacted by how much. It's a wonderful way of, simulating and testing it out. What happens if something goes wrong? And more and more people are doing this. This is possible because of the technology being commoditized and democratized. I mean, in my entire career of 35 years, I'd never seen a situation as good as it. If you've got an imagination, technology is available to experiment at a rate or at the price point which you can afford. The blockchain, how complicated it looks like, it's available as a service on cloud. So BaaS, we call it blockchain as a service. In fact, India has got something called National Blockchain Framework and a service as well. So you can actually create something without burning too much of money. So this is a slide I created, but I pretty much spoke about it. It's just a matrix which shows, like in which stages, what technology comes in. So procurement, generative AI, I'll let you read it for a minute. Pretty much all these examples, like we discussed. And to conclude, see, supply chain is not only about moving your goods. It's a movement of information, intelligence, and decisions. And you need to have an end-to-end view on it. The new technologies, especially the AI and Gen AI, allows you to do that. Technology will continue to evolve, define and reshape supply chain. So it's not going to be an end. So it's very important that we build a culture of technology and innovation, because you need to continue to remain in step with the changes. And creative thinking and innovation is essential. Finally, my take is whatever you do, start small, think big, and scale fast. With this, I would end my presentation. Any questions? Otherwise, okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Neeraj Bhartaria from you, MD, Accenture. A few takeaway from whatever he has said, what technology means to us, linking technology with operational research, supply chain complexities is what he discussed. Especially I like that Swiss Canal $80 billion dues and how cars were not being delivered to the right across the globe, because we need to have the right product, right vendor at the right rate. And how we navigated through the complexities, the visibility and the transparency, the data-driven decision-making, the risk management, agility and flexibility, supply chain resilience, inventory management. What was most interesting about his talk was that disruptive technologies and trends, his predictive AI, the generative AI, the agentic AI, the blockchain, IoT, and digital twin and simulation system. If GE can reduce it by 30%, I believe SAIL ISP can do it much better. What's more important, he has stayed demystifying the technology with a culture of shift. It's simple as that, embrace technology to be with the world or join the world of hope. Last but not the least, what is most important is he says, start small, think big, and scale fast. Thank you, sir, for those innovative words. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, for all those who join me off now, a warm welcome to all of you. As SAIL ISP celebrates Materials Management Day, we are out here to discuss about the wonderful topic that is the supply chain management. The next speaker, whom I'd like to call upon to the center stage, before I call upon the next speaker is an engineer from NIT Durgapur, an MTech from IISC Bangalore, and currently pursuing his PhD from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. Rajesh, sir, has worked 5 years in sourcing, procurement, and logistics function in companies like ITC and Hindustan Unilever before moving into consultation in year 2000. Rajesh, sir, started his consultancy career in 12 technologies at Dallas, US as supply chain consultant, following by 8 years of SAP AG and Germany, and spent 15 years with IBM Consulting at USA, UK, and China, and India. His core skill is digital transformation of supply chain processes using SAP exponential technologies like AI, ML, and predictive analytics. In the last 5 years, Rajesh sir has also helped multiple clients in their sustainability journey. In 2023, Rajesh sir co-founded the Innoverve Global Solutions, a company focusing on helping clients in their sustainability and digital transformation. He has authored 4 books, published 65 articles in different international journals, and holds 14 patents. A visiting faculty of Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur's Vinod Gupta School, Rajesh sir is an honorary member of Confederation of Indian Industry of Logistics Council. He is a regular speaker in various forums. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives us immense pleasure to welcome in our wonderful forum, in this conclave, the co-founder of Innoverve Global Solution, ex-director of IBM, Sri Rajesh Ray sir. Sir, please, a round of applause for Rajesh Ray sir. Son. Yeah, I'll give you.
Okay, that's fine. You can just move to the first slide. Thank you. I think we already had heard from the previous speaker that what are the technology options available. So I was requested to make it short, and I will try to stick to time. So there are 2 halves of my session mainly. The first session will be essentially talking about the technologies part, I think on the exponential technologies, and the next part on little bit on sustainability. Now, I tried to connect it to the steel industry because in my earlier, when I used to work for Watson Research in IBM, I had the opportunity to work with many steel clients. So I'll bring some experience from that. And also, I personally was involved in some of these engagements. So before I start, I think Mr. Avik sir, when he was presenting, he had some questions which I wanted to give a short answer. Okay, so the first one is, what is the ROI on AI? I think Avik sir asked a very pertinent question, and I think my earlier speaker also just responded to that. So the best ROI is if your denominator is lowest. So obviously, if your investment is lowest, and today that has become feasible. Actually, any technology you can test with probably $10. The latest and greatest technologies, there are platforms available where you can go and test. Only thing is that first thing, I think as someone told it earlier also, you need to know what problem you are trying to solve. And you need to be innovative to think that what the solution can be. Like if you bring consultants, they will probably charge you a lot to design a to-be process and find out how the solution will look like. If you can think that what I am expecting out of it, if you are more or less clear about it, technologies are available at least to test for you. Yes, if you want for large scale deployment of it, then obviously it's a different ball game because you need to think about the data security, how you really implement it in a large scale, how you bring organizational change management. This definitely involves internal and external cost. But to just try with technology, you can almost get it free. So you keep the denominator low. The next thing was, I think Amit sir asked is that, can it replace human being? So the answer is never, because whenever any technology we do, the first thing we ask is that, can you tell me the business rules? I know business rule is a little bit consulting term, but try to tell you that what are the logics you want to code in the technology. And you know your business best, correct? I think if an external consultant can come like me, but he knows, you know your business 10 times more better than me, and what works and what doesn't work. And this is a business rule which you need to define. I'll just give you an example. We are working on a smart contract project. So I think some of you, just to tell you what is smart contract, I think just before this, our speakers talked about blockchain. So smart contract is, suppose you are entering into a contract with your supplier, the contract get executed automatically if certain conditions are met. Like just for an example, like if you tell some of you, if you are doing stock investing, one of the things we do is that, okay, if the stock price reaches this, then automatically the trigger happens and you purchase the stock. So that's the price trigger. Price trigger is relatively easy to define. Like, a lot of people who buy metal from, say, metal exchanges, say LME, London Metal Exchanges, if you are going to buy a large ship, typically the purchase happens based on price. And typically you go for very standard products. Like I'll just tell, TMT steel bar, 8 mm thick. That's more or less standard product across industry. And if you want to buy it, if the price conditions are met, the trade get executed. But what becomes difficult, if you want to put more than that terms and conditions in very empirical terms, in mathematical terms. Okay, payment term 30 days can be coded. It can be coded in a software. But if you want to tell like a terms and condition, if the material, whatever he's delivered is up to 5% more than my purchase order quantity, then I will be accepting it. I'm just thinking about a purchase order and goods receipt case typically happens as in steel industry or many other industry. But it is 5, huh? So if it is 5.01%, the transaction doesn't happen. And in a normal situation, you know that, correct? It can happen. I know whether it is not for a case, like we were working for a steel company many years earlier. So the coal, when it gets loaded at mines, and on the way it is traveling a long distance and there is moisture gets connected to this, and when the volume gets unloaded, the quantities are not same. So actually when he shipped out, he had sent 10 tons of material, but when you are receiving, probably it has become 10.2 tons because on the way there was rain happened, etc. Now in this condition, just think that this is a very natural condition, correct? Because he had sent the right quantity. But unfortunately, due to the transit, you had got into a different quantity when you receive it. The transaction will not get executed. So that's the challenge when you try to codify the language. So it is you need to understand that in what situation this smart contract concept will work, where everything can be codified perfectly. And if you can codify, the technology can work. I think the second thing which I also, and in this part, this business rules, you know your business based and you only can define it. So there is no question of replacing human being. Where I think, people are getting replaced is in a small domain of AI, which is called machine language, where it is trying to automate things. And it is trying to automate warehouse operations, it is trying to, many other operations in supply chain. That's a space where probably there are people replacement happening with machine because machine can do it more efficiently. But if you look at a broader dimension of AI, that's not happening, and it is recommending solution. Like I'll just give an example. Again, someone already, I think, talked in the morning about Watson technology. So Watson's biggest use case had been to treat cancer. So what happened is, in US, it started with US and then it's gone to Europe also. They analyze millions of cancer patients' prescription and their disease. And based on that, it tries to augment the doctors. So it is basically tells, in these cases, these are the kind of prescriptions was given in the past, and these are the kind of result which the person had gone through. But it is never replacing doctor. It can't. And that's not the intention also. It's only the intention is that this particular, because cancer may have 1,000 different variants. In this particular variant, out of million customer, what prescription was given, because cancer is not like a medicine you had given today and you get a result within 1 month. The treatment happens for 8-9 months, sometimes it is for years. And what was the kind of result it had given? It gives you that database to help the doctor so that he can help. So that's where I think the best case of AI is, that it can augment you, it can help you to make decisions. So smart contracts also can be coded nowadays in such a way, in a particular case it can tell you that these are the places where this kind of conditions were met. And then you can tell that, okay, can I code my particular contract condition within this? Or I cannot code. So if you cannot code, then don't try for it. So that is one thing. I think fourth thing, very pertinent question, is emotional intelligence. I think very important that, can these technologies take care of emotion? Now, I think emotion is involved in every decision. Now, the easiest thing is that if you can codify the emotion. I'll just give an example. Again, I had seen in my life, that's what I'm telling you. In Sweden, we were working with one client, and they had many factories. So I think all of you had heard about escape bearing. So they had many factories across Sweden. And they had a very old factory. So they had that, and then they had built up new factories which are high-tech in technologies. But their management wants to keep that factory operating. I mean, it's not like, those people will lose job. They will ship those people to some other factories. But he wanted to keep that operational. Then he told us, okay, you need to make at least 15 days this factory should operate. That's how you should codify that technology. So basically his emotion was involved in this. Then we tried to build it something like a penalty cost. So as it will, first 15 days the cost of production is low, and from 16 days the cost of production starts, you create an artificial cost of production which is very high. And the optimizer automatically decides, gives him 15 days of production. So it's in all emotions cannot be codified, but to the extent it can be, it is easy to manage. And I think emotions will be involved in decision, and I think there is no doubt about it. And that's why I told that the doctor's example which I told you, that gives you a lot of data, that gives you a lot of factors. Then finally he takes the decision that what is best right for that particular patient, because he knows probably the patient for a long time. Two more things. Sorry, my mobile is getting locked, so. Okay, the next thing is, I think PR to PO lead time. I think I'll just talk about it. Now, next thing let me tell you is that I think some of the AI use cases in the morning, what we were talking is, what had really changed? Like inventory optimization model. In 1965, these inventory optimization models, all these models, EOQ, everything has come. I think if you open a 50-year-old book, you will find this model. What had really changed with AI? Now, AI understood is that you can you can build optimization models when it is not exactly based on cost. I'll just give an example. So in agricultural commodity, it happens a lot that you buy a large quantity because at certain point you get a best price for it. Now if you go to pure mathematical models, it will never allow you to do that kind of inventory optimization, because it will typically look at what is your demand, and based on that it will try to calculate whatever it is, EOQ, quantity, etc. But say in Brazil, in this year, there is a lot of sugar production had happened, and the international sugar prices had fallen. So you may actually stock sugars for next 12 months, not looking at what the optimized inventory quantity should be. Now these kind of decisions, where in your industry it happens a lot, because commodity prices almost change every day. You will find there are a lot of people who are actually stocking quantities, and that is not recommended by the inventory optimization model. I'll just again give an example from an US steel manufacturer. So many of you has probably heard the name of ArcelorMittal. So you're working for one of their service centers, who essentially, these large steel plates, which comes in a standard sizes from factories, they cut it and sell it to the other businesses. So it's a very asset-light business. So I think they buy from an industry like steel, which is typically very asset-heavy, because we are having factories, we are having large installations from there, but they run a business which is almost asset-light, because they sell it and then they pay to the supplier. So it is almost they're working on negative capital cycle. So they build a service center model around it, and you can think here that the best thing they need to find out is what is the right moment to take the price decisions, to buy, because that determines that how much profit they will make in the transaction. So that's where I think if you look at from a traditional inventory optimization model, how AI had changed it. Let's take another factor, statistical forecasting. Again, 50 years old theories. You will find statistical forecasting books came probably 50 years back. What had really changed with AI for that? With AI, you can put lots of factors in forecasting. So typically statistical forecasting models were built based on past historical data, that how much you had sold in the past, and based on that it wants to predict future. Then you try to put a lot of sophisticated algorithms, univariate model, multivariate models, and then you really need a statistician to predict what the forecast will be. But as I told, with AI, now there are free models available. A lot, Python library models, what we call technically, it is available, where you can put all these variables, what determines your price factors, and then based on that, it can forecast. And you can think, and the beauty of it is it can work very fast. Like we used to do, I remember, if you're in a factory, if you're doing forecasting, probably you do it monthly once. Now every day morning, Trump comes and makes an announcement. So whatever you had forecasted for the year, it has gone for a toss. Now what is the implication of that which can happen in your entire supply chain? Which countries will be benefited, which industries will be benefited? If you want to do that impact analysis, you need a tool which can happen, which can do it very fast. And these factors you can put in your models. And that can only work because it can consider a variety of factors, which is quite difficult for standard forecasting models to work, and which is, and you need a real statistist or a great statistical analyst if you want to really factor those models. It cannot be done by people like you and me. And that's where I think AI started making a difference, because anyone can, if you know your problem and what factors you want to consider, these models are available free. It's available free of cost in internet. I mean, sometimes it is a $1 per month type of charge. You can put that and see that how good result it is going. How you will adopt it or not, it doesn't matter. Let me try 5 models with 20 different factors, and let me see that what kind of output it is generating and how close it is with my actual sales. And then based on that, you decide, okay, this is the model which thinks to be more suitable. Okay, so that's what I talked about, how businesses inputs is very, very essential to do this, because technologies are almost available at free of cost now. You need to just know that the business rules, what you want to put into this, and you can try and test it. And the next thing which I will also, which I had seen it with a lot of, with a lot of my clients when I started, when I ventured into new businesses, one thing is that try to take technology with a little bit open mind. Many a times what you do is that, okay, whether it had worked in steel industry, okay, then whether it had worked for a steel industry in India, okay, then whether it had worked for a steel industry in India, in West Bengal. Now you will not get examples of that, because with these technologies you need to keep it in a little bit open mind. You can just tell that this will not work for me. That's fine, perfect. If you do, but do a proper evaluation. And then come to a judgment that it will work for you, because many of these technologies, we will not find examples. You will not find many examples in your industry. That's the truth. Like I'll just give you an example. Recently, I was working for, I think all of you had heard about this technology, augmented reality, AR. Now, augmented reality, the only thing which I had done in the past is trying to use it in a safety scenario. So safety scenario, what happens is you can give a lot of safety drill. And people need to come down below the building, join in this place, and they need to stay there for half an hour. You can give all these trainings. But the best thing is that if you can create a scenario when the house is actually on fire, and then you see that in each floor, what the people are actually doing. That kind of training can never happen. Like, in the flight, they call it flight simulator. So they actually ask you to drive a flight. So you drive the flight in the simulator, and then you try to find out what are the problems happening. And based on that, they start making you work. So this is safety training is also exactly the same. When you see that, when you put that goggles, you see the floor is actually on fire. And then if you are a safety in charge of that floor, you need to find out what you do actually. And you can, there are buttons there where you can look at the go left, take these stairs. All those steps are there. It is there in the visual, and you will select the right steps. Based on that, the training happens. Now, this is the only experience which I had on augmented reality. Then I was working with a client. They make theaters. There's a company in Germany. They make theaters, And the theater, you need a stage, you need lights, you need cameras, you need the music to work. And to do all this rehearsal in real time is very difficult, correct? Because they need to hire a real theater hall. You need to bring the actual musicians. So you can do it probably once. You can do the final rehearsal probably once before the actual show. But you cannot do it 100 times, correct? Now, he wanted to create an AR for this. Then I told, okay, this is the technology I worked in the AR. This is the situation I worked. But he was open to that. That you don't know anything about this, how the theater industry, it actually works. But I will allow you to, test that how it works for me, where you can create that, in that technology, you create sound, you create light effects, you create how it happens, and let me see how it works. So that is one thing which I'll always request all of you to remain a little bit open and explore it. It's like, you know, telling the moving bad before seeing it actually. So like, see it and then see if it may not work for you. I mean, all these technologies, every day new technologies are coming, and I can tell half of this doesn't work. And the second thing which I always also tell is that I think my earlier speaker also told me is that start small and don't try to make it too complicated. Nowadays, you see in the, you go to any this appliances industry, so there are refrigerators which work with fuzzy logic. And the seller himself cannot tell what it does actually with the fuzzy logic. So, I mean, how it is better than the other refrigerator. So, those kind of things which are really very high tech and you don't understand it, better don't try to do that. Try to do whatever you understand, try to do it small, you see it is working, and then try to really adopt it. Because one of the biggest problem on these exponential technologies is lots and lots of pilots happen. In the corporate office, pilots happen, but when it comes to large-scale deployment, it doesn't happen. But that is the problem with many technologies. We tried AI somewhere for one use case, and then I really could not, you know, implement it in large scale, because you get the return only when you can implement it in large scale. You cannot get it in a very small scale. So that's the first thing which you need to remember is that, you know, do it small, but do it in a way which you can understand the result and which you can expand very fast. Okay, to answer your questions, probably it had taken a little bit more time for me. So I think the first thing which I'll try to talk, there are a lot of text I kept, but essentially what I tried to explain is smart contract. I think exactly the thing which I was telling is that the contract get executed as soon as the clauses meet, and it gets automatically executed. So that is one thing, as I thought that probably, you know, there are a lot of people from materials management profession in this seminar. That's some technology which you can probably look at for the as an option. It will not get for every kind of purchases. It will not happen. It can probably happen for, say, I'm just giving an example. Probably for low value consumables purchase. Maybe you can start with that. Not very big risk for you. At the same time, you know, you can try and see whether it is working. The next thing is, I'll just give an example. Just when we were talking about in the morning about how this political uncertainty had brought into problems. Before you know, US had actually put tariff on Canada. Canada, I mean, there was a lot of complaint against Canada that they are bringing a lot of materials from other European countries and from other countries. I should not tell only from Europe, but from many other countries, and that they are exporting to Canada because Canada didn't have any import duty. And then to negate that complaint, they had tried to put a blockchain platform to ensure that they are actually selling only what get produced in Canada. So they're actually not bringing it from other places and making a 10% profit on that and selling to US. So just to negate that complaint, they had put a blockchain for that, and that is essentially for steel imports. So I thought it will be interesting for you. The next thing, very common use case, I think probably all of you are aware of also, is predictive maintenance. Now predictive maintenance is very simple. You take up an equipment and you try to find out a factor that can tell you that the equipment probably can fail. Like I'll just tell you, for a pump, it can be the vibration of the pump. But for every equipment, it can be different. For a compressor, it can be a different parameter. For, say, a boiler, it can be a different parameter. So depending on whatever parameter it is, as soon as it reaches a particular level, the predictive maintenance capability can allow this machine to stop so that the failure doesn't happen. Very common, and the first one why I had given it here is, it is used in many steel industries. I'm sure probably in IISCO also some of the plants, or SL some of the plants, it is already getting used. So again, it not only just with analytics, it also brings IoT and machine sensor data from many places, and based on that it works. The next use case which I wanted to talk about is smart factory. I think some other speakers also told about it earlier. So this was one factory which we were doing for POSCO in their South Korea operation. So that factory is highly automated. So that's a steel factory, highly automated with all technologies, with a lot of Industry 4.0 applications like artificial intelligence, digital twin, augmented reality, etc. These materials will be with you, so if you want to get through the details of the case, you can definitely go through. Quality prediction using machine learning. So one of the biggest problem what happens is that once you had produced, then you find that the material got rejected. I mean, or it is an off spec. Now, can you predict based on your past data or based on the operational factors that what the quality of output can be under these operating conditions, and based on how the machine had performed, that particular machine where the operation is happening, say, for their last 50 products which you had produced or last 100 products which you had produced, can you predict that quality? Because if you know that probably from the based on last data, if you know that the off-spec percentage will be high, probably you will do first the machine's maintenance and then probably, or probably bring the machine to the right shape before you actually start producing in it. So because, as I think all of us agree that, one of the major problem in many manufacturing industries is off-spec, and when a lot of rejections happen. So depending on the similar operating parameter and the machine's performance, can we predict that what is the quality performance will be? I'm just moving a little fast because I want to at least go through the ones. The next one is energy optimization. That's again is a good example, and I think a lot of steel industry had seen this happening, is that you basically try to find out create an energy heat map and try to see in factories which are the operations which are consuming maximum energy, or which are the areas which are consuming maximum energy, and then try to do energy optimization based on that. The last one, this is a company we had worked for in Japan. So here they are essentially using computer vision for surface detection. So the use case here is that you get steel plates, and on that there can be defects. Now with human eye, detecting such defects is sometimes very difficult. And that's why they had, based on thousands of other steel plates, actual defect or problem, they had learned the algorithm, AI algorithm to learn from that. And based on that, as soon as you put a new, say, seat which has been produced just now, it can automatically tell that whether the steel or whether this seat is having a defect or not, instead of someone manually checking it. Now, obviously here you can see that, as much data you can feed, so as much defect steel seats you can feed as a data to the algorithm. The algorithm can learn from it, and based on that, it can tell you that, okay, this particular sheet in this place looks like there is a defect. So it is basically what we call as image analytics, and that's also an AI technology which is used. And the reason so I'm giving some of these examples is because these are working. It's not like these are some theoretical discussions happening. So some of these are happening. And I think the supply chain optimization is optimization is a very big word. You can use it for anything, starting from inventory optimization, transport optimization, etc. Now, one of the things I am not sure, but for steel industry, maybe many materials happen in, say, rail. If material moves in rail, probably their optimization options are limited because there is only one player in India who can give you rail. And probably 15 years back, I used to do a project for Tata Steel Long Product Division. And they used to tell, because I think Indian Rail has improved a lot, but at that time, rake timing, no one is guaranteed, when the rake will actually come. So that there was a common proverb, rake or death, वो तो आना ही है, कब आएगा किसी को मालूम नहीं है. So it's like that. So every industry has its own challenge. When we talk about optimization, we need to keep those things in mind. But yes, optimization is possible in many dimensions. In transport, if you have really a lot of options, then you can look at transport optimization. But if there are very limited options, probably not. If there are inventory, there are a lot of options you can look at. And I think in every part of warehouse, there are a lot of scope of optimizations, etc. So that's again a big area where probably you can look at AI. But again, as I told, optimization is a big topic. Try to find out what problem you are trying to solve and then try to augment that. Okay, the last one which I will little bit touch on is sustainable sourcing. I think in the morning we discussed about it. Now, a lot of people think that sustainable sourcing is just about green, just about environment, but it's a much bigger topic than that. And that's why you'll find a lot of talks on ethical sourcing, because you also need to ensure that you are buying it from the right supplier, and they are ethical in terms of their deals. So it's a big topic, but I will just touch upon, and you can look at entire source to pay value chain. What are the places where you can really put the sustainable sourcing concepts? Like if it goes to sourcing strategy, starting from your supplier consolidation, then if it is going to supplier selection and vendor development, there can be sustainability criteria which you can put in your supplier selection itself, in your RFI, RFP process. The simple thing, like in every month, your supplier need to give you information on how much energy they consume or how much water they consume at their factory, and probably doing some kind of regular audits that are there really child labors getting used in their operations. So those kind of simple things, you can start as a supplier onboarding process. Entire contract management process can be made digital, and you can put sustainability clauses in the contract. Now, in my personal experiences, telling this is simple, but it's not so easy, because here you are just not within your organization. You are involving your suppliers who are outside the organization. And that messaging has to be very clear. It should not be that like, और कुछ नया करना है, अभी आ गया मैनेजमेंट बोला तो अभी कुछ नया करना है. So it's because it's a difficult challenge. So because it goes outside your organization, but how you put the clauses in that, and procurement process definitely can be made in the digital, and you can put a lot of purchase order in that, you can put clauses. So through your entire source to pay value chain or sourcing value chain, in every step there are sustainability initiatives which you can take. And many of these can be within your organization, like digitizing your every procurement document, and many of these can go beyond your organization. So when it goes beyond your organization, at least if you want to involve your key suppliers, that's sometimes more challenging than doing it internally. I'll again take quickly 2-3 examples here. One is, I think, cross-border adjustment mechanism. So this is going to, I think CBAM in the morning, I think you already talked about it. So essentially it is this, that any material, when it is entering EU border, and this is applicable for these 5 categories of material: cement, steel, aluminium, fertilizer, these materials, and I think probably more materials will come in your future. So they will tell you that, okay, if you have brought 1,000 tons of steel, and they will ask a set of documentation from you. Based on that, they will try to create a carbon footprint calculation for you. Okay, if you have produced 1,000 tons, probably you had created, say 5,000 metric tons of CO2. And then, for each metric ton of CO2, you need to pay tax to the government. So what they call typically as certificate, carbon certificate, which you need to buy. And that's why material becomes expensive. But at the same time, if you follow very good practices in terms of if all your factories are running out of renewable energy, so out of solar plants, or if you are very good in that, then those costs will not be adopted on you. So this is predominantly happened because what happens in EU, especially in European zone, a lot of people wanted to take advantage of low, you can tell, norms, ESG norms in developing countries like us, like China, and they were importing from those countries. So it is basically, we will not produce in our factory, we'll make in your factory to produce, and then you'll import from there. To prevent that, it has come, and if you are doing some export, this is definitely going to impact you, because this is already in operation. I was recently worked for a client called Emirates Aluminium. So they are a large aluminium manufacturer based out of Middle East, and they were asking our help in terms of being compliant with CBAM. So again, the compliance is one part of it, is greenwashing. You are not doing anything and you are creating a lot of reports. Another part is you are actually doing things in your factory to make the production process green. So the people, typically the people who are trying to be in the second kind, they get into long-term engagement for that to happen. The next thing which I talked about a little bit is on certification, which is quite becoming popular in steel industry, or actually Tata Steel is already certified in this, called Responsible Steel Certification. It is given by an EU body. So if in future, say IISCO is very serious about sustainability, you can look at this, because this puts very strong guidelines in terms of starting from your manufacturing, your sourcing, your warehousing, your transport operation. What are the kind of things you should do to ensure that it is, you are producing it responsibly, responsible to environment and responsible to people. And it is the, you can tell, the most stringent certification standard of sustainability in steel industry. So there are many clients on this. I had given some name of some clients, and this is typically the logo that you get. So Tata Steel, ThyssenKrupp Steel, Outokumpu, Voestalpine. There are many companies now who had certified on this. Tata Steel happened last year actually, and this is something definitely is something which has very strong compliance standards, and you can look at for the future. The last one is, the third one, I'll tell one more, is the raw material assurance framework. I think most of the steel factories are integrated. That means you have also mines along with you. So how you ensure that this sustainability is really happening on an integrated manner. So in the sense, the mines are also following the same framework. And I'm not sure if IISCO has probably also have your own mines. It will be probably, definitely most of the large steel factories has it. And this ensure that you are having this sustainability extended to your mines operations as well. So from your mine operations also what you expect. So that's what this raw material assurance framework happens. So this is again a framework which is very common for iron ore and steel industry, because most of the large steel manufacturers are integrated steel plants. So that's again something which you can look for in the future. There are a lot of guidelines under that, and this deck will be with you. Feel free to refer to that, what is there. There is one example is a Noamudi iron mine of Tata Steel. This is one of the certified on this raw material assurance framework. Again, it is designed by, I'm not sure which body, it is a global body of steel industry which designed this framework. And the final one, what is happening is, this is really in future, not now, green hydrogen in steel production. So it is, instead of coal, can we use green hydrogen for producing steel? This is still in R&D, I should tell. There is large scale plants have not come up. But if it really happens, then the steel production will come down a lot, because probably a good percentage of our raw material is obviously coking coal, where it goes into, and that consumption can drastically come down. Now, one of the biggest problem on this technology now is initial setup for infrastructure of the plants is quite heavy. So, but there are examples in the world where companies are doing it. This is a little bit on the technology side, and there are certain factories which are tried doing this. ArcelorMittal had started a pilot project in Hamburg, Germany. Tata Steel is doing for one of their plant in Netherlands. ThyssenKrupp Steel has shipped their blast furnaces to hydrogen. Their target is to complete it by 2030. POSCO is going in this path. One obvious challenge is, as I told, large investment is needed at this point, because you need the infrastructure to be developed accordingly. But this is a promising technology, and if once the first set of investment is made on infrastructure, then the cost of production drastically comes down. Now, one of the biggest challenges is carrying hydrogen liquid form. That infrastructure is not available in many parts of the world. In India, it is still expensive actually. So that's what I have written it here, is that high cost and energy demand is a problem. Sometimes infrastructure need is quite high in terms of hydrogen storage, and availability of green hydrogen at a reasonable cost is still limited in our country. But I mean, most of the steel research, what is happening around the world, is telling by 2050, probably world's 50% of the steel producers will be on hydrogen-based steel. Because the cost of production, once the initial infrastructure is set up, is drastically low. So that's what I will complete. And there are a lot of case studies for each of these. I think I had explained this, so I had not gone to the case studies individually. And for the time sense also, I think I want to give it to the next speaker. But anything you want to ask from whatever you discussed, with little bit of experience what I have in this industry, I tried to cover. But anything you want to ask? Sure.
Can I have the microphone, please?
Can I just take the mic?
Coordinators.
Please. Oh, you can ask from there. Which is that?
That carbon emission in the product, this is being now noted.
Correct.
By the company.
Correct.
And also by the regulating authority.
Correct.
So in the regulatory authority, since I am that emissions of the carbon dioxide, pollutant PM2, so then the government will allow to sell that product.
So, see, the problem is that the carbon cost is so high that for you it will be not economical, probably you will not get a buyer in that country. That's what they're trying to do. Like, say, assume that from China I am, exporting, steel to Europe, say Germany, and for each ton of steel production, there is a carbon cost of say $10,000. They are putting the carbon cost very high. So in that case, what happens is, assume that your actual material cost is $5,000, per ton, and if the carbon cost is another $5,000, your product become, uncompetitive to sell in that market. So that's what they're trying to do. Like, because they cannot 100% stop it from tomorrow. That okay, if you are outside EU, I will not allow this to happen. And if you can prove that your carbon footprint is really low, and that is why a certifying authority will tell that based on they visit your factory, etc., then that carbon tax is very low, or it may be zero also. But they are trying to create a level playing field that, if someone is doing very good sustainable practices and producing steel, and someone is not following any sustainability practices and producing steel, so then, this person doesn't get that undue advantage, because probably his cost of production is low for that reason. So that's the main purpose of this. Any other question?
Thank you, sir. Sir, we'll have the questions coming up in the panel discussion. So I'll request the honorable volunteers to please kindly collect the question from sir, so that we can put up in the forum.
Sure.
Fine, sir?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. We're running short of time by 15 minutes. Thank you, sir. What I take away from this presentation of Rajesh Resa is that what is the best ROI is, in fact, the investment gets low. What he laid stress on striving for technology, for adaptability, and logics is what you want to evolve in your business. That's what's going to play maybe an important role in AI. And the most important thing what he spoke about was smart contract. In fact, our Honorable ED MM, Avik Desar, had stated in his inaugural speech that can AI reduce the PR to PO date? He says the same thing, AI can do it. That's what I believe he was speaking about. In terms of the empirical method, augmentation of data, emotional intelligence, can it be incorporated? Yeah, of course we can. And of course, the predictive maintenance, which states that we can reduce the unplanned downtime from 20 to 30% is somewhat I take away from this speech of his. A smart factory concept, which has helped increase the productivity of an organization like POSCO to 5%. The same can be done for, say, ISP. Quality prediction using machine learning, what
Building Alexa is at least 3 years or 4 years from what we are doing here.
All done even before an Alexa is created, right? Then comes, once all of this is done, we leap into the future is where we create the product. That itself goes through iterations of failures, right? 100, 200 times. Then comes Alexa out in the market. No product, if you have seen any product, if you have used, it doesn't fail. And the reason for this is Amazon is obsessed about its customers. The no question asked return policy was for the first time in India, it was a breakthrough when you buy something on Amazon. Do you know that even before you place an order on Amazon, by the way, I'm hoping all of us are using Amazon or probably using Amazon.com to buy something here. If not, I'll be surprised. So, for example, if I go to Amazon.in and I'm browsing for certain stuff that, okay, I want to buy this mic, that's a demand signal for me. Someone in the back end would realize that, okay, there is some sentiment or some one searching for this mic. That becomes a demand signal for me. Even before the person puts an order, I'm running simulations in the background. That what is the possibility of this person buying this mic, this type of mic? And will he or she be happy with the mic? These iterations are happening even before a customer is clicking on confirm order. And these are 40 to 50 simulations which I run before the customer places an order. And when the customer is placing an order, even before it is confirmed, I know where am I going to fulfill it from? Which is, if you're sitting in Burnpur, will I be fulfilling it from Durgapur, or will it come from Calcutta, or will it come from Jamshedpur? I know that even before you click on confirm. It doesn't mean that we're doing rocket science. I'm saying that we are obsessed about ensuring that it happens right. Continuing, what I'm here, I take care of the industry advisory for Amazon Web Services in India, and I take care of a set of 40 to 50 customers. When we say Amazon supply chain, we are talking essentially of these 6 things, right? First is Amazon fulfillment. The people or the fulfillment centers who caters to your orders will pack it and ship it. That's fulfillment. The second is Amazon Air. As part of the multimodal logistics that we have, Amazon Air is one of them. Of course, we use railways, we use road as well, quite a significant amount. Then we have last mile delivery, which is owned by Amazon and third parties. So for example, when you go on Amazon.in, you place an order, next time you should see that it says fulfilled by Amazon or fulfilled by a third party. Right? So if it is fulfilled by Amazon, ownership lies with Amazon. If it is fulfilled by third party, ownership lies with Amazon, but not in terms of delivering it to your door. That's fulfilled by a third party. Then we have customer service, very famous Amazon customer service, no question mark return policy, but it's not Six Sigma. There are a few failures as well. And Prime Air, and then technology and robotics, which we tend to downplay, but I'll show you what kind of technology and robotics we have in our supply chains. You will see this graph, right? You see the date there. It changes from few years when these FCs were launched to where we are now. The graph shows the increase in the network complexity for us as Amazon when we started to where we are right now. That's the complexity of distribution network that we have had in the last few years, which basically compelled us to do what we do right now and on a continuous basis. Now this is the network dependency. The earlier one was just Amazon fulfilling to different nodes. This is the dependency that I may not be able to deliver everything as a fulfilled by Amazon to a postcode in Ladakh. So I need a local person or a local agency to do it. What is the dependency that I have with my vendors, with my your 4PL, 3PL, and my mid-mile logistics? That's a dependency which has kind of quadrupled. In fact, it's become astronomical in terms of the complexity. Guys, I'm still building the case of how complex the Amazon supply chain is. We are can someone take a guess of what is the SKU that we handle at any point in time? Just any wild guess. Any wild guess? Sorry? 14 lakhs? 40 lakhs? 40 lakhs? Any other person? 40 lakhs, sir has said. No right or wrong answer, just a guess. How many commodities or SKUs we handle probably at any given point in time? Any number that comes to your mind? Sir? 1 million? 40 lakhs, ma'am? 100 million. So it's 400 million SKUs that we handle at point in time. 400 million. So that's the reason you see that dependency. That's the reason we have to be at our toes. And that's the reason why we don't expect you to sympathize with us, but we want you to know how complex it is to fulfill an order that you place on Amazon. If it is, and this is cross-border, right? There are certain dependencies we have when we handle specialty chemicals and others, right? On others. Now, where did it all start? And I hope and I request you to also go through the same cycle. A few years back, we sat together and we said, there is a very famous video on LinkedIn. I don't know if you have seen. Mr. Bezos is giving an interview. If you have not, you can search it actually. I saw it a few months back, where it says that, you know, I know for sure, Mr. Bezos says, and I'm not quoting him exactly, you know, in totality, because I may be probably missing out on a few words, but the essence was he said that I fear and I know for sure that Amazon will fail one day. Right? He knows Amazon will fail one day. He says Amazon will fail one day. And the reason for that is X, Y, Z or whatever it is, right? No, we did a working backwards ourselves and we saw that what are some of the areas where we really need to invest when it comes to technology, especially AI and ML. This is the list we came up with, and we said that 56% of our staff in AWS, Amazon Logistics, other businesses that we have would need to upskill in what we do. We need to look at the data and the quality of data, finding use cases, defining a strategy for supply chain. So we created a Pareto of what are the areas which we need to invest. Then what we did is we came up with something called the toolkit. So the toolkit is, we felt, and I think there were a lot of speakers in the morning who talked about AI services. This is a non-exhaustive stack of AI services we use internally. So if you see, there is a service which says, can you convert text to speech or speech to text? There is a service which says, can you do object recognition? There is a service which says, before the, by the way, you have conveyor belts in your factory, right? Anybody want to take a guess of whether Amazon has their conveyor belt? Yes or no? Maybe yes. For what purpose, ma'am, would you?
Like for delivering the goods inside the warehouse.
Fantastic. So, on an average, the conveyor belt that we have is 17.5 miles in our FCs. 17.5 miles of conveyor belts we have in our fulfillment centers. Typically, the fulfillment center size is 1 lakh square feet. There are 800,000 square feet, 600,000 square feet. We also handle chemicals. We also handle specialty materials. So there are different FCs or sorting centers for it, right? So there are services like object recognition, conveyor belts, the rollers becomes very important. If the rollers stop, we cannot fulfill. With 400 million products, we cannot obtain, afford a downtime. So therefore, what do? We have put a product called Monitron, which basically looks at the RPM of the rollers continuously, and it predicts when will the conveyor fail. That's a service we call Lookout for the Health of Equipment. These are all developed by Amazon for Amazon, now available for customers as well. Right? So these are examples. So there are ML service, AI service. By the way, when you work with Amazon or any of the affiliates of Amazon, there's no license fee, right? You don't, I mean, Mr. Bezos as a founder always believed that we should democratize and we should always give our customers what we want for ourselves. So therefore, most of our services are pay as you go. What is pay as you go? So if you don't want it, you can close the tap tomorrow. Because we believe that, you know, a customer should not pay for what they don't need. You know, if the purpose has already been served. Continuing, I think someone talked about forecasting. So I wanted to touch upon the usage of technology for forecasting. 400 million products, you can imagine that forecasting is the mitochondria, is the powerhouse for us. So therefore, this is a kind of a very high-level logic of how we do it, right? We have the sales data, pricing data, promotions data, inventory data, customer data, market data. There is infinite possibility of whatever external data or internal data you can put in the system. Then there are demand curations, demand drivers. Then we harmonize it. There is an AI/ML engine which is continuously doing all of that. And it comes up with a comparison. Someone talked about algorithms. We are very transparent in sharing these algorithms with our customers. We said that, okay, if there is, let's say, Halloween mask, right? We don't celebrate Halloween a lot in India, but let's say in Americas you're celebrating Halloween. Halloween comes once in a year, and the mask, the demand is for a certain period in the year. So how do you forecast that for a product, which you know will only sell for that 2 days? It's very easy. But where should you inventorize it? How much of the quantity you should inventorize so that you don't overstock, understock? We compare the efficiency of algorithms like neural networks, local algorithms, and you don't need to know this. I'm just sharing as an example, right? That for 400 million products, all of this is happening at any given point in time continuously. So when, for example, I go and place an order for Mike, these algorithms are running at any point in time, and it says that Anindya is going to place an order for this with an accuracy of this, and I need to supply it from Jamshedpur because the travel time is this, and I have 5 more deliveries in the vicinity, so I will cover 5 more customers, so my cost of transport is optimum. What do I use? I use traveling salesman phenomena. That if a salesman is traveling, we need to optimize his travel route. You had a question?
Yes, the question is, how do you address privacy infringement in this process? How do you address infringement of privacy in the entire process?
The answer is, I don't know if you heard, sir said that how do you ensure or protect the infringement of privacy? So there are 2 ways of doing it. Firstly, you should all know that security and privacy is day 0 for us, Amazon. It's day 0 job. When I say day 0 job, we don't even start a job without security. And there is a shared tenancy model of what sits on the cloud, what you manage, what we manage. Anyways, we can talk about that. But we are obsessed about privacy and security. It's your data, your tenant. You do what you want with that. You have your own managed account where you have these services. Yes, for certain services where you need hand holding for some of this, and I will show you, you will be guided. But at no point anybody in Amazon has access to your data. Nobody in Amazon has access to your data. Nobody in Amazon has access to your tenancy. It's you who are managing it. And OT cybersecurity, privacy is a huge part. There is a practice in itself for us. We will talk about that as well. Now, continuing in the interest of time. So we had demand planning, 400 million SKUs forecasted with the entire logic of what I said. Now, on top of it, we said that, okay, let's have a supply chain control tower, which is both centralized and decentralized in a manner, which basically looks at both middle mile, last mile logistics. And then on top of it, few years back, we started with cognitive procurement, which is optimal procurement attributes so that your cost of procurement comes down. And the third solution that we started using ourselves is predicting the delivery timelines. And this is where I said, it very rarely happens that Amazon misses an order on time. Very rarely it happens. I'm not saying we are fully compliant 100%. We are not. And we try to improve that as well. But how do we predict timelines? I gave an example that even before an order is placed, we know where to fulfill, what to fulfill, cost of fulfillment, mode of fulfillment, and the traveling salesman phenomena also tells me that what are the different points where I need to go and fulfill it. So these are the 3 things that we use. On top of it, we have something called what if scenario. Guys, this is very important, right? The AI engine basically immediately tells me, and I think the speaker before me talked about some of the issues that happens on the road, Suez Canal fiascos and all of those. We call it as black swan event. What if scenario is the AI engine is simulating scenarios that what if there is a strike in X route, what will the potential impact of that be on your cost of fulfillment? And therefore, do you need to do an airlift? If yes, what's your impact on your carbon footprint, your cost of logistics, all of that. This is even before an order is on the road. Even before we have loaded the order to ship it to you. I am doing a what if simulation, 100 of situations what can go wrong. And imagine, still we miss orders. Still we miss out on, the timelines. And the reason for that is supply chain is not easy. Had it been, I was talking to someone at JSW just last week, and he was saying that I don't like AI/ML because I don't want that person to become God. Right? And I said, it's not about God, it's about at least the process of elimination of giving you strategies of what you can avoid, what you cannot, right? So the what if simulation is all about that. The next thing that we as Amazon do is intuitive visibility. I've put some actual pictures of an order, and you can see it. So let's say that an order has been shipped from point A to point B. You have ordered something very similar to your customer. If your customer has ordered something from SAIL, a certain grade, or let's say that you have shipped a material to your customer, could be an export order or even a domestic order. In this case, let me take a multimodal, which is an export order. On the left-hand side, it shows you the planner's workbench, which is the point of shipping to the point of arrival. It gives me the entire end-tier visibility. And the AI engine is constantly looking at risks and mitigating those risks of what can go wrong. And if there is a risk, if there is an anomaly, the engine on the right-hand side comes up in red and says, boss, this is where the delay has happened. These are the reasons for delay. It can take ocean, air, road, live sensors, live port, all of that, right? And we are making it more and more foolproof. Now, I don't want my planner to spend days and days doing all of this, right? I want to use a generative, I have not touched generative AI. I'm still in AI right now. I'll come to Gen AI. Then I'll come to quantum AI, by the way, right? So that before lunch you have enough. Okay? So now talk about exceptions. I want to give my planner, my supply planner, demand planner, logistics planner, a list of all the notifications and all the deviations that may happen which needs his or her attention. The moment he or she logs into the computer or even on the phone, they know what to address. I don't want them to spend time non
He has been part of the consultancy and training in supply chain management, logistic management, stores and inventory management, cost reduction, a Masters of Arts and MBA in Materials Management, and CMA from IIFT Materials Management for expert marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a proud moment to have amongst us the one and only Sri Lalit Raj Meena, National President, Indian Institute of Metal Management. In 2023, he achieved the milestone of getting the Bhiwadi branch approved and integrated, further expanding Indian Institute of Metal Management's reach. In November 2003, he was elected as the National President of Indian Institute of Metal Management, and since then, he has visited over 30 branches across India, reconnecting and energizing the IIMM network. Ladies and gentlemen, we have for you Mr. Meena. So.
Namaskar. I think I am coming between you and now your lunch. We are already late. I may skip my lunch because I have to take the flight. First of all, I thank you, the IIMM Burnpur branch, for having invited me for this program. It was a long-awaited program. I regularly used to discuss with Mr. Ahmed that our steel branches looks to be a sleeping branch for quite few years. I think with his initiatives, they are becoming active branches now. Recently, we had the first program in steel branches at Raurkela. Now, this is the second program of the steel branch. And we have finalized another 3 programs for the steel branches in next 6 months, rather 5 months. Friends, how much of you are member of IIMM? Please raise your hand. I think around 30 to 40% are the members of the IIMM. I hope all of you may be members of the supply chain management from profession. I think each and everybody sitting in the hall is taking care of supply chain management. Even the house ladies are taking the care of the supply chain management. This Indian part of my job was made by Mr. Abhay in the morning. IIMM was formed by merging of 3 different associations in 1975. Our former leaders made the efforts. In 1981, Government of India approved our course as a flagship course, Graduate Diploma in Materials Management. And I think that course was backbone of the industry. Fortunately, I'm from the first batch of GDMM, 1981. And in 1983, then we decided to change the name from, it was Indian Association of Materials Manager in 1975. When our courses was approved by Government of India in 1981, we thought to change the name from Indian Association to Indian Institutes. So it was changed from Indian Association of Materials Managers to Indian Institute of Materials Management on 23rd April 1983. In 2018, we approached the government to approve our postgraduate courses. Presently, we have abandoned the GDMM, and we have 2 AICTE approved courses, Postgraduate Diploma in Materials Management and Postgraduate Diploma in Supply Chain Management. Besides this, we are also having other courses like Professional Diploma in Stores Management, Professional Diploma in International Trade, and now we have started online 6-month courses on 5 different topics, including procurement, inventory management, legal aspects of purchasing. That's 6-month courses for the executives. Those will be online, and exam will also be online. Presently, the institutes, we have around 10,000 members, 9,500 members morning activity, but we have crossed in this month. And we want to cross this 10,000 marks by this month. We have come across the offer to the professional that in month of April, whoever become the live members will give 25% discount in the membership subscription for the lifetime. And in case the branch wants to give something more discount, branch can forego their share which they get from the national headquarters. They have the option with that. Because morning, Mr. Ahmed told, can you increase? Because I had to take approval from National Council, but the branch can have that local executive committee meeting and said, okay, we forego our share and let the people become the life member of the institutions. Now, question will come, why to become the member of these institutions? I think this is the area, what we do actually, what benefit get actually from the membership. I think you may be doing your job perfectly. But sometimes what we are doing, why we are doing, how we are doing, and how we are supposed to do. I think IMM teach how we are supposed to do. If they're learning from IMM courses and IMM memberships and I am attending IMM seminars and symposiums, if you reduce your 2% of cost in the procurement, it is equal to the 10% increase of your profitability of the organization. Can you have any other field where by saving the 2%, you can increase the 10% profitability? And in any industries, you cannot reduce your marketing cost, because if you want to reduce your marketing cost, your market sale will come down. You cannot reduce your inventories, because inventory is an unnecessary evil, unwanted evil. I don't want to have, but I cannot survive without having inventories because of certain uncertainties in the market. Maybe the transportation failure, maybe the breakdown the plant of the supplier, maybe the electricity failure, maybe the Bharat Bandh. So we need to have. And when we talk of the supply chain management, which is the most important area in your production industries, without which we cannot survive. You say production or marketing? What about the maintenance people? If they don't maintain their equipment, can we have the same kind of productions and efficiency? If the sweepers come in the morning and don't sweep your floor, will we have the same atmosphere working in their workplace? No, we will not be able to deliver the which we wanted to deliver. So each and every role in supply chain management is important. You place the order, finance doesn't pay in time. Will your supplier give you supply next time? No. Take the HR. If they don't recruit the manpower in time, do we be having the same efficiency? Yeah. Some of the role of man is reduced by machine or your technology. Today, we are discussing redefining the supply chain management. I remember earlier how much time we used to take for the imports. Can anyone say? Minimum 6 months used to require to get any supplies from overseas country, because all communication was by post. All amendments to the order was by post. All amendments to letter of credit was on post. And your lead time and the supplier's lead time. So it was not possible to get the supplies from overseas countries in less than 6 months. When the information technology came, the fax came, I reduced that lead time from 6 months to 6 days in few of our supplies. Morning, I send the fax to the overseas suppliers. When we work, they sleep. When they sleep, we work. By evening, I got the offer. Next day, I placed the order. And every Friday, they used to make the shipment from the UK. By 6th day or 7th day, I received the supply. So your inventory is reduced from 6 months to 6 days. Now you can see the impact of the inventory carrying cost for 6 months and 6 days and your profitability. Now further improvement in the technology. Some of you may not be knowing the facts now, the younger generations. I mean, telex, they never heard. You know how much when telephone cost used to cost earlier? I paid 300 rupees in 1980 for 3 minutes for lightning call. You see the cost of 1980 of 300 rupees for 3 minutes call. Now in 300 rupees, we use the whole month. Not only across the country. No one was having even STD phones. Now people don't know what is STD. So this is the revolutionary change has taken place in supply chain management. And as far as technology concerned, I think today 2 speakers has already spoken a lot about the technology, whether it is artificial intelligence or IoT, blockchain technology, now artificial intelligence, now defect technology. Artificial intelligence is going to change the entire world in the supply chain management. Take any area, but misuse of technology is matter of concern. Because development and destruction goes together. Vikas vinas ki janani hai. If you use the technology in a positive manner, we can do wonders. If the same technology we use in a negative manner, you can understand actually now what is happening in the Russia and Ukraine. We developed the weapons for our self-defense, but how much destruction is taking place? Is the defect technology we are talking, is it a new technology? How much say the defect technology, new technology? Can you raise the hand? Is defect technology new technology in India? No. It is new. It was there in India during the Ramayana period also. Marish Rishi changed his face to a mrug. Ravan changed the face. Surpankha changed the face. How? The technology was available in that time. You know, when the technology development goes to the peak, destruction starts from there. What was there in the Mahabharata? What Sanjay was narrating to the Dhritarashtra? That was out of technology. It was not that he was able to see that actually by his own eyes, naked eyes. No, the technology was available at that time also. But destruction came forward, Mahabharata use was there, and we know the result of that Mahabharata. So same things are, I think, around the world you can see now. What will they fate tomorrow? Even we don't know. In supply chain management, actually, we have reduced a lot of cost, lead time, and increase the profitability. That we are going to discuss during the day. My request to all of you to join the IMM courses and join the IMM membership. Because IMM reading material which we are developing ourselves is best among the 45 member countries of International Federation of Supply Chain Management in worldwide. We export the reading material to the overseas countries. And from there, you learn what we are doing, why we are doing, how we are doing, how we are supposed to do. In this organized such as seminars, I think lot of people has put lot of efforts, and even their day-to-day work, they have done exceptionally outstanding works in this Burnpur plant. So on the recommendations of the local committee, IMM branch committee, few of the members will be honored by the President Medal for their outstanding performance. I will be calling them. Please come here to receive the President Medal. Mr. Vimal Uguptan. Next is Mr. Rahul Kaushik. After Mr. Rahul, I will call Mr. Shyam Chinta. Next is Mr. Kiran Manaj. Sorry. Ms. Rohini, US. If I'll failing, if I don't honor the team leader, the chairman of the branch, may I request Mr. Abhay to come and receive the president order. Friends, we are short of time. I have to take the flight, so I will not speak much. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those wonderful words, and congratulations to all those medal winners. We'll break in for lunch at the present moment. The gift coupons will be available from 3 to 5 p.m. In case somebody has planned departure before that, you are requested to kindly contact the registration desk to collect your gift coupons. We'll meet out here exactly 1 hour from here now. Thank you so much. We can break in for lunch. And at the same time, please do not forget these wonderful speakers, Neeraj Bhartaria, MD Accenture, Sri Rajesh Rai, co-founder Innoverve Global Solutions and ex-director IBM, Sri Aninda Bhattacharya, wonderful speech and wonderful thoughts. And last but not the least, our Honorable National President of Indian Institute of Metal Management, Sri Lalit Raj Meena. Thank you, sir. After lunch break, we'll have 2 wonderful speakers coming up and speaking. That would be Rishi Raj Gandotra, and also Professor Dr. Samar Chaudhary, and also we'll have a conclave where we'll discuss about the various topics. We'll have 6 speakers discussing, and Javed sir being the moderator. Thank you so much. In fact, while you had registered yourself, your gift coupons have already been given to you. You are requested to collect your gifts between 3 to 5 p.m. In case you have a planned departure, kindly collect your gift from the registration desk. In case you plan to have a planned departure before 3 p.m. In case of our medical facilities, the Health World has a medical facility just at the exit entrance of the auditorium. We are thankful to all those wonderful sponsors who have sponsored this wonderful event. For all those who have joined me of late, a very warm welcome to all of you. We are breaking in for lunch. We'll be back at 2:45 to be precise. At 2:45 p.m., we'll again meet out here for the concluding session of today's Material Management Day event.
In a world where technology and innovation is revolutionizing the way industries operate, Adverb is helping.
Microphone. Mic down. Well, it's good afternoon, everybody. For all those who are joining me off late, a very warm welcome to all of you. I, being the voice of Indian Institute of Material Management, Burnpur chapter, would like to welcome you all to this wonderful afternoon. I hope the lunch was good, and I believe the discussions will be much better than that. I personally thank the President and Organizing Committee for those wonderful sessions and wonderful speakers who had come across. I had been speaking before I call upon the next speaker. In front of an empty audience, I request all those who are in the main hall to kindly come inside, because we are going to come up with something more interesting, because we got a speaker, a prolific speaker, a speaker who's going to tell us exactly what supply chain management is all about. Before I started off the morning session, I discussed with all of you, I laid stress upon two facts: supply chain management discussions. Why are they so crucial for business? They're important because of their optimization, reduced cost, improved efficiency, and ultimately enhanced customer satisfaction and profitability. These discussions help identify areas for improvement, sharing the best practices, enabling collaborative decision-making to streamline the flow of goods, information, and finances throughout the entire supply chain. The important areas where my next speaker is going to lay stress on is improved efficiency and cost reduction. He's going to speak about his experience in identifying the bottlenecks and the inefficiencies in the supply chain management and the processes of improvements and cost savings. Various insights and data sharing would be undertaken by him to optimize the inventory management and warehousing costs and improving the logistics. How effective supply chain management can lead to a significant reduction in the operation expenses while boosting profitability of your organization. You'd also be looking forward to the enhanced customer satisfaction and the services to help us better understand the customer needs. That is of utmost importance while we are looking forward to supply chain management. As it's written, it's all around us. We just need to pick it up at the right time and do the right thing at the right time. The next should be by improving the delivery times, ensuring the product reaches the right time, and help evolve a customer experience by providing better product information while tracking the returns of the management. Ladies and gentlemen, for all those who are joining me off late, we are pleased to have amongst us someone who is a seasoned professional in operations marketing and industrial automation. Originally from Dhanbad, Jharkhand, he completed school at De Nobili School, FRI. He is a commerce graduate from St. Xavier's College, Kolkata, a Xavierite. Hi, bye. That's nice. And holds an MBA in operations and marketing from Institute of Management, Nirma, University, Ahmedabad. That's good enough. That's why you are near him, I believe. Niti and Nirma are pretty close by. Okay. And during his postgraduate studies, he has also learned a Lean Six Sigma certification, further sharpening his process excellence skills. His career began with Huladek Recycling Private Limited as a waste management advisor, where he worked with corporates to manage e-waste and ensure compliance with extended producer responsibility guidelines. His initiatives led to the successful recycling of over 5 tons of e-waste from industrial giants in eastern India. And e-waste is of a major concern in SAIL ISP, no doubt about it. As a part of his MBA, this honorable gentleman had the go-to-market strategy for Impress by Bhool Data GmbH, a first-of-its-kind CRM solution developed in Germany, especially for the Indian MSME segment.
Currently, he is associated with Adverb Technologies Limited, India's leading and world's fastest growing robotics and warehouse automation company. In his role as a solution strategist, this gentleman would play a pivotal role in the digital transformation of supply chains and warehouse ecosystems across industries. His consultative work helps clients bridge the gap between traditional operations and the demands of the modern tech-enabled supply chain ecosystem. With a strong focus on innovation, ROI, and customer-centric design, ladies and gentlemen, let us call forward this trusted advisor in shaping the next generation of intralogistics infrastructure of SAIL ISP. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome to the center stage Associate Director of Advanced Technologies, Sri Rishi Raj Gandotra. A round of applause, sir. Please come up to the center stage.
Thank you. I believe the introduction was larger than my career itself, but I'll make sure to keep this PPT as little and as impactful as possible. So I believe we had our lunch. Can we have the presentation, please? Thank you. So we had our lunch right now. I believe some of us might be in a sleepy mode. So let's start with a small story. I'll say a story. At the end, you need to guess which company I'm talking about. I think this also had some lunch. It's a bit of sleepy mode. Thank you, sir. So back in 2019, a car manufacturing company decided to double its manufacturing capability. To do that, they invested lots and lots in the manufacturing center. Of course, manufacturing is our revenue center. So they put IoT, they put AI, they put best of the technologies in it to make, there was a simple goal. Manufacturing is a revenue center. If we invest in it, it will give us results. And that is what happened. But something that they failed at. Manufacturing was at its peak. Customer orders were at its peak. But something that they failed to realize was the supply chain. Supply chain, of course, is looked as a service. Service to ho jayegi, aap manufacturing karo. That is what we all have the understanding. So as soon as the orders rolled out, the products were in the market, something they started feeling was, where is the after sales? Where is the service? Where are the parts that I need to manufacture a new car? And that car manufacturing company started to decline. So 2 weeks back, there was a big headline. 900 engines are getting lost in span of 5 years. Anyone who knows which car company I'm talking about? Yes, gentlemen. Could you be a bit louder? Correct. So 900 cars went lost in the Kia Motors plant. What could have happened? If we reflect back, they invested heavily in manufacturing. But what they failed to ensure was how the supply chain is going to run. Someone back inside a warehouse is planning to take out an engine and we are not aware about it. Of course, how can we be? You're storing thousands of engines. You're storing lakhs of spare parts. But how can you ensure that these parts are kept inside the warehouse securely? The same thing has happened with Airbus. Airbus and Boeing, they have stopped taking any new orders from the customers because they are having a backlog of 2 years. They have the best manufacturing facility. But what is it stopping? Again, it's the supply chain. So presenting to you Adverb Technologies. As morning a gentleman rightly said that we are not against humans. It's not robots against humans. It's basically humans and robots collaboration. So Adverb is a warehouse automation company and a robotic automation company. What we deal into is robotics, warehousing, cobots. Now before I start my presentation, would like to give you an overview how this presentation has been made. So this is not an article picked up from any internet sources. It is a pure research that has happened. So 2 years back, my company had visited this particular plant to check what we can do best in the warehouse automation domain. And a year back, I visited Bokaro plant. There we did a lot of studies to see what are the sources where we can see what we can optimize. So these were the 4 critical places we found that can be stored. First is the central store. So before I move to central store, I would like to ask Mr. P.K. Jha sir, just before the lunch you said, how do you want the central stores to be? If you could just brief the audience a bit.
मेरा मानना है नो मैन स्टोर. Store should be technologically competent enough to handle everything without interference of human being.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Just keep this thing in mind. No man store. When we say no man, doesn't mean that we eliminate all the human beings. We just eliminate 3 Ds. Dull, dirty, and dangerous tasks. You do not expect a person to pick up 30 kg tote or a 50 kg pallet and take it down. We need to eliminate these tasks which are boring, dull, that no one wants to do. Second is the refractory stores. Now you get tons of bags coming inside the warehouse. You need to store it, process it, show a good visibility, and then send it to the production team. Third is the critical spare parts. Again, you need a bin-based access control system. And the fourth is any other type of pallet or bins which requires lot of selectivity while picking. So how do we solve these challenges? So I would be showing you a typical case study which answers all the challenges. The industry might not be same, but you will get a gist of what Sir intended to say when he meant by no human being inside a stores.
In a world where technology and innovation is revolutionizing the way industries operate, Adverb is helping business scale their supply chain with its cutting-edge warehouse automation solutions. IISCO partnered with Adverb to deliver a fully automated omni-channel warehouse with a unique blend of fixed and flexible automation powering peak performance. Concinity captures inbound data, classifies the SKUs as B2B or B2C.
So what you essentially saw here, as the materials are coming inside a warehouse, now this can be in form of pallets, it can be in form of bins. We take the pallets, we scan it with a lot of sensors. We heard a lot about IoT sensors today in the morning. So we capture the data, we know by your ASN, by your ERP also, that which material is coming inside the warehouse, how do we need to store it, where it has to be gone. As soon as I get the data, I always know, okay, this material will go to warehouse A, this material will go to warehouse B, and this warehouse, this material is material C, which has to be good immediately. I'll send it to cross-talk. Sir, please play the video.
Intelligently routing based on business requirements. Dynamo intelligently navigates and optimizes its path.
So we, in the morning, heard about agentic AI. Anyone remembers agentic AI when we spoke? So agentic AI is where a product or a machine sends out sensors sends out signals in the environment, tries to get the data and then acts. So these AMRs, they work along, sir, video play please.
Movement.
These works inside the warehouse along with the human beings, very safe to handle, and these are being plotted lot in Pune in lot of automotive companies. Now this typical solution is the best solve for the refractories, where the SKU count is limited, but the batch size is very big. Pallets will go inside the warehouse by a lift and get stored by an automatic system.
Concinity provides advanced sequencing to accommodate changing product priority and varying volume. Computer vision-enabled robotic system to depalletize cartons of different height and orientation.
Now typically for the stores, where we talk about fully automated stores, whatever bins, cartons come out from the vendors, we take it out, we store it in crate, and then everything is non-human.
B2C items to be picked.
As soon as the materials are inside the warehouse, your ERP gets to know, yes, material has been received, and now you need not worry about it.
Throughput.
So as soon as the material is stored, now the production team will tell me, I need this particular bin in 2 minutes. I need this particular items in 5 minutes. No need to tell me. Just tell your ERP. We will speak to your ERP and materials will be out. As soon as the material will be out, we will inform the plant, yeah, the material is ready. Please come and collect the bin. So no human manpower involved. The only task of human manpower is to put the crates inside the bins and then take the material inside. That's it. So while I visited the plants in Durgapur and Bokaro, what are the findings that we found out? First was maintaining right inventory. All we want is to maintain the right inventory, get the right materials at the right time, at the right person. This was the biggest challenge. Today we get an order from the production, we do not know where the material is. We go find out on an Excel or check that boring ERPs to find the material is. A team of 50 people goes, check the material, take that out material, then give it to the plant. 50 people in a single warehouse, that's a big number. How do we do it? Could you come again? So these are in Bokaro, Durgapur material store. The entire store I'm talking about, across over 7 floors. That is required. If you do it manually, yes, 40 to 50 people are required. But if you do it automated, 5 or 6 people are more than enough. Now, to maintain right inventory, what do we need to do is material traceability. We need to know where this material has been kept, how it has been kept. Now, how do I get to know how this material has been kept? Material visibility. So as soon as materials are inside the warehouse, I need to see my system. Okay, this material has been kept inside the warehouse, how it has been kept, in which form it is with the bins, or is it pallets, or in any other form. That is possible with the help of WMS, that is Warehouse Management System. Again, to have a good visibility, I need to have a sorted store and space utilization. We understand that we have a lot of space, but to consolidate all that space into a single warehouse is a big challenge. And how we can achieve is by only one way, that is ASRS, that is Automated Storage and Retrieval System, which I'll cover in next slide. The other 2 points are very important in this particular domain is real-time information exchange between manufacturing and warehouses. So be it a MESS system that is running a plant, or be it any other system, we need to interact with the WMS and that particular software. Only when that is possible, we can have a real-time information exchange. Any questions? Great. So what are the typical advantages if we go for warehouse automation? First is lean inventory management. So you will have a visibility of 100%. Sitting right now, you can get to know how much materials are there, which are the materials which might get depleted, say after 2-3 days. You can also connect it with your procurement platform so that before the material gets depleted, a GRN is sent that this particular material is needed at this particular warehouse. Second is space utilization. So as soon as you go with automation, you reduce about 60% of space. To give you a typical example, we have done a lot of automation nearby in Kolkata with respect to customers like Reliance, Unilever, Dabur, PepsiCo. And the amount of results that we have got, more than 80% of space has been just squeezed into 2,000 square feet. Third is accuracy. So today we find a lot of material mismatches happening. With automation coming into the picture, you can have an accuracy of 99.99%. Improve productivity. So as I started my presentation, the 3 Ds, the dull task, the dangerous task, that needs to be eliminated. As soon as those are eliminated, automatically your productivity will increase more than 85%. And of course, reduction in labor cost. Today, if we need to have a material, we are dependent on forklift operators. We are again dependent on the warehouse executives. With such system, any layman can operate these systems and you will be free of labor dependencies. So what is an ASRS? ASRS is any machine which automatically puts goods inside the warehouse and takes it out automatically without any human intervention. So for materials which we need higher selectivity, so suppose materials which are a lot of tools, bins, you have multiple SKUs kept inside one pallet, what type of automation would suit? this is a crane-based ASRS, can store 2 deep, 3 deep and single deep of pallets. With this you get a lot of productivity. So this particular solution we have deployed to n number of partners. Primarily and most relatable to this industry is IOCL in Paradeep, where we are storing 1 lakh storage bins in 2000 square meters. 1 lakh 1000 bins, mind you. So each pallet is a cubic space, 1000 by 1000 into various heights, say 1000 meters, 1000 millimeters or 1800 as well. And once you store it, the throughput that we're talking about is around 260 pallets in per hour and 260 pallets out per hour again. 1 ton? We can go up to 2.5 tons with these types of system. Then other customers that we have worked with in similar industry is Sundaram Clayton. Again, we are handling bags, tools, spare parts. And of course, Indian Navy and Indian Defense, where we are handling barrels basically. These cranes are typically crane-based ASRS running at a speed of 4 meters per second. Now just, I'll help you vision out how an old warehouse and a new warehouse difference can create a huge impact. So this is your typical old warehouse that you see today in and out every day, right? You have a forklift running inside a warehouse which requires 3.5 meter of space. Such a big space which is being used just to movement of forklifts. And this is what we propose. A fully dense storage solution wherein a forklift keeps the pallet on a shuttle and then shuttle keeps it inside the storage. This is a semi-automatic ASRS perfectly aligned for refractory parts for any SKU which has a large batch size. So if someone of you wants to see this live or any of the solutions live, we have n number of solutions deployed in Kolkata, in Paradeep. Just contact us. Now this, the previous that I showed you was a semi-automatic system. This is a fully automatic system, wherein the pallets are taken by a lift and then it is stored by a shuttle inside the storage system. Again, if we are looking for refractory storage or a fully automatic solution, this is the go-to solution. Now a question might come, see, I don't want to invest so much of money. You tell me a different solution for a single deep storage. You tell me a different solution for multi-deep storage. We also have a product that is a combination of single deep and double deep storage, which is what we call a 4-way or a cruiser 360 degree. So these can go in any direction, X, Y, Z. Z direction is by the left, X and Y is by itself. And suppose the shuttle goes under maintenance, other shuttle can travel by left and then take the part. Now, just one last slide from our end. So again, you might be storing your critical spare parts. These spare parts are high in value and there are a lot of chances that these parts can get stolen. You need a solution which has access-based control. So this is a CORSI or horizontal carousel, which is purely access-based. A person comes with an RFID, comes in front of it, you know which part is being picked up, who is picking it up, whose access it is. Not all the materials will have all the access to all the people. These bins can store up to 800 kgs and with different sizes. So be of any critical spare part, be it a transformer or a small nut or a bolt or a sensor, everything can be stored in these cages, which is totally bounded by glass and cage systems. So I think my time is over. Before leaving, I would like to thank ED Bokaro Steel Plant, the material management sir, who allowed me to navigate through Bokaro Steel Plant openly for 6 months, and through which we could come out what are the right solutions for the team. And of course, Shivam sir, who allowed us in Durgapur plant, ISP plant 3 years back, and with this we came to a solution. So I'm here throughout the day. Please feel free to reach out to me, and then we can visit your plant and discuss solutions openly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those wonderful ones. All we can speak about is the human-robot collaboration, the central store, the critical spares. Ashok, sir, we have time, so I can speak a little about us here. Liked about what P.K. Jha sir said, no man's store, and of course, about the invisible efficiencies and the interlogistics dilemma. Okay, what's most important about the fact is the way the storage can take place. I believe we have new stores coming up. We have one central receiving store, a G+2 coming up with Amitabh Mahala sir being the project owner of it, and another we have the oil godown and the metal yard coming up with KDS sir being the project owner of it. You can implement those strategies that are there. It will save your inventory space. They are the project owner and I am the project manager for those two projects. So I believe sir was looking forward to, ED sir was also looking forward to those things. Yes, maybe you can you can invent upon those ideas and come up with those innovative ideas. Thank you for this wonderful year. The next person whom I'd like to call upon to the center stage is someone who is presently engaged as a director of BOS of Education Wing of IIMM, including being an expert member of various committees. He bagged degree in discipline of science, arts, management, and awarded with PhD in management of operation, materials and logistics from University of Pune, known as Oxford of East. He worked with various government organizations, mainly in R&D under Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology, including SAIL and other public sector. He's engaged as a visiting professor in various universities, particularly in Pune University, IBB, Interdisciplinary of School and of Health Science. He has been an examiner, member of MHCET for admission in MBA, selection board member, recruitment advisor of CMA, research and a project guide of various IGNU students, research various duties in reputed organizational under government and private universities. He has been invited as chairman, guest of honor, speaker in various prestigious national and international conferences, and was awarded by the reputed organization, namely Mega Excellence Management Award by World Science Congress and Jadavpur University. Best Materials Manager in Government R&D, Sri P.C. Roy Memorial Award. What an outstanding career he has. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to honor, or in fact call up onto the center stage, he's already there, Professor Dr. Samar Rai Chaudhary. A round of applause, please, for the Director of Admin of Indian Institute of Material Management. So over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your all the ornamental words. Really, thank you. थोड़ा tone का खराब है, but time to lag हो रहा है. We are behind the time. So for the other speakers, I will make them comfortable to squeeze all the slides. I will go for only the outline. मेरे को चक्रवर्ती साहब का बात एक बहुत अच्छा लगता है. Previously I was in the Villa Steel Plant. इतने जो हम whatever we are doing for the AI or ML, how we are benefited with this, whether we could deploy all these things or not. If not, how we can do it? Absolutely right question, and the answer is, sir, already given, that without the AI and the ML, now we cannot go for the global competitions. Since in the academic area, I will give the outline only and let you understand just a student, those who are here, who can interact me in future. Every day you are working in the workshop, you have the data, take this data, make an article, send to me from the IIM office. I try to publish, not only IIM, I am in the editorial board of few good journals also. So who are the executives, those who are working as a manager, senior manager, they are the pioneer of the plant and they can give the solutions for the AI. $1 में मैं Amazon से खरीद के IBM से खरीद के let we understand the things, but you can input your data, then that to be analyzed. So basically, I am coming to that point. Today's title is very important. That is redefining supply chain management. Why we are going to redefine? First question. So next, if you go to the brochure, so then you see these all 5 points they have given us to speak. So I also will be confined. It is in the brochure previously. When I got the invitation, these 6 points were there. Out of the 6 points, I will not go beyond that. So within that 6 points, I will just give the outline of the artificial intelligence and the machine learning in supply chain. My domain is not the entire. Even in the steel plant, I will not speak about the production and the maintenance. I will speak about only through the supply chains and the logistics, because it is the outline decided by the authority, by the management of IIM Burnpur branch. And the second one is the sustainability. Sir, 60 के बाद logistic कैसे हमारा health को damage कर रहा है, that also I will tell. In these 2 areas, I will speak, and ultimately what will be our future. But before that, let me understand. My speech is in the 2-dimensional, A and B. What is that? That is overview of supply chain, you know very well. Thereafter, after exploring how AI enhances efficiency and productivity in SCM, including the steel plant, then you will come for the analyzing the interrelationship between AI technology and the supply chain management. This is the part 1. If we can implement into the steel plant, there will be the 2 issues. What is that? That economic sustainability and the development. How far we can go for the profit. Second thing, the environmental sustainability. In the last slide, the second point is the environmental sustainability, because every day during the transportation, various pollutants, that is why I asked that professor, just you say that whenever carbon is emitted, I know in the cements, they don't allow any supplier carbon footprint, if it is detected, they will reject the material. At least Siemens German, I had an interaction. So why? It is for our universe, for me. So why we are going to say it is redefining? Most important topics today. The traditional supply chain we know, the orchestration of sourcing, production, logistics to ensure the products and services move efficiently from suppliers to customers. That's all right. It is a traditional. And in the traditional, you see, in each step, we used to pass the information one group to the another group. But in the modern supply chain, from your laptop, you can understand from the factory to the customer if you click the buttons, and it is visible what is happening, where it is happening, and what solution and you can take also. So we are switching over from the traditional to the modern. And that is why the redefining is there. But can you say that the traditional, whatever these are there, whether we have changed fully? Not. 80% more than the manufacturing unit, including MSME, SME, everybody is more or less 80% following this traditional procedure due to the 2 reasons. One is the cost, basically, and the manpower. So what happened, you know? What is redefining? You see, the traditional is efficiency, cost reduction, inventory control, time delivery. अभी भी मेरा steel plant यही चलता है. And the new now emphasize the resilience, agility, transparency, collaboration, and innovation. Why? Because the need, the globalization, digitization, sustainability, customers' expectation, and disruption. That is why the transformation from the traditional to the SCM is redefining. What is our title? Next. So you see, we always use all these formula, and these formula still stands. Next, we have the lot of the graphical tools for effective inventory management, taking considerations of the traditional theory and the practices. We are coming to the new one. So if you come to the traditional supply chain, everything is there. We are not doing anything. We are accepting. And for the globalizations, we are coming from the traditional inventory management, supply chain management, to the generative deep learning, machine learning, and then the artificial intelligence. So the redefining is very much needed, and the since the era is changing, we have to go to that side. Now, before that, 2 lines. Everybody knows it, but I will recapitulate with the 3 sentences. So what is the artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence, AI, refers to the capability of machines to perform tasks that typically require human intelligence. सर भी बोल रहा था, जब तक मेरा दिमाग से उसमें इनपुट नहीं देंगे, artificial intelligence कुछ नहीं कर पाएगा. So how we can do this? That is why I am telling, sir, those who are very much experienced after the ED or these all, they have retired, they have lot of the data in their brain. Please transfer to the new executives. Let them study, let them apply, give the opportunity beyond the job, how this can be resolved, you make it. So, thereafter, this includes learning experience. There's eminent personalities are there. They have their own experience, understanding natural language, recognizing patterns, and making decisions. Ultimately, AI is the decision maker at present through the 5G, means whatever we will give the input, suppose आपका converter सब में 7 furnace है, अभी इसमें कुछ प्रॉब्लम है, तो मेरा जब मैं वहाँ पे रॉ मटेरियल डाल रहा था, तो देखा जाने this AI is telling no, this may damage. Immediately you go for the 3rd furnace. That is the AI. AI will give immediate solution what to do and what and when to do. So this enables computer and system to perform complex tasks more efficiently, accurately than humans being. Because workflow में हम लोग तीनों बैठा है, तो तीनों का 3 decision हो सकता है, but the AI will give the right direction. So what now I am coming in short. The application of AI in SCM. I am going only for the SCM. You see the risk factor determination, logic and goods quality check, customer service help. Next is the implementing solution on spot in logistics, and the customer service and error management on delivery. AI ka application ही, at least these are the major area. So what we can integrate? We can integrate AI with the major 3 services. One is the big data analysis. Second is the IoT, that whatever the data you are taking, putting into the computer or into the system. And next one is the cloud services. So very important, this is the cloud services for the small entrepreneur or the medium-sized manufacturing. They do not have that much infrastructure or this much big hardware. So what they can do, they can take rent, or they can collaborate with the cloud side, and they can implement the AI. Because now the AI is coming as a challenging work for us. So this cloud service is required, and it is very, I did few case services, they are successful. So now, what is the correlation factor? 1960 se chalu kijiye, that was the 1G. Thereafter it came to the 2G. Thereafter came to the advanced AI applications with the significant human collaboration, that the 3rd G, 3G, and then complex AI-driven decision making till it is going, that is the 4G, and the accurate decision and the present applications is the 5G, which is highly integrated AI, human collaboration transforming roles and creating dynamic supply chain. We are going to the 5G era. So next, taken, sir? Yeah. Now, AI application in steel plant. हम तो in general पढ़ लिया है, हमको तो पता है. Those who are young, definitely they should go. In each department, their use is different, tools are different, benefits are different. So what is, I have given the charge, I am the supply chain professional, I will speak about the supply chain and the inventory management and the emission monitoring, emission where the logistic, transport. So in the supply chain, there's only two things. Forecast demand हमको मालूम होना चाहिए, जो हमारा next door क्या चाहिए उनको कब चाहिए, ये मेरे को forecast करना है. Second thing है, उसी के मुताबिक inventory रखना है. So that is why the just-in-time inventory as a old pattern it is coming for the forecast, demand and the inventory. And in the logistic, that is a government regulation also, you have to check that how far it is emitting the pollutant. These two factors, professionals are responsible. And for this, coming to the major issue, for the supply chain professional, they have to go for the demand forecasting model, AI-based logistic planning. Sir, ये matter आपका कोई भी अच्छा गेट पास करके जो सब आते हैं, they can borrow something from the Amazon or IBM, and they can day-to-day can give the input, and they can make their own model for the steel plant. So demand forecasting models you can create for yourself. So another AI-based sensor data analysis also can be created. I know that. I'm coming into the next slide, who did it. So, sorry. Now, again, for the demand forecasting, I have told you that what tools we require. Tools are there, time series, machine learning, deep learning, auto ML, Amazon forecast, Google auto ML. In the market, lot of the tools are available. For the AI-based logistic planning, route optimization, dynamic scheduling, digital twin models, AI platform, IBM, Western, SAP, IBM, Microsoft, everybody is in the market. No need to purchase everything. Just pay something, let them learn over this. I know that the billion people, students are coming to the steel plant. They can, as per their need, they will prepare that model. We will give the training from IIM also. What is the benefit? That forecast demand, accurate, predict future demand, and next one is the improved delivery timeline, reduce fuel and transport cost, minimize downtime due to supply issue. So these all tools can be used for the demand forecasting as well as that inventory control. So in the forecasting, what are the algorithms? Everybody knows it. Algorithms are random forest, extreme gradient boosting, and light gradient boosting machine. If these three areas, theoretically, if anybody learn, and then that go for the practices, they can develop this software. So from this algorithm, whatever the steel plant can use, forecast demand for different steel grades based on seasonality, customer orders, market trends. Sir, if you can put me as a consultant, I do not know. You will give me the data, then I will prepare. Why not your people can do the same thing inside the plant? Give them the scope, definitely it will come. So after the steel plant, now I am coming, what is the gist of the today's discussions? First of all, IoT, time है ना नहीं है? IoT collects the data, आपके पास से data collect करेगा, machine learning उसको analyze करके देगा, और AI will take the decision. So how they work together in steel plant. कितना टाइम है बताइए. So company wise, and now I am coming some statistical data, and it is very nice that not discovered from my side, or I have published in an article. I have collected through ChatGPT and few of the sites from the American Associations of the Supply Chain Management. So this cost company-wise growth through SCM after implementation of AI, in general, that cost reduction 15 to 20%, revenue growth 5 to 10%, workforce 30 to 50%, overall growth is a 20-30. Sir, it is the most important that global AI impact, this is our country, around 15.7 trillion to global economy by 2030. Our Prime Minister already announced it, and we have tested. This is not the hypothesis, it is a tested factor, and we will reach to the 15.7 trillion with the growth of the 26% in AI-driven sector. Now you shall understand, if your sector is not AI-driven, we cannot reach. So we have to focus on the AI-driven. And next is the productivity increase around 20 to 40%. If you each shop, suppose supply chain, he will give the 20%. If in the production, he may give the 25%. Ultimately, the goal for the company-wise growth, already it is tested and proven. Within the 2030, we are coming to this. So next is the industry-specific growth. छोड़ दीजिए सर, ये तो हम मालूम है sales growth आपका retail market में Amazon, Walmart का कितना है, but in average logistic transportation में around 25 to 50%, 30 to 40%. Healthcare, where I work, till health work में the maximum 37% the CAGR, and the reaching we are 190 billion by 2030. So in the entire health sector, wherever you are go to the hospital, diagnostics, everywhere, there is around 190 billion will be the growth with the 30 to 40% diagnosis time. सर मैं एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ. आज आप जाइए ब्लड टेस्ट करिए, आपका entire diagnosis within the 7 hours maximum and the minimum 1 hour आपके हाथ में आ गया. So this time is reduced to diagnose for your health around 30 to 40%. So in one sense we are going for the growth, another also we are sustainable with the present condition. Next. So what is the real world? Again coming to the steel, I have collected this. In the steel sector, that after the AI application, the Tata uses AI for predictive maintenance only, not any other area, not in supply chain. If anybody tells that is not the right. A Tata, we are just focusing them, not 100% AI, only the predictive AI, predictive maintenance and quality inspection through the AI. And the POSCO Korea is one of the best company in Korea. They apply for the control blast furnace temperature and optimize output. And ArcelorMittal sir employs AI for energy efficiency and real-time defect detection. So in the steel plant, these 3 cases have been studied and seen that we can grow after the implementations of the AI. So what is, now you can question, sir, ये जो data previously आप दिए हैं, ये कहाँ से आपको मिला है? And not that. Lot of the consultants in the country like PwC, McKinsey, Gartner, Accenture, World Economic and Deloitte and IDC, they are studying and they are selling also. So under that, they are studying in the different way. And you see only the first for the PwC announces that AI to contribute 40% to global GDP by 2030, whatever the Prime Minister also told, the 30% growth, and that is tested by the PwC, and 20 to 30% in the productivity gain. So there is no other way just to go out with the AI. Whatever the sector, whatever the area, if it is a small or a big or chronologically we will adapt, but you start that concept, it is available. So ultimately, you see, this is, I have collected this data for the profit and the growth of the industries on applications of the AI. आप देखेंगे, जो baseline is this, and from the information communication, that is the maximum because IT sector, they are the best one, and then the education sector, everything you see, that growth, steady growth after application of AI from 3.4 to 4.8, 0.9 to 1.6. Now definitely the eminent audience will be in the same opinion. We are redefining the supply chain management and adaptations of the AI only will be the key area for our growth and sustainability. So what happened? My part 1 is over. Now part 2, maximum 5 to 7 minutes I will take. That is good looking. Growth is gone. And steel plant also will come because we will adopt lot of the modules, tools and then. देखिए सब profit तो हो गया लेकिन biosphere क्या हुआ? What is our situation? Cardiovascular, because in that sector I work. So current situations of the environment due to the SCM and the logistics, very much affected with the air pollution, deforestation, ground hazards, and the negative impact on human well-being. ये जो negative impact है इसका भी statistics मैं दिया हूँ, लेके आया, आप देखिए. So what is the sources from the steel plant or during the supply chain when that your particulate matter PM2, but ultimately various gases are coming out and which is affecting the human health. So what is the statistics? That health impacts in the air pollution, water pollution, noise pollution, and due to the supply chain management, you see that air pollution death estimated at 7 million annually. 7 million annually, that is reported by the World Health Organization, and SCM related activities के लिए ये हम 7 million लोग आदमी को हम lose करते हैं. And second, the maritime, जो ocean में जाते हैं, वो shipping contributes 60,000 premature death annually, primarily due to SOx emission near port cities. These are the statistics. So next, there is a mostly last slide. This is a very alarming situation, very alarming situation, that whenever the pregnant lady, the baby is in the ovary, so all these pollutant goes inside, and the risk of infant mortality, in addition to the infants and the children who are exposed, may be more likely to develop asthma. Some research even suggested in an increased risk of preeclampsia. Means उनका जो underweight हो रहा है, उनका जो asthma हो रहा है, इसका reason अब देखिए. Reason is this supply chain का control नहीं है. That is why whoever is coming to the world, that is also infected baby we are giving. So we have to be cautious. So that the third point was the sustainability and the environmental. That is why I have taken this. So next is the what will be the strategy? We have to go for the green logistics, emission regulation, sustainable practices, adaptation of clean energy, and the policy intervention. मैं मिस्टर गडकरी, हमारा नितिन गडकरी सर के साथ मेरा 2 बार इंटरैक्ट हुआ था इन द मराठा चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स में. वो लास्ट में बोला है, जी यू जस्ट डू वर्क ओवर ऑल दिस, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट है. इतने मेहनत करके आज हम हैं, और आज हमारे घर में जो छोटा बच्चा आएगा उसी को सप्लाई चेन ही कंट्रोल कर सकता है. सो नाउ व्हाट विल बी द फ्यूचर? दिस इज माय कंक्लूजन. यू सी द बॉय लुकिंग इन हाउ वन सेंस, पापा आप बहुत बड़ा प्रोडक्टिविटी लेके आया, लेकिन आप जब मेरे का जन्म दिया है, it is a shadow. So this is our alarming, and summary is the fruition of our environmental protection initiatives is contingent upon our collective resolve to take the decisive and informed action. So next is this, the last but not the least. कोई slide नहीं है. देखिए young gentleman, nothing is more powerful than an idea whose time has come. आपका idea हम implement करेंगे. It is said that idea comes from the thought which is first born in the mind and then happens on the ground. Such as idea, time, and the need has arisen now with several challenges, that is the environment and the opportunity, application of the AI to get the profitability. So these challenges, environment and opportunity, my growth. Ultimately, my last suggestion is that you do your homework, do the teamwork, do the hard work, and then the network. Ultimately, you will can take this challenge, and whatever the opportunity through the AI, then supply chain management will be sustainable, and the company will reach into their desired goal, what we expect. So, thank you very much. And this is my all various students who are in different university. They have given me a lot of the inputs. Thank you very much, sir, for your listen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That's a wonderful performance by Samar, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful. We'll be having some more questions coming up when the panel comes up, sir.
Yes, sir. Any question? And beyond that, in the website, my name is also there, being a director, not only for the education. Theoretically, मैं थोड़ा ज़्यादा बोलता हूँ, लेकिन मैं बोल रहा हूँ स्टील प्लांट में AI एप्लीकेशन छोड़ के तो कोई रास्ता नहीं है, लेकिन AI में इतना ये डेवलप करेगा स्टील प्लांट. टाटा साहब तो सिर्फ प्रिडिक्टिव मेंटेनेंस में है, आप इन ईच कॉर्नर में कर सकते हैं. इफ एनी हेल्प इन सॉर्ट ऑफ द थिंग्स रिक्वायर्ड, आई एम फॉर यू. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you, sir. What we recollect is why are we redefining it, the essential graphical tools for effective supply chain management, integration of AI with other services, especially the 3 big data analysis, cloud services, IoT, Application in steel industry, what I liked was the domain, usage, tools and benefits, how you bifurcate all those and analyze and come out with a solution. The supply chain and inventory optimization, the emission monitoring, global AI impact, economics contribution, industry-specific growth, uses of AI in real world, especially the way he focused it out, predicting the real-life analysis with Tata Steel, POSCO, and Mittal Steel. The statistical data of profit and growth of industries on application of AI helps us visualize a holistic approach to the necessity of implementation of AI. Effects of AI has to be kept in mind before AI is embraced to avoid what he termed as a sudden infant death syndrome. Strategies of reduction, last but not the least, what he concluded is something that I really love. Nothing is more powerful than an idea whose time has come. The time has come for AI, so we are going to look forward to it. Ladies and gentlemen, for all those who joined me of late, a very warm welcome to all of you. I, being the voice of the show, would like to welcome you all to today's wonderful conclave, a conclave that celebrates the Materials Management Day. The next session that we have for you is a presentation where we have Minex coming up and presenting us with a wonderful presentation. After Minex, we'll be having Vinay Kamble with a paper presentation, and after that, we'll be having Team M Junction coming up with a presentation. That is what is supposed to follow. If you're looking forward to collecting your gift items, that level from 3 o'clock onwards, please do collect your gift items. In case of any issues, you can contact the registration desk. Over to you, sir.
That would you? Okay, fine. I can.
Yes.
Good afternoon to all CXOs present here and the delegates. I am from Minex Melt Treatment. Earlier it was Minex Metallurgical. I am not a SCM person, but representing my company, and the presentation was given to me by our SCM head to make use of this opportunity to brief you what Minex is actually has adapted towards sustainability and reducing greenhouse effect. Minex, a lot of people may not be knowing Minex in this except for steel industries like users. We are a very old company. 4 decades ago, Minex was formed as India's foremost specialty alloy company with wide capabilities that serves as a benchmark for the industry. Minex has been the helm of the alloying industry, providing total alloying solutions. In ISP, we are providing total calcium management solution, which is in line with our this company's motto of providing total alloying solutions. We are present in not only in steel industries, also in aluminum industries like non-ferrous foundries as well as ferrous foundries. With 4 manufacturing units in India, started near Nagpur, Vasai region in Maharashtra, are backed by a quality management system, ISO. We are present in business for more than 4 decades, as I said, and almost in all major customers across the India. As I have, in my previous slide, I have given that 3rd generation product procurement award. Minex was, by Maharashtra government, Minex was awarded in 2024 the Sustainability Award in Procurement. Why that award was given is there in this presentation. As sustainability is the key point nowadays, product like India is aiming to achieve net zero emission by 2070, and is being wholeheartedly supported by brands, business and customers, the road to meet climate goals lies in the adoption of a sustainable life cycle. Protection of the environment is an issue of key concern which has permeated into all spheres of life. Corporates are increasingly joining the fight against the global climate crisis. Entire globe is serious about the climate crisis. That's the reason World Climate Summit, which is the leading forum for business and investment-driven solution to climate change, is held annually since 2010. Why going green is important for industrial sectors? The industrial sector, which includes the manufacturing industry, is among the top contributors of greenhouse gas emissions around the world. According to a report, it was last year's report, by Climate Change Panel, the industrial sector emits approximately 21% of greenhouse gas and ranks third after the energy production and agricultural. The continued depletion of natural resources has led corporations that have large energy requirements to become more environmentally aware than ever. This is because not only do green initiatives save on cost, reuse resources and meet compliance requirements, but they also help to create brand recognition. This is where we are also focusing on brand recognition, that I'll come in my few further slides. Role of procurement department in green initiatives. As the population of the world grows, resources are becoming scarce. It is crucial that corporates take responsibility for their impact on the environment. One way that they can do this is through sustainable procurement, which is the process of purchasing goods and services in a way that supports sustainable development. Let us demonstrate our procurement department, Minex procurement department, what kind of initiatives we are taking. Renewable energy, in the field of renewable energy, then energy efficiency, promoting green vendors, and green office and factories. Renewable energy plays a critical role in promoting sustainability and reducing greenhouse gas emission. The use of renewable energy sources such as wind, solar and hydro can help to reduce reliance on fossil fuels, which are the primary source for greenhouse gas. To meet the above objective, we procured solar panels and installed at our factory premises. We have installed windmill also at Dhule. Overall green power generated for the financial year 2023-24 is around 19.75 lakhs units, which is around 38.5% of our total power consumption. And in 2024-25, we are almost close to 50%. Our consumption of power is almost 50% in through renewable resources. The most important part in this is reputation and branding benefits. By demonstrating a commitment to sustainability, we have been able to enhance our brand reputation and appeal to customers who prioritize sustainable practices. Here we have shown how much of which one? Sorry. Pointer. We have given that 19,75,000 of kWh we have produced through green route. Now, further energy efficiency in procurements are improving energy efficiency can help reduce carbon emission or greenhouse effects. So how we have improved our energy resource requirements, like selecting energy efficient products and services, replacing factories induction motors to energy efficient motor having IE4 standards, new generation induction furnace. We also use induction furnace for our products for ferrous and non-ferrous industries. So we have replaced our old induction furnace with new generation induction furnace with higher capacities. All the halogen bulbs or other bulbs we have replaced with LEDs, which are 75% less energy consumed. Water conservation also is a part of our renewable energy, effective energy uses. Air pollution, again, reducing the air pollution again is a part of our energy efficient uses. Not only that, Minex is doing all this initiative to reduce the energy uses level or greenhouse gas emission reduction level, but we can also do the audit. How can you constantly improve on this? So, benefits of energy efficiency in procurement, cost saving by around 10.4%. Environmental benefits, we have been able to reduce greenhouse gas emission and environmental impact, improved operational efficiency. We have improved operational efficiency by implementing energy saving measures and reputation building. We have done another good thing, that we have promoted the green vendors. We are procuring almost 3,000 metric ton per annum from one of our supplier at Brazil, because they are 100% on renewable energy, thereby showing our commitment towards sustainability. Vendor using LNG vehicles to dispatch our raw material. It is established that the use of CNG and LNG technology can reduce greenhouse gas reduction compared 5 to 10% compared to conventional diesel technology. Office environment, paperless office, replacing old ACs with energy efficient ACs, and virtual meeting. These are all, other like aspects of having your commitment towards green environment. Lastly, I would like to just mention a few points. We are associated, as I said, associated with ISP for total calcium management. A lot of ACM activities are involved in total calcium management also, like lead time for raw material import, because the raw material used for total calcium management is calcium, which is 100% imported item. So this import is 60 days, almost 60 days, and we have to maintain the inventory. This is actually a very smart project taken over by ISP 3.5 years back. And from last 2.5 years, we are associated with ISP with this project. And maybe this total calcium management project can other cell plants also can adapt, so that not only they will be able to maintain their quality steel production, secondary steel, in secondary metallurgy, but at the same time they will be assured of a good performance from their vendors. In this total calcium management, the supplier not only maintains your inventory, but also give you result on KPI based. Here, any customer is paying after the 1 month job is over. So prior to that, bringing the inventory material, import the material, keep stock at our own plant, keep stock at customer premises, is all done by the supplier. all this inventory cost are getting saved by the actual end users. So this is a very smart project taken over by ISP, as I said, and I hope other steel plants will also. Some of the private organizations have already adopted this. In government steel plants also, SAIL, Bhilai and RINL is already in calcium management. Maybe other RSP and Bokaro steel plant can think of going for this total calcium management. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, sir, for the wonderful words. We just got a feel of what Minex is all about and how does it go ahead with AI especially. The next presenter that we have for you is someone from SAIL ISP. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a paper presentation by none other than our own boy, that is Vinay Kambale. Vinay, could you come up to the center stage, please? After this, we'll be having a sponsor presentation that will be Team Metal Junction presenting out. Kindly keep your presentation ready, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My name is Vinay Kamble. I am Deputy Manager in Department in ISP. I'll be presenting my paper actually, which I have submitted in the Souvenir. And this is actually a research paper. I'm also pursuing PhD in Supply Chain Management from Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. So kind of a research paper is this. So yeah, the topic is building a resilient supply chain, the role of digitalization in enhancing resilience capabilities and performance. Yeah. So the background of this study is study is to identify the supply chain resilience dimensions and how these dimensions are impacted by the supply chain digitalization, and how overall the digitalization and the resilience impacts the overall supply chain performance of the firm. So basically, this is the background of this study. So any study which is conducted, we have to have some motivation behind it. The motivation behind my study is that recent disruptions which had happened in supply chain. As we all know, COVID, then this famous photo of 2021, the Suez Canal blockage, and this geopolitical tension at Russia and Ukraine war. The supply chain was disrupted during this process, and many companies had suffered. So the motivation behind this study was to identify how these disruptions can be tackled and how the supply chain resilience can be made more stronger in the disruption. So moving further, the four main research questions which identified from the literature was what are the critical dimensions of supply chain resilience? Then research question 2 was which supply chain resilience dimensions are impacted by the supply chain digitalization. Then which SCR dimensions impact the supply chain performance. And overall, what is the holistic connection between the supply chain digitalization, supply chain resilience, and supply chain performance. The review methodology which I have used over here is, I have done the systematic literature review of 158 papers. I have gone through the peer review journals indexed by ADBC, Scopus, and I have referred to various databases of Scopus, JSTOR, Emerald, SARS Direct, EBSCO host. And I have adhered to the Prisma statement where I have done the elimination of the articles which I have shortlisted. So initially, in the initial search, I had 1,113 articles through which I have eliminated various articles through, duplicate articles, then ineligibility of the journal. So at the end, I had 158 articles which I have referred for conducting this research paper. So the types of papers, I had 54 papers that had analyzing the SCR and its dimension, then 40 articles that highlight the SCR dimensions that are impacted by the SCD, then 44 articles that highlight the SCR dimensions impact the SCP, then 20 articles that highlight the connection between SCD and SCP. And this schematic diagram is 60% of the papers which I have referred are of empirical research, then 19% of literature review, 18% is of conceptual and theoretical, and 3% are case-based study, case study based. So through the literature, I have identified what are the SCR dimensions. So basically the major three dimensions of SCR are absorptive capability, responsive capability, and recovery capability. Basically the absorptive capability when we talk about is like before the disruption, how much the firm can absorb the shock of the disruption. That is the basic meaning of absorptive capability. So in absorptive capability, the firm should have the situation awareness, visibility of what is going to come towards them, and the redundancy, the inventory which they have built up. So whether their inventory will be, whether they will survive the inventory which they have built up during the disruption. Then second is responsive capability. The responsive capability is during the disruption, how your firm responds. In responsive capability, how agile is your firm? How quickly you can deliver the materials whichever you have, whichever orders you have, how quickly you can deliver and you respond to the orders during the disruption. And the third one is recovery capability. The recovery capability is the the firm's ability to recover to its original state after the disruption. So basically the supply chain resilience is divided into three parts: before disruption, during disruption, after disruption. So based on this, the framework was developed that supply chain digitalization impacting the SCR dimensions, namely absorptive, responsive, and recovery, and SCR dimensions impacting the supply chain performance, and supply chain digitalization directly impacting the supply chain performance of the firm. So the study findings are basically through different researchers. The first proposition was proposed: the enhancement or implementation and the use of various SCD tools leads to better SCP of the firm. The second proposition, like the Calavante researcher has suggested that strong data analysis in digital supply networks supports efficient inventory strategies. So proposition 2 was to deploy SCD tools in businesses achieve better SCR absorptive capability during supply chain disruption. Then a third proposition was using SCD tools in business enhances SCR reaction capabilities during supply chain disruptions. This is backed up by the research done by Ivanov et al. And the fourth proposition was using SCD tools in the firms lead to better SCR recovery capability during supply chain disruption. And the fifth proposition is the SCR absorptive dimension may positively impact or negatively impact the firm's SCP during the supply chain disruption. This is because the absorptive capability can have a positive or a negative impact on the supply chain performance. Because during the when we talk about the absorptive capability, there is a trade-off between spending and saving, cost saving. So what happens in absorptive capability, that the firm tends to build up their inventory in order to respond to the disruptions. So that, what happens that the spending is done more and the savings is done less. So that's why in absorptive capability, the firm's supply chain performance can have the negative impact. The propositions 6 and 7 are backed up by the Petit et al. 2013 research. In the event of supply chain disruption, SCR recovery dimension has a positive impact on supply chain performance of firm. And in the event of supply chain disruption, SCR response dimension has a positive impact. So recovery dimension and response dimension have the positive impact on the supply chain performance of the firm. This is backed up by the research conducted by Pettit. The limitations of this, limitations and the future research of this paper are, I have gone through most of the databases, but I have not gone through the Web of Science database. This is one of the limitations of this research. And also I could not include all the articles which I have gone through. Maybe I have gone through 150, and maybe there may be more articles. However, I have missed some articles. And then the future research for this framework which I have developed is the framework SCD, SCR and SCP can be empirically tested. Then mediating and moderating effects between the SCD, SCR and SCP can be done. And additionally, the organization culture, leadership, how these play the role in supply chain resilience and supply chain performance of the firm can be included in this research. So to conclude, the study demonstrates how 3 SCR dimensions are impacted by the SCD, and how these dimensions impact the SCP of the firm. And the study encourages the various facets of the capability enhancement, and through digitalization, businesses can regain flexibility, agility, and efficiency by reconstructing their value creation logic. At the end, I would like to just play a video of supply chain resilience. Sir, can you please?
Devesh, can you restart it so the audio comes long? Okay, as you get ready for that, Devesh, I'll just they're going to wait it. After that, we're going to have our presentation coming up from M Junction, and after that, we'll be having the most awaited panel discussion with the experts from the world of supply chain management. It will be moderated and coordinated by none other than ED, CMMG, Syed Javed Ahmed sir. We'll be having wonderful speakers. We'll be having guest Ajay Kumar Chakravarti sir, EDMM Bhilai. We'll be having Anil Kumar sir, EDMM RSP. We'll be having Sir C.R. Mishra, EDMM Bokaro. We'll be having Sir P.K. Jha sir, ex-ED Chairman, Secretariat CEO Office. We'll be also having amongst us Sri Amitav Srivastava sir, ex-EDMM Bokaro Steel Plant. And of course this young gentleman from Adverb Technologies, Rishi Raj Gangotra. Because if you have any queries, all the presentations that we have done till date, then kindly do note them down, because we're going to have the panel discussion coming up very soon. Yeah, please, sir. Okay, can I have
The one certainty in these uncertain times is that supply chains will continue to get disrupted. BCG research indicates that only 10% of the companies are truly resilient against these disruptions. Where does your company stand?
Okay, there's a technical snag. Yeah. What question did you have, sir?
You are really brilliant, whatever I understood, but that.
The one certain The one certainty in these uncertain times is that supply chains will continue to get disrupted. BCG research indicates that only 10% of the companies are truly resilient against these disruptions. Where does your company stand? Geopolitical tensions will escalate and multiply, and so too will trade barriers. Further aided by inflation and interest rate changes, economic volatility is increasing. In this scenario, it is imperative that companies invest now in building their supply chain resilience. There's a 1-2 punch to knock out the impact of supply chain disruptions. The first element is the ability to absorb shocks to the supply chain. Supply chains have historically been optimized for cost, customer service, and access to markets and raw materials. Resilience needs to become an additional input into the fundamental design. Design of my supplier networks, my sourcing strategy, the manufacturing footprint, and the distribution structure, to ensure that disruptions in one region do not cause disruptions to my full supply chain. Product design can also become flexible and modular to allow substitution of source components rapidly. The second element of this 1-2 punch is responding to crises quickly when they occur. The key to this is building supply chain visibility and transparency end-to-end. Monitor external events that can impact your operations and track lead indicators that can help discern changes to demand and supply early. Scenario modeling, for example through digital twins, can also help design responses to crises at a quick pace. And finally, build an organization that rewards agility and flexibility and is able to respond to crises rapidly.
मिश्रा सर, शायद ये आपके दिमाग में रहेंगे कि कैसा प्रेजेंटेशन था, चल नहीं रहा था, आखिरकार में चल गया. एक जोरदार ताली हो जाए for Vinod Kamble, the guy from ISP who made it an amazing presentation. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors and I hope you get your PhD. And Samar sir will clap for it. Right, sir. Thank you so much. The next presenter that we'll have in the center stage is the team from Metal Junction. Team in Junction, sir, could you come up to the center stage, please? And I'll take your tea here. Tea is being served to you at the table.
Good afternoon. Myself, Kaustav Kobi, and my colleague Kaushik Nandi will be joining me. So we are from M Junction. Since morning, we heard Abhik sir and Javed sir mention few keywords: innovation, digital transformation, e-commerce. Now this is the core of M Junction, and this has set the platform for us. We have been innovating since we started, and our motto is innovating for outcomes. And which is evident from fact that we conducted the first coal auction in this country, we conducted the first spectrum auction in this country, and recently we conducted the IPL media auctions. Now, we both will be talking about three such solutions, both on the selling side as well as on the buying side. I will talk about first liquidation of surplus spares, a solution for liquidation of surplus spares, and then customer engagement. And Kaushik will be taking over with solution for procurement solution. Can I have the video, please? Thank you. So now, can we have the presentation? Next, can I have the ticker?
Sure.
So we saw the challenges. Now, surplus spares. Most of the manufacturing companies buy spares, and over a period of time, we find that those have not been used because of various reasons, and these companies are stuck with these spares, and then they really do not know what to do with this. And so we come up with a solution which has two parts. One, intra-organization visibility. The second is going to an online space and selling this at a fair price. Fair price, when I say, it should be higher than the scrap prices. So that's the solution that we have. Now, internal selling is basically where there are organizations with large number of units, or they have got multiple dealers or closed group network where these pairs are not being liquidated, or people do not know within the organization that these pairs exist, and there are repeat buys. To reduce such redundancy or repeat buys, the internal selling module comes into the picture, where we have got both these sellers and buyers are part of the same organization. And so we provide, access to both these. Hierarchy-based access is provided to both these stakeholders, and of course, we, do the cataloging. So we do the physical verification of these products, do a cataloging, we train, and then we communicate with all the stakeholders within the company so that these spares get liquidated within the company. Now, so this is something which we have launched for sale ISP, snapshot of the same. So this is what we are doing, separate logins for each of the stakeholders, cataloging for each of the products which needs to be cataloged. Then we get into notification. So each of these stakeholders are notified that these items are available and in what conditions these are available. And then, of course, if there are orders which are placed within the organization, it moves within the organization. Now, suppose the material is not liquidated within the organization, there is a provision that these material can move to the external marketplace. So here, in addition to the cataloging, so the cataloging remains the same. The material now moves to the external platform. Once it moves to the external platform, then we go out and start marketing these products to the right kind of buyers. Now, who may be the right kind of buyers? Buyers like MSMEs who are looking out for spares at lower than the market prices. They have got manufacturing setup looking out for spares at lower than the market prices and are ready to give prices which are the higher than scrap prices. Plus traders who are dealing day in, day out with in these kind of material. So these traders can again give you prices which are higher than scrap prices. And we have in fact realized prices which are in the range of 70 to 80% or even 100% of the purchase price for the company. So this is a value add that comes into the picture. Plus we help the buyer. We help the buyer get the material at their location. So we have got empanel logistics service provider with us who are helping us do this. Plus, there are different ways of transactions. One, the buyer can come and buy at the fixed price, or the buyer can come and provide a offer. Now, this offer can be accepted, rejected by the seller. So the decision ultimately lies with the seller. So reaching out to the buyers, we are present in all the social media platforms which are there, and we have seen that there is a lot of traction over here because most of these companies or traders are part of some associations, and these associations are linked or are present in these platforms. Some of the partners who are working with us currently, recent additions have been Hindustan Zinc, Nuvoco, Jindal Polyfilms. These are some of the sellers. In fact, Tata Steel, for Tata Steel, we have got Tata Steel India and Tata Steel UK as well, who was working with us. So mostly I have covered, it's a live platform. Prices are higher than scrap prices, almost to the tune of the purchase price. We are able to do this because we are able to connect with a large number of buyers across the country. Plus, there is a self-service module as well. So this decision lies with the seller, and we are empowering the seller within the platform to take the decisions, plus compliances, dashboards, etc., which are available on this platform. Now, the second solution that I'm going to talk about is about customer engagement. Now, where does customer engagement come into the picture? For any company, whether they may be selling through sales network, where it will be individual salespersons, or it can be dealers through which companies sell. Now, we have got a program through which we can actually we are able to motivate this channel in order to increase the sales. Now, these are certain steps which are there. So we need to know the audience, and based on the need of the audience, we actually customize our program and build the relationship which can actually create value for the company. Now this is the complete model through which actually the program is implemented. So we first design the program, branding is done by us for this program, and then of course we create this program into the technology, or we actually implement the technology in order to get the complete channel into this platform. Of course, reward, recognition, if everything is part of this platform itself, and the output or the performance can be measured through this platform again. Hence, what happens is that the company is able to measure what is the increase in sales or what is the value that has been created through this platform. We have got nationwide coverage in delivering these gifts or connecting with the channel. In fact, as you can see that we are covering about more than 16,000 pin codes across the country. And it's a proprietary to M Junction. This platform is a proprietary of M Junction, which is actually helping you in a data-driven program and accurate forecasting, faster decision making, and attractive marketing tool. So you are able to reach out to the in fact, example is influencer program where masons, etc. are there who are helping the sales, but you are not able to track what kind of contributions are being made by this mason in increasing your sales. But through this platform, we are able to connect with these masons. We are able to track what is the kind of contributions that are being made by these influencers, so that you are able to engage them and improve your sales. These are certain companies who are already working with us. As you can see, the number of stakeholders who are there is more than 2.5 lakhs who are registered on this platform when we are working with these companies. That's all. Thank you. And now I hand it over to Kaushik.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kaushik. I will not take much time of yours. So I am taking up another procurement product. This is a product which M Junction, we have developed it in-house. We are maintaining the product and we are also giving the support. So it is a single service provider throughout the journey. It is called MJ Pro. So we covered the entire gamut of procurement from the PR to PO cycle. Like it is starting from the PR and it is ending up to the payment cycle, and it can be connected with the back-end ERP if needed. Now the beauty of the product is like we are actually connecting certain missing dots in the entire supply chain, as well as we understand what is localization. Any product, you cannot make it a same product effective and applicable for each and every one. So we understood that concept, the localization. That means it should be the motto or the philosophy when we developed the product. It was that it should be applicable or it can be used by any industry and it can be localized if needed. So keeping that thing in the as a background, I'm starting this. So as I've told, it can serve, we are actually serving different industry verticals, the same product with little bit of configuration, and we have got 20 to 25 standard templates or formats. Any industry, they can start using it, and within 30 days, they can roll out the entire implementation. So now, there are three main areas we focus on. That, what are the areas? Three main areas where we focus. We should. One, performance. Second, the convenience. Third is the compliance part. Now, if we talk about performance improvement, we normally state, like we collected data from our case study wherever we applied or the product was implemented. Normally 20 to 30% TAT time improvement you can expect, and 5 to 10% minimum reduction in procurement cost you can expect, minimum. Now, there are certain drivers which actually gives you this performance improvement. First and foremost, it's a peer aggregation. So if it is connected, I'm assuming if it is connected with your backend ERP system, all the peers can come through a system and through API in real-time basis or through file server movement. Now, instead of one peer to one RFQ, you can actually club similar type of items and you can float a single tender. Again, it can handle much more complexities, like while system through AI-based intelligence, it can suggest you vendors. Not only the vendors within your ecosystem, it can also suggest vendor from the cloud, right? Matching the category from the description of the item. It can match the different categories and it can suggest vendor accordingly. It will also show you the ratings of the vendor when you are selecting it for your own RFQ or RFX. Now, it is possible, and sometimes it happens, that whenever you are floating an RFQ, say there are 200 line items in a particular PR, and you are not sure that whether all the vendors will be able to participate in all the line items. Again, there can be groupings. For example, if a vendor is participating in line item number 1, he has to mandatorily submit bid for line item number 20 to 30. So all these complexities can be handled when you are clubbing the PR and you are publishing a single RFQ. So through RFQ aggregation and PR aggregation, you can achieve that particular performance improvement. Negotiation, you can have one-to-one negotiation through the platform. All the chat, all the communication with internal and external stakeholders, you can have within the platform through a chat module. Auction is a separate service, but it can be integrated with this platform. Automation for the tail end buy, for MRO and for tail end low value items, you can automate the interflow from PR up to PO. You can automate actually. Convenience part, like it is NLP based analytic platform is already there. You can interact with the dashboard, you can pull out the data, you can do your customization, and you can it is in a self-service mode, you can actually do all this analysis and thing. Now, we understand the problem what vendor face. If it is say 50 to 100 line items in a single RFQ, instead of doing it online, they can download it in Excel and system through our ML. It understands the complexities and populate the data automatically. During evaluation, it can also generate the CS, comparing, it is an intelligent CS, comparing the old purchase price, what you are gaining today, how this can be benefited if you are taking a larger amount. So all this analysis, comparing your old purchase price, it can give you that insights when you are generating the comparative statement or you are generating the NFA or note for approval. It is all the templates or formats can be customized or configured as per your own need. Each and every step is auditable and the workflow engine is inbuilt. So there is no need to move your physical paper from one table to another. All DOPs, all approval workflows can be developed here or can be configured here. These are the modules we cover. PO and post-PO, from PR to up to PO. There are different modules: vendor management, peer management, RFQ and bid management. Auction engines are also there. And from PO onwards, it is like your shipment and get entry. Wherever, like in the entire gamut, whenever the suppliers they are getting connected, they can use this particular platform, and all the communications, whatever you're doing manually, it can go, it can do, you can make it digital On real-time basis, supplier can get the intimation. Like whenever the materials are entering your gate, he will get an intimation where the materials entered. At the time of GRN, at the time of invoice posted at in your ERP, when the payment is done, immediately supplier will get the notification. We are also using, we have got mobile app, chat box, workflow and analytics. Now I'm coming to the segment where we have used in, AI and ML in our entire gamut. So GEM, we have exposed our APIs. So if we can get the response from GEM, it can pull the data. Similarly, like for RFQ approval and everything, we are ready from our side. I know, sir, but no, you're right, sir. You're absolutely. So again, I'm telling, sir, we like from GEM, the APIs, what we are exposed, we need to either pull the data or push data in GEM. But the barrier, the API is developed from our end. We can expose API, but GEM that need to consume that API. Say you have floated one RFQ, and the approval process you make it internal. So the information, what category, what is the value, what is the slab, that information should pass from GEM to here. You will not going to enter the information manually again here, right? So same thing. The APIs are export. I can consume the data, but GM should like lift that barrier to send the data. Anyways, so like we are continuously improving our platform. We are using AI and ML throughout the journey. First and foremost, we are using the vendor recommendation. That is one major area we are using this platform for. We are using AI in this platform. First and foremost, from your past transaction history, it is coming up. Vendor recommendation is also coming from the cloud database with the rating of the vendor and validation of the vendor connecting with MCA database of government. So the verification and authentication of vendor is done. Mapping of vendor with the material category, that is actually AI doing. But here we have taken one major step with respect to data security. So whenever you are talking about AI, implementing or integrated throughout your system, actually you are exposing your data into internet. So here we have taken a cautious step. So whatever data we have internally in MJ Pro AWS platform, we are not exposing those entire data to AI module. Selectively, price data definitely we are not exposing. Commercial terms and condition we are not exposing. Technical clauses and technical parameters we are not exposing. Basic material category, basic material description, the win ratio and the ratings only we are exposing. So in this manner, we are protecting the data of customer, of the tenant actually, and also we are gaining some advantage from the AI platform, right? So this is the first area. Second area is technical bid evaluation, techno-commercial bid evaluation through ML. It can understand the parameter. And finally, whenever you are generating the comparative sheet, it can show you the difference. What was the earlier clause? To what extent you have deviated from the payment terms, and whether you have implied some loading or not. So maybe there is a deviation in the commercial terms, but without loading or with loading. Have you incorporated a certain loading here or not? Now, similarly, at the time of sanction note generation, note for approval generation, it will actually give you the analysis with your past performance. So, say, there are systems we can pull last 3 purchase price history. Now, here, if it is a part order kind of thing, if there is a provision in a tender, you can split the order between different vendors. Now, if there are 100 line items, system should intelligently give you the options, whether you should, how you can club the line items and place or split the order. So that intelligence actually built in through AI ML, and we are providing that smart comparative and NFA. Uh, RFQ to PR automation, there we have used mainly machine learning and through some extent weak AI. Lastly, we are working on this. To some extent, we already have developed vendor profiling and risk management. Number 4. So it is, we are trying to know the supplier's supplier. So if you are aiming for cognitive procurement, what other lecturers or previous dignitaries they have spoke about, actually you are going towards cognitive procurement, where with IoT, with ML, with AI, you are generating the information, not only the generating information, system is suggesting you that what steps should be taken. Not only it is giving you the indication, so in this particular process, you will gain advantage of 87%. System is also going to take decision. So supplier profiling and risk management is one of the important area we are working on. So lastly, I will close my session with the snapshot of sale project procurement. These are the modules we have implemented in Steel Authority of India across all plants for the project procurement. And these are the data points till date, more or less. So up to 26 September, 20 September 2023 went live. Till date, we have published around 295 RFQs. Transaction value is around 25,000 crores. Total 65 number of POs issued. And turnaround time till date we have achieved, and we are expecting through through proper usage of the platform, it will definitely improve this turnaround time. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for those insights that you have given across. It was nice to see certain people who were off the track listening to you with deep insights. I could see Saibal Seal, sir, all of a sudden his eyes popped up once it came up with MJ Pro. I saw Anand, sir, clicking pictures with Lal, sir, because जो इनसे deal कर रहा है. Randeep Dan, sir, was also slipping away. All of a sudden his eyes popped up when he saw MJ Pro. हाँ जाके ऑफिस में तो वही करना है, सीख लेते हैं कैसा हो रहा है. So it's fine enough. Nice to see you gentlemen, that this was an eye-opener for many of us. Next that we have at the present moment is something that's, what do I call it, a panel discussion. A panel discussion is something, you know, like, I don't know how many of you get to know the importance of it, but a panel discussion helps us in a very different way, because it actually shares some insights of the various experts who are in the field, how they had been in this industry, how they dealt with the various factors that were there. Today, we have a panel discussion coming up. As the chairs come up to the center stage, So, as the chairs come up to the center stage, the importance of a panel discussion would be basically, it helps us come up with a diverse perspective of knowledge exchange. An audience engagement is there, and learning is there. It facilitates dialogue and debate, which helps us in building a credibility and authority, also at the same time increasing the networking, building relationships, sharing knowledge and insights. And the most important thing of a panel discussion is sparking of new ideas and researches. For that, we need to have some people who are well experienced in this field. The names that I have told you are one of the pillars of success of supply chain management in SAIL. I hope they're going to inspire new research projects for the new generation who are going to listen to them. Maybe an unexpected discovery or a breakthrough might come across, or an advancement of knowledge in the field of supply chain management might take place. Today's moderator would be someone who is very popular amongst all of us. Syed Javed Ahmed sir, ED, CMMG, would be the coordinator for this event. I request Syed Javed sir to come up to the center stage, please. The next person who would like to call upon to the center stage would be Ajay Kumar Chakravarti sir, EDMM Bhilai, someone who has been there. Sir, please sir. The next person who would like to call upon to the center space, someone who is handling it out very beautifully, the MM Department of Rourkela Steel Plant, Anil Kumar sir. Sir, could you come on to the center stage, please? Panel discussion, sir. Vimal sir, could you guide them, please? The next gentleman whom I'd like to call upon to the center stage would be EDMM Bokaro, Sri C.R. Mishra sir. Sir, could you come up to the center stage, please? The next person whom I'd like to call upon to the center stage is, of course, a person who is looked upon with great respect in materials management, ex-ED, the Chairman, Secretary, CEO, Sri P.K. Jha sir. Sir, aap hai sir. And at the end of it, ex-ED, MM, Bokaro, Sri Amitabh Srivastava sir. Sir, aap bhi hai sir. Please sir. कृपया आप शुभ कदमों को मंच की ओर ले आए सर. होस्ट है वो सुनेंगे हाँ फैटर्निटी है सर I'll give you the mic, sir. So, do you have one more microphone, please? Vinay, could you help me out with the microphone, please? So, sir, one microphone to you. And the other microphone, sir, over to you, sir.
Very good evening, and I think we'll keep this brief and we'll keep this as interactive as possible. The idea is, since we've got a panel of experts here, we have two ways of looking at this. And first of all, welcome to the panel of experts on the dais, and to all the people who are the practitioners and the experts who have practical knowledge of the MM as well as logistics functionality, people who are sitting there. So we'll do two things. One is we will have the exchange of views on certain topics from the people on the panel, and then we will have issues, or we will have things that trouble you that you can shoot off from the audience, and then we can have one of our panelists answer those questions. So briefly, two or three things that the perspective related to what we do and what is likely in the future, where we redefine trends about how we adapt and adopt the things that we've seen during the whole day today. So, volatility of raw material prices, domestic versus, imports. We're talking about competition from private players. We're talking about the technology initiatives that are happening. And we're talking also, very important, because a lot of us are from the public sector, is the regulatory guidelines and the compliances that we have. So these are the basic framework on which we can have the panel discussion. And to start off, I'll request P.K. Jha sahab, who has both SAIL, MM in vigilance, as well as from an outside perspective where he's working as a consultant and an advisor to many big firms, private firms. So his perspective from both the sides is what we can look at. PK Jha, sir.
Thank you. I'll make it very brief. I had 2-3 points which I had noted down. कि अगर मुझे मौका मिलेगा भाषण देने का तो मुझे बहुत आदत है, तो मुझे लगा कि अगर मौका मिलेगा तो मैं यहाँ बोलूँगा. एक तो ऑलरेडी मैं लंच टाइम में ही बोल दिया था, भाई स्टोर्स पर ध्यान दीजिए, मॉडर्नाइजेशन प्लांट का हो रहा है तो स्टोर्स का भी होना चाहिए, ये चीज़ था. दूसरा मुझे जो ISP के लिए लगा कि ISP शुड प्रिपेयर इटसेल्फ फॉर 7 million ton. यू नो यू आर मोर देन डबलिंग योर कैपेसिटी. तो उसमें कैसे प्रोक्योरमेंट या उसमें स्टोरेज या उसमें इवन इंस्पेक्शन कैसे हम लोग करेंगे, उसके लिए हमको प्रिपेयर होना चाहिए, ये चीज़ है. मैन पावर इज़ वन थिंग एंड सेकेंड इज़ इफ़ यू आर नॉट गेटिंग द एडिक्वेट मैन पावर ऑफ आवर चॉइस या आवर रिक्वायरमेंट, तो उसको कैसे मीट करेंगे, इसका प्लान रहना चाहिए. बिकॉज जब आएगा प्लांट तो प्लांट तो चलेगा ही, हमको अपने आप को चेंज करना पड़ेगा टू मीट द रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ द प्लांट. दैट इज वन. तीसरा मैं ये देख रहा था कि देखिए इन्वेंट्री हमारा मतलब ओवरऑल आई डोंट हैव द लेटेस्ट फिगर, बट इन्वेंट्री में काफ़ी पैसा हमारा ब्लॉक्ड है. अल्टीमेटली वी आर इन बिजनेस एंड वी हैव टू कम्पीट विथ ऑल आवर कंपटीटर हु आर ट्राइंग टू बी एटलीस्ट 2 steps ahead of us. तो वी हैव टू कम्पीट विद देम. उसके लिए हमको काम करना पड़ेगा भाई. तो अगर हमारा पैसा ब्लॉक्ड है इन्वेंट्री में या नॉन मूविंग आइटम में, तो उसको किस तरह से हमको लिक्विडेट करना है, इस पर भी हम लोगों को देखना चाहिए किस तरह से हमको ये करना है. एंड लास्ट आई वाज सेइंग, भाई हमारा स्टील का प्लान है दैट वी आर प्लानिंग टू गो अप टू 300 million ton नेक्स्ट 5 to 7 years. करंटली वी आर एट 150 million ton. तो हमारी रिक्वायरमेंट जो लॉजिस्टिक्स की रिक्वायरमेंट होगी वो करीब करीब मल्टीप्लाइड बाई 4, दैट इज एडिशनल हैंडलिंग ऑफ 600 million tons. उसके लिए रिक्विजिट रेल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, पोर्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, प्लांट का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, ये सारी चीज़ें पूरे कंट्री में एक हम लोगों को ऊपर जाना पड़ेगा, तभी हम उसको हैंडल कर पाएंगे. हम लोग वर्ल्ड से जो यहाँ का बिजनेस पीछे रहता है 2 चीज़ों में. वन इज़ द कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल एंड द सेकेंड इज़ द कॉस्ट ऑफ लॉजिस्टिक्स. दूसरे कंट्रीज से हम काफ़ी पीछे हैं इस दोनों मामले में. हमारे यहाँ कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल इज एवरेज अराउंड 10% कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल, बाहर के दिन में तो 2 to 3% या 4% एट द मोस्ट. तो वहाँ हमें 5 to 6% का गैप हो रहा है हमारे लिए. सिमिलरली लॉजिस्टिक्स में वी आर इन डबल डिजिट्स, अराउंड 12 to 13%. आई मे बी ऑफ बाई ए फ्यू परसेंटेज बिकॉज थोड़ा पुराना हम ये बात कह रहे हैं. और वर्ल्ड वाइड इट वॉज लेस देन से अराउंड 6 to 7% और इवन लेस देन दैट. तो यहाँ पर भी गैप था करीब 5% का. तो एज ए इंडस्ट्री हम लोग बाहर की इंडस्ट्री से ऑलमोस्ट 10 to 12% पीछे हो जा रहे थे ओनली ऑन दीज 2 accounts. उसके लिए हमको देखना चाहिए किस तरह से हम लोग प्रिपेयर कर सकते हैं. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you. My next issue that is also coming from what PK Jha Saab said. One is we are talking about operational inefficiencies in the supply chain management, and we are also talking about the skill set available to overcome those operational inefficiencies in the supply chain management. And I'll ask Amitabh Srivastava Saab, since he's worked in SAIL different units, as well as he is now an independent director as well as consultant to many private firms, how does SAIL compare in terms of operational efficiencies in supply chain, as well as how does the skill set at SAIL compare with the skill set in supply chain management across what you have seen post-retirement or during your tenure in SAIL?
Thank you, Javed. You have hit the nail, actually. I spent more than 37 years in materials management at ISP and as well as at Bokaro. Now I am associated with few private limited companies. What I find that materials management does not exist in private. Can you imagine? It is adjunct to production management. The production manager is given the target, तुमको इतना प्रोड्यूस करना है और इस कॉस्ट पे प्रोड्यूस करना है. इसके बाद तुमको क्या लाना है, कहाँ से लाना है, किससे लाना है, किस प्राइस पे लाना है, It is your business. So for me, I mean, the difference is like chalk and cheese. So if we do not, in public sector, if we do not innovate, if we do not change, it will be very difficult for us to survive. Our policies, well, take it, are more driven by vigilance and audit. This will remain. With these constraints, how do we perform at lowest possible price is going to be a serious, serious challenge for us. Otherwise, let me tell you, I don't see future of MM. Plain and simple. How are you going to innovate? What policies or what techniques or what models you adopt of procurement? It is entirely up to you. Second thing, digitalization. Anil very graciously called me to Rourkela, I think 2 months back. And there we talked at length with the MM managers. See, we have to maintain speed, accuracy and transparency. Can we compromise with these three? These are our pillars of performance. We have to bring in shortest possible time with accuracy and total transparency, because our every action is questionable. So we have to adopt digitalization, you have to adopt AI, ML, everything you have to. There is no escaping from it. The more you do it, the better it will be for you. Because without digitalization, you will not be able to achieve this. I mean, the corporates do not have time. They want material at their doorstep in shortest possible time. यदि अगर कल PR दिया है तो आज ही material चाहिए. At this speed, I will call it lightning speed, the private works. These private enterprises, which I see very closely, operate at lightning speed as far as decision making is concerned. And here, we take months to decide on PRs. So where are we? Way behind. There are ways to achieve it. It's not that it is impossible. You go for long-term rate contracts, where you see I find the entire PCP is aimed at getting best possible price. How many intents you can raise? How fast you have to finalize tender inquiries? How the purchase committee is made? How the tender committees are formulated? How the price is to be opened? These all actions are aimed at getting best possible price. Lowest possible price. So if you have finalized the price for a long-term contract, your 90% job is done. You get the PR in the morning and by evening you can place the order. I remember when Ma'am Suma Mandal had taken over the mantle of chairmanship. She said that every delayed decision costs us money. And she was aiming at MM and project. So if you decide procurement faster, if your procurement lead time is shorter, you will be maintaining less inventories. The supplies would be quicker. Less inventories means less money. So I think the picture is very clear for all of us. We have to act, and we have to act very fast to justify our existence. Otherwise, our very existence is in doubt. Believe me, it is only public sector which can afford you. Because tomorrow you will be, what shall I say, assistant to a production manager. That's all. Thank you, John.
Yeah, I think some thoughts that should, impact us and motivate us to perform. Just for the house, it's happy tidings in certain manners. Like we have news that the erstwhile lead time that we used to have of 90 and 85, 80 days. I believe Bhilai is doing well at 41 days right now across the board.
Yes, yes.
And Rourkela, kitna, Anil, 45, 47? 72 Mara zyada hai. Bokaro is at 59. So there is a lot of. But there is a lot of improvement that has come, but there is still a way to go. And rate contracts possibly could be one of the ways in which we can get the material faster and reduce the PR to PO lead time.
And another thing which I forgot was dashboards. All of you must utilize the dashboard. I mean, you get picture at the, why are we having so much of digitalization? If you are not using it, if you are not using dashboard, you are failing in your duty. You are not measuring your performance. आजकल डैशबोर्ड इतने ट्रांसपेरेंट हो गए हैं, आप पीआर टू प्यूलर टाइम एक असिस्टेंट मैनेजर डिप्टी मैनेजर का वर्कआउट कर सकते हैं, एक सीनियर मैनेजर डीजीएम का वर्कआउट कर सकते हैं, सीजीएम का भी कर सकते हैं. सिमिलरली आप कौन सा यूज़र है, सपोज ब्लास्ट फर्नेस का यदि अगर ईयरली कंजम्पशन से अगर 50 करोड़ का है, अब अगर ब्लास्ट फर्नेस के अकाउंट पे यदि 40 करोड़ की इन्वेंट्री, दे आर सिटिंग मोर देन 10 मंथ्स इन्वेंट्री, whereas the norm is 5 months. तो आपको यूज़र लेवल पे मौका अवेलेबल रहता है, आपको पीआर टू पीरियड वर्क ये ऑफिसर लेवल पे अवेलेबल रहता है, आप इन्वेंट्री के सारे फिगर्स आपके फिंगर टिप्स पे रह सकते हैं. तो प्लीज़ यूटिलाइज डैशबोर्ड्स. इफ़ यू डू नॉट हैव गुड वन, प्लीज़ import it from Bokaro, which I found was very good.
So use of dashboards, because data more or less is available at all the plants. So dashboards should be on your mobiles or on any platform in office that is available to you. Use them. And in case you have dashboards, look at exception reporting. That when you open your dashboard, you have things that you need to concentrate on. So that is one of the things that was also talked about today. The focus areas should be available on the front page of the dashboard. So moving a little different from what we've discussed right now to something that I triggered from what PK Jha ji said was about raw material security, because we are looking at doubling capacities in India, and SAIL is also looking at around almost a 70-75% increase in production capacity in the next 5 to 7 years. I would like to request Chakravarti Sahab, being the MM head of the largest steel plant that we have today in SAIL, and also a lot of mines and beneficiation efforts that have started at Bhilai. How do you address the issue of raw material security in the gamut of SAIL activities?
Good evening to all. First of all, it to admit karna hai because I am the odd man out here in the panelist. Out of 6, everybody has the experience of more than 25 years in MM, but I have only 2 years experience. Basically, I'm a blast furnace man as well as mill man and others maintenance man. So what I have learned in these 2.5 years, that the job of MM is to bring the right material in right time. As Srivastu Sahab was bola, we have to with a minimum price, and I don't accept that, with the right price. If you search for the minimum price, then I have to compromise the quality. But that I don't want. So, as far as raw material is concerned, sales should have the whatever, most of the high value raw materials we are purchasing through CPA. Say ferroniobium, it costs almost 30 lakhs per ton. And every plant is procuring and consuming and storing high value items in hundreds of tons. So to reduce this inventory, there should be some policy where centralized location, there should be a storing, and as per requirement, every plant should draw. I think in this way we can save some money, huge money. In Bhilai, our requirement is only 20 ton per month, and we are storing almost 100 plus ton always. Same thing for copper also. For ferrovanadium, it is costing almost, say, 16 lakhs per ton. And everybody is storing this material in their store. Inventory management, just have everybody, every price. In Bhilai, we are holding almost 1,400 crore inventory as on today. And Mokos is almost, say, 7.5. So how to reduce this? Always we are talking about inventory management, how to reduce the inventory. But year after year, we cannot reduce this inventory because my plant people don't get confidence for the availability of the right spare in right time. So we have to think, and we have to establish a strong cooperation between the plant and the MM, that confidence build-up should be there so that they can expect the right material within very short span. So we have to think of that. So we are trying for that because we have reduced the peer-to-peer lead time. When I joined, it was 57. Now, this year, we have achieved 41. So I have given a target to my executives that our GDP growth is almost 7%, but हमको भी at least 7% peer-to-peer every year हमको कम करना पड़ेगा. So this year we have achieved 41. Our next year target is at least less than 40. And there people are doing. We have the capability of doing this. Only thing, just a dashboard का बात बोल रहा है, that is close monitoring. There should be always close monitoring by the top management. Top management from right from B to my CGMs, my GMs, section in charges. So we always monitor what is happening. Relaxation should not be there. Compliancy should not be there. Then we can perform. We have the potential to do better. Others are performing. Why sale people are not performing as per the private peers? My people are going there. They are doing Excel, and why in sale we cannot compete with them? So this is the right time to think. Right time to analyze our performance, our procedures. I think we can do better. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chakravarti Sahab. I think the points that he made, one is about the confidence in the MM fraternity. It's very important because if we perform consistently and keep improving year to year, the trust increases. And if the plant and the production colleagues, they are certain that if we, whatever we promise, we will deliver, then a lot of things that we have as KPIs in the MM function, there will be improvements because then we can do with less inventory, and then we can work out and see that non-moving generation is much less. There are other KPIs that we will address. From a raw material security perspective, the key that comes out is we need to analyze, from a perspective of how, which are the important commodities which are going to see scalability because of production increase. Once we've identified those commodities, we need to look at what the vendor base is inside the country, and if not, from the import sources. Whether we need to just bank on suppliers, or we need to take up and do mining on our own, buy mines or take leases, or collaborate with existing suppliers to develop certain facilities and joint ventures. That is options that are open to sale, and on all these fronts, there is work being done. But there is still a lot that needs to be taken up. Moving forward, I think I'll take a cue from what Adverb talked about and the improvements that need to be brought about in the infrastructure in MM. And Mishra Sahab, since you were gracious enough to give them a platform to study the stores and come up with suggestions, what made you think about it, and what have you seen during the interactions and the suggestions that they have made, which you think will be a learning for all of us here, and that we can take back and try to implement at our plants?
Thank you, sir. Good evening to all of you. SAIL has poised to add 15 billion capacity during next 4 to 5 years. Now it is 20 million ton. We will have to achieve 35 million tons by FY 30-31. Chairman has told that our current manpower is 55,000 and it has to be reduced to 25,000. That means in future we have to replace humans by machines. The automation is the challenge in next 3 to 4 years, how you will automate in your functioning. Regarding supply chain, when 35 million ton will add capacity, then supply chain will add a serious challenge to us, because our input will be more, our output will be more, we'll have to dispatch more materials, we have to take more material input to produce. From mines also there will be a challenge of availability of rakes. Everything will pose a challenge to us. As far as warehousing is concerned, we will have to take more materials, because Bokaro Steel Plant is going to add 3.5 million ton capacity in brownfield expansions. It is 4.5, it will have to go to 7.5, around 7.5. Then our entire store functioning will be different what it is now. So we are dismantling our present stores. We are handing over our stores areas to project expansion site. We have to totally new stores we have to set up. And for setting up new stores, that is a demand that when we are setting up a new store, then you have to make it a modernized store. So if we modernize it, what are the requirements? Then we have to give to our partner to make it modernized stores. So I had called this they will make the civil constructions, but whatever modernization is required in stores, we have to guide them. So for that, I called this party, Adverb, and took a presentation from them. They presented very well. Everything is all right, but one thing is that maintenance part. Because we have to ensure a dust-free environment to operate in our stores for this automation. Because everything requires बिल्कुल डस्ट फ्री होना चाहिए पूरा एरिया में, अदरवाइज वी हैव टू इन 3 to 4 months अगेन वी हैव टू क्लोज दिस. तो ये वाला हमने उनसे बात किए थे कि कैसे आप करेंगे, आप उसको डिसाइड करिए. वो बोले कि एवरीथिंग हैज़ टू बी ग्लास प्रूफ, एंटायर स्टोर हैज़ टू बी ऑपरेटेड इन ए एयर कंडीशन रूम. एवरीथिंग इफ यू विल डू दिस देन यू कैन ऑपरेट seamlessly. So that was the main point. But the thing is that we have to operate, we have to automate our stores. Otherwise, we will not function, because our manpower will reduce substantially during the next 4 to 5 years. We will not have any luxury of having 10, 15 personnel in stores to operate in one store, because manpower will not be available for us. Then we have to think. We have to think we have to think beyond what we are thinking now. So how to develop a store, how to automate the entire functioning of the stores. And as far as AI is concerned, I don't know how AI will help in store functioning. But we have to more and more this type of seminar has to be held to know more about AI, how it will help us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good insights. I mean, one of the opportunities that Bokaro has is that their stores is being demolished for projects, and they have to come up new buildings. So there is an opportunity that is available to Bokaro, that when these new buildings come up, it will be much easier to have the environment that is required and the opportunity. And I think this is a cue for all of the rest of us, because most of the plants, I think 3 plants will be undergoing modernization. And wherever there is a brownfield expansion, there is an opportunity that is available for us to look at stores specifically and make it a part of the project. So it is for this panel as well as a big day up there, that whenever we talk of projects and we talk about expansion, there is a need to stress that there is a requirement for infrastructure related to the handling of materials. And that is something that has to be brought to the limelight, and it's just brought to be the notice of the people in the power, so that this is an area that is not left out when we talk about projects. There is one person on my right who is known as the effective manager. Anil Kumar has always been known as the effective manager. कुछ भी काम हो, कुछ भी करवाना हो, अनिल को बोल दो, हो जाएगा. So I think the question I will ask Anil is, from all the deliberations that we have had today, from the discussions that we have seen, Anil, how do we, become more effective in the functioning of the materials managers, and how do we take this process forward of changing ourselves for the future?
गुड इवनिंग. जावेद को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. इतना कुछ बोल गया मेरे लिए, बहुत अधिक बोल गया. हाँ, गुड इवनिंग. जावेद बहुत कुछ बोल गया, उसके लायक हम शायद हैं नहीं. नहीं. ये एक्चुअली हम लोग तो 91 से इन्वॉल्व हैं एमएम में, तो इतना बड़ा एक्सपीरियंस है, और स्टोर से लेके एमएम में लेके मार्केटिंग में सब जगह हम लोग काम किए हैं. और ये जो समय बीता है, बहुत बड़ा चेंज आया है समय में. कहाँ स्टोर्स में कभी 800 लोग काम करते थे बोकारो में, और आज के दिन में 60 या 70 के आसपास हैं. सब जगह यही हाल है. तो जो एमएम का जो मेजर जो अभी जो हम जो अभी फेस कर रहे हैं, जैसे कि अभी श्रीवास्तव साहब बोल रहे थे कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर में कहीं एमएम का कोई रोल नहीं है. रोल क्यों नहीं है कि एक तो कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोक्योरमेंट एमएम के रहने से बढ़ता है, दूसरा मटेरियल कॉस्ट. अगर हम कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोक्योरमेंट को कम करें और मटेरियल कॉस्ट को कम करें, तो फिर हमारा रोल अपने आप आ जाता है. कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोक्योरमेंट मतलब एक पीओ प्लेस करने में जो हम लोग पैसा खर्च करते हैं, उसको कैसे कम करेंगे, डिजिटलाइज करके करेंगे, मैन पावर कम करके करेंगे, स्टोर्स को और मॉडर्नाइज करके करेंगे, जहाँ की स्मूथली, जैसा कि पीके झा साहब ने कहा कि एक स्टोर्स ऐसा होना चाहिए कि मटेरियल का मूवमेंट बिना मैन का कैसे हो पाए. राउरकेला में अभी हम लोगों ने एक प्रोजेक्ट लिया है, कल ही वो प्रोजेक्ट अप्रूव हुआ है. वहाँ पुराना हॉट स्ट्रिप मिल था, अभी वो ऑब्सलीट हो गया, उसको हाई बॉब कर दिया गया. तो उसका एक बे था, ईएसएम बे, करीब वो 300 मीटर लंबा और 100 मीटर वो विड्थ में है. उसके साथ में ओवरहेड क्रेन भी 50 टन्स का है. तो वो सेट हम लोग को मिला है, जिसको कि हम लोग अपने इन हाउस एफर्ट से उसको मॉडर्नाइज कर रहे हैं. वहाँ पे एक बैटरी कार भी रखेंगे हम लोग, और एक ही आदमी उसको मैनेज करेगा. एक क्रेन ऑपरेटर रहेगा और एक आदमी स्टोर कीपर रहेगा, और पूरा फैसिलिटी वहाँ पे रहेगा. और जो भी मटेरियल आएगा पूरा आइडेंटिफिकेशन के साथ, वो अभी हम लोग प्रयास कर रहे हैं, और आने वाले 6 महीने में वो हो सकता है कि हम लोग उसको एक मॉडल स्टोर्स के रूप में विकसित कर लेंगे. लेकिन जो हमारा जो एमएम का जो इम्पोर्टेंस है, एक जो अभी तक हम लोग खोज नहीं पाए हैं, जो ऑब्सोलीट या डिम्ड ऑब्सोलीट या नॉन मूविंग स्पेयर्स का जो बात होती है, उसका क्या करें, उसको कैसे हम लोग डिस्पोज ऑफ करें. जैसा कि अभी चक्रवर्ती साहब बोल रहे थे कि भिलाई में 1400 करोड़ का है, हमारे यहाँ भी करीब 700 करोड़ का है इन्वेंट्री, राउरकेला में भी. तो इसमें हम लोग जो अपने एक अनुभव से जो हमने देखा है कि ये एमएम का रोल इन्वेंट्री मैनेजमेंट में बहुत कम हो जाता है. प्लानिंग में हम नहीं हैं, प्लानिंग में हमारे प्लांट के काउंटर पार्ट्स हैं. और जो हम लोग देखते हैं ओवर ए ईयर, जैसे जैसे ईयर बढ़ते जाता है, हमारा करंट जो प्रोक्योरमेंट है उसके अगेंस्ट में जो मटेरियल रिसीव होता है वो कंज्यूम होते जाता है, और पीछे का जो बैकलॉग है वो बढ़ते जाता है। जो 4 साल पुराना, 5 साल पुराना जो मटेरियल जो आया हुआ है वो यूज़ नहीं हो पाता है। तो अगर मान लीजिए वो यूज़ नहीं हो पा रहा है तो इमीडिएट एक्शन लेके उसको कैसे हम डिस्पोज करें। अगर जैसे कि अभी जब से इंडस अकाउंटिंग सिस्टम आया है, प्लांट में मैक्सिमम जगह इंश्योरेंस स्पेयर्स का कंसेप्ट खत्म हो गया है। वो 10 लाख से ऊपर जितना भी जो भी प्रोक्योरमेंट हम लोग करते हैं वो पीरियोडिक वो उसका कैपिटल ये हो जाता है, अकाउंटिंग हो जाता है, और फिर लेकिन वो मटेरियल पड़ा रहता है एज इट इज, और वो फाइनली 5 साल के बाद वो और चूँकि इंश्योरेंस स्पेयर्स का जो वैल्यू होता है बहुत अधिक होता है, वो हमारे नॉन मूविंग को भी हिट करता है। तो हम जावेद से रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे, जावेद राउरकेला गया था, वहाँ भी ये सब बात हुई थी कि इसके संबंध में भी पॉलिसी आएगा, और ये अगर आ जाए कि इंश्योरेंस स्पेयर्स तो इससे भी एक नॉन मूविंग कम हो पाएगा। लेकिन जो प्लांट हमारा हाइव ऑफ हो रहा है, बंद हो रहा है, उसके स्पेयर्स को कैसे हम कितना जल्दी डिस्पोज ऑफ करें, या जहाँ यूज हो सकता है वहाँ यूज कराएं, नहीं तो फिर उसको कैसे हम बेच के मार्केटिंग के थ्रू उसको निकालें जिससे कि वो लोड हम लोग पे कम आए। एक जो बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम हम लोग फेस किए हैं, जैसे कि इसको तो इसमें मास्टरी हासिल किए हुए है, जब मॉडर्नाइजेशन होता है उसके बाद जब नए फैसिलिटीज आते हैं तो उसका स्पेयर्स कैसे हम खरीदें। प्रोजेक्ट अलग है, प्रोजेक्ट क्या कर रहा है वो एमएम को पता नहीं चलता है, कौन उसका ओईएम है। प्रोजेक्ट स्टेज में अगर हम लोग थोड़ा सा उसमें अगर केयरफुल रहें, अगर थोड़ा सा अगर प्रोजेक्ट के लोग उस पर ध्यान दें कि भाई किसका इनवॉइस आ रहा है, कहाँ से मटेरियल आ रहा है, किस कंट्री से मटेरियल आ रहा है, अगर उसका एक हम डाटा बैंक बना लें तो फिर फर्दर जब उसका स्पेयर्स हम लोग खरीदेंगे तो हम लोग को कुछ कॉस्ट में भी रियायत मिलेगा, कुछ बेनिफिट मिलेगा। ये इस पर एक ध्यान देने की बात, चूँकि अभी इसको में बहुत बड़ा मॉडर्नाइजेशन का अभी हो ही रहा है, बहुत बड़ा जॉब है, तो आने वाले जब वो फैसिलिटी आ जाएगा हमारे पास तो बहुत बड़ा लोड आएगा। शायद इस बार 2 साल का स्पेयर साथ में आ रहा है, नहीं आ रहा है, तब तो 2-3 साल के बाद जिस तरह से आप लोग पहले जो आपका एसएमएस आया उसमें आप लोग जूझे हैं ब्लास्ट फर्नेस में, तो फिर मेजर तो इसलिए मेरा एक सजेशन है कि इस केस को अभी से ही जो एक्चुअली जब प्लानिंग होता है और जब मेक सब डिसाइड होता है उस समय एमएम का कोई रोल नहीं होता है। हम लोग राउरकेला में देख रहे हैं कि कोई लाख रुपए का मटेरियल भी हमको इटली से मंगाना पड़ रहा है। सेम मटेरियल हमारे पास इंडिया में भी अवेलेबल है, लेकिन लाख रुपए का मटेरियल चूँकि वो ओईएम वो जो फिट टू यूज है तो उसी को हमको खरीदना है तो उसको इटली से मंगाना पड़ रहा है, वो ऑफर नहीं देता है। फिर हम किसी तरह से किसी ट्रेडर को पकड़ते हैं, भाई तुम इंपोर्ट करो, एडवांस पेमेंट दो, तुम मंगाओ किसी तरह से, उस तरह से किसी तरह से हम लोग मैनेज करके देते हैं। तो इस पर भी जरा ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है कि जो बाद में जो समस्या आने वाली है उसमें क्या प्रिकॉशन अभी से लें, जिससे कि ये अभी चक्रवर्ती साहब माइनर रॉ मटेरियल के बारे में बोल रहे थे, सब जगह यही हालत है। इनके यहाँ फेरोनियम होगा, मेरे यहाँ फेरोवेनोडियम पड़ा हुआ है, बोकारो में कॉपर पड़ा हुआ है, तो इसका कोई यूज का कोई पैटर्न नहीं है। हम जो इतना दिन में देखे हैं कि पता चला कि सीएमओ ने अचानक कोई बहुत सा ऑर्डर दे दिया जिसमें केवल कॉपर ही लगेगा, तो हो सकता है कि वो 200 टन कॉपर 1 महीना 2 महीना में ख़त्म हो जाए, लेकिन ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि वो 6 महीना में भी नहीं ख़त्म हो। इसके लिए हम लोग डिस्कस कर रहे थे अपने डीआईसी साहब से कि हर एक प्लांट को लीड प्लांट बना दिया जाए, हाँ, जो अपना स्टॉक रखे, और 1 सप्ताह का समय मिलता है जब ऑर्डर सीएमओ का आता है, तो रोलिंग और सीएमओ का ऑर्डर आने में जो हीट हमारा बनता है उसमें 1 वीक का लीड टाइम रहता है, तो 1 वीक में हम लोग आराम से वहाँ से ट्रांसफ़र कर सकते हैं लीड। जिसके यहाँ जो ट्रेडिशनली हिस्टोरिकली जो जिस मटेरियल को अधिक यूज़ करते रहा है उसको उसका लीड प्लांट बना दिया जाए, अपने यहाँ स्टॉक रखे, और जब ज़रूरत हो तो उसको ट्रांसफ़र कर सके। ये एक माइनर रॉ मटेरियल के लिए हम लोग ले सकते हैं। इतना 35 इयर्स हो गया हम लोग का भी यहाँ पे, और वेंडर बेस हम लोग का कॉमन नहीं हो पाया, और जितना भी इंक्वायरी हम लोग फ्लोट करते हैं, ये वेंडर बेस प्राइस का मेन जो प्राइस को रेगुलेट करता है वो वेंडर बेस ही रेगुलेट करता है। अगर वेंडर बेस आपका सही है, प्रॉपर कंपटीशन है, तो प्राइस ऑटोमेटिक अपने लेवल को प्राप्त कर लेता है। लेकिन अगर वेंडर बेस सही नहीं है तो फिर वो प्राइस आपको कहीं नहीं मिलेगा। आप इंक्वायरी देते हैं 10 वेंडर को, ऑफर आपके पास 2 आता है। ये हमको लगता है कि हर एक जगह ये फेनोमेनन होगा। तो जो हमारा वेंडर बेस है वो भी बहुत ही पुराना हो गया। नए जो वेंडर आए हैं वो भी अभी तो सब जगह रजिस्ट्रेशन स्टैंड स्टिल पड़ा हुआ है। हमारे पास ये कैपेसिटी असेसमेंट के लिए कोई हमारे पास वर्क फोर्स नहीं है, कॉस्टली अफेयर भी है, उसको हम लोग एवॉइड करते हैं। तो एक वेंडर बेस कॉमन, कम से कम एसएमएस तक का तो वेंडर बेस हम कॉमन कर सकते हैं। कहीं पर रोलिंग मिल है, कहीं पे लॉन्ग प्रोडक्ट बनता है, वहाँ पे हो सकता है कुछ अलग अलग वेंडर हो, लेकिन एसएमएस तक का तो वेंडर हम एक कर सकते हैं। अभी जैसे कि एक हमारा गियर बॉक्स कन्वर्टर का गियर बॉक्स है राउरकेला का, 27 टन का है। पहले एजोमास ने सप्लाई किया था यूक्रेन से। अभी ये जो वार हुआ है उसमें एजोमास पूरा डिस्ट्रॉय हो गया, वो पूरा बमबारी के चलते वो बंद हो गया है। बोकारो में भी एजोमास का सप्लाई है एसएमएस में। अब वो 27 टन का गियर बॉक्स इंडिया में कोई बनाया नहीं आज तक, और कोई बनाना भी नहीं चाहता। इसलिए बनाना नहीं चाहता है कि ये प्रोजेक्ट का है, और प्रोजेक्ट 20 साल 25, और ये गियर बॉक्स जब आता है तो 20 साल 25 साल चलता है। तो 25 साल में जब एक बार हम खरीदेंगे तो कोई क्यों डेवलप करेगा। तो इसलिए अब इसका वेंडर बेस हमको, अब वेंडर बेस क्या मिलता है इसके लिए, आईपीएम मिलता है, और एक क्या है अशोका मशीन टूल्स करके दिल्ली में है। नहीं, इस तो कोठी नहीं करता है। तो ये सब छोटा छोटा वेंडर है जिस पर कि हम रिलाई कर नहीं सकते। जो 30 साल 35 साल हमारा गियर बॉक्स चल रहा है, और ऐसे छोटे छोटे वेंडर को दे दें जो 18 साल के बाद हाथ झाड़ के चल दे। तो ये सब है। अगर कॉमन वेंडर बेस, हाँ, मिल बिल्डर को हम लोग दे सकते हैं, एसएमएस है, प्राइम मेटल है, डेनेली है। तो ये सब अगर क्रिटिकल इस तरह का अगर कॉमन वेंडर बेस बन जाएगा तो कल हमसे कोई विजिलेंस का की बात होती है तो कल हमसे कोई क्वेश्चन भी नहीं करेगा कि हाँ भाई ये क्रिटिकल इक्विपमेंट है, पूरे सेल का एक वेंडर बेस है। पता चला कि हम 3 से खरीद लिए, आपने आईपीएम से खरीद लिया, आपके यहाँ रेट आ गया 10 लाख, मेरे यहाँ रेट आ गया 40 लाख, तो बाद में इस पर क्वेश्चन हो सकता है। तो इसलिए मेरा सजेशन है कि मिल बैठ के एक कॉमन वेंडर बेस बना लें। तो इससे हमको, हम फ्यूचर में जो अभी जो हमारे पास जो अनुभव है, जो हमारा काम जो तुरंत हम कर सकते हैं, हम उसी की बात कर रहे हैं। इसको कि करेंगे और इमीडिएट हमको फ़ायदा मिलेगा, प्राइस में फ़ायदा मिलेगा, डिलीवरी में फ़ायदा मिलेगा। इन्वेंट्री के बारे में बात हो ही गई, माइनर रॉ मटेरियल के बारे में बात हो गई, डीप्रोप्राइजेशन के बारे में इसको को बहुत अनुभव है डीप्रोप्राइज करने का। तो हम चाहेंगे कि कोई आप लोग एक प्रेजेंट करें कल या जब भी मौका मिले कि आपने बहुत बड़ा एफर्ट लिया है डीप्रोप्राइजेशन का, बहुत मेहनत किया है आपने। सुनते हैं कि जाके प्लांट में स्पेस के ऊपर जो नेम प्लेट रहता है, जो उसका आइडेंटिफिकेशन मार्क रहता है, उसको खोज के उसके जो ओरिजिनल वेंडर है उसको निकाल के आपने, तो ये भी एक बहुत बड़ा बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस है। ये एक्सपीरियंस कम से कम हम लोग भी जानना चाहेंगे कि आपने कैसे किया, उससे कॉस्ट में कितना बचत हुआ है। हमारे यहाँ जापानी जब भी जो मॉडर्नाइजेशन हुआ राउरकेला में, वो मित्सुबिशी और हिटैची वगैरह वही सारे लोग हैं जापानीज, तो वो जनरली डिक्लेयर नहीं करते हैं। तो हम लोगों ने अभी एक चाइनीज, कोई उसका एक क्या तो नाम है, कोई चाइनीज फर्म है, वो उसका ओईएम है, उसने अपना ड्राइंग दिया, तो दोनों के कॉस्ट में 4 टाइम्स का डिफरेंस। तो प्रोक्योरमेंट कॉस्ट बहुत बड़ा कॉस्ट है। अभी जैसे कि ऑन एन एवरेज अगर पूरे सेल का ले ले तो 3000 के आसपास रुपया लगता है 1 टन स्टोर्स एंड स्पेयर्स का हम बात कर रहे हैं। 1 टन स्टील प्रोड्यूस करने में 3000 रुपया का कॉस्टिंग आता है, और अगर पूरे सेल में अगर 20 मिलियन टन अगर ये प्रोड्यूस करते हैं, और अगर 100-200 रुपया भी अगर हम कम करते हैं पर टन स्टील में स्टोर्स एंड स्पेयर्स का, इन सारे मेजर के साथ, तो एक बहुत बड़ा सेविंग और बहुत बड़ा एक जो हमारा बॉटम लाइन है इम्प्रूव करने में मदद मिलेगा। तो यही मेरा सबमिशन है। थैंक यू।
Javed ji, just to answer to that deproprietization thing, हम लोग डिप्रोपोर्टेशन तो बहुत कुछ कर लिए हैं, लेकिन एक जगह में जाके हम लोग फंस गए हैं. आवर मेन एम फॉर डिप्रोपोर्टेशन इज टू कट कॉस्ट्स. तो बहुत जगह में ऐसा है कि क्वालिटी का इतना फ़र्क है ना ओरिजिनल इक्विपमेंट में और डिप्रोपोर्टाइज्ड इक्विपमेंट में, कि हम लोग कभी कॉस्ट ऑफ मैन पावर, कॉस्ट ऑफ ब्रेकडाउन ये सब कैलकुलेट करते ही नहीं है सेल में. सेल में हम लोग खाली देखते हैं कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोक्योरमेंट. एक चीज़ जो OEM से लेते हैं वो अगर 6 महीना चलता है तो हमारा डिप्रोपोर्टाइज्ड लोकल मटेरियल 1 महीना भी नहीं चलता है. सो व्हाट इज़ दैट कॉस्ट? सो डिप्रोपोर्टेशन धड़ल्ले से कर देने से प्लांट फंस जाता है.
आप लोग सर OEM और OES दोनों को इंक्वायरी दिए हैं?
नहीं, हम बात कर रहे हैं कि OEM OES से हट के हम लोग लोकल वेंडर डेवलप करके डिप्रोपोर्टेशन जिसको बोलते हैं.
Talking about quality of material, total cost of ownership basically.
उस तरह से अगर कैलकुलेट किया जाए ना तो डिप्रोपोर्टाइज करने से कॉस्ट बढ़ जाता है प्लांट का.
I think the point that is coming out from Abhigdej Sab's intervention is that whenever we do such an intervention where there is a deproprietarization, I look at what I am replacing and I look at the total cost of ownership. I just don't look at how much one-time cost reduction that I have achieved. I think that is a point that all of us can note. From what Anil said, 2 points. I think one was the insurance spares. Specifically for Rourkela, there was an issue. We did have an interaction with heads of materials, with heads of finance, and it was agreed that the tagging would remain. I hope that Rourkela is back on track, because Ind AS में इन्होंने tagging हटा दिया था, whereas all other plants still have the tagging. And the challenge, because of the tagging being removed at Rourkela steel plant, was that that material is available with us in the stores, but the value of that material is not reflecting in our books, because उसका depreciation चलते चला जा रहा है, and हमारे पास जब material है store में consume नहीं हो रहा है, depreciation से उसका value खत्म होता जा रहा है. It is a matter of concern, because at the end of the day it is money that is blocked. हालांकि accounting principles में पैसे कम हो गए, but it is still money that is blocked. So a very valid point. The second thing that we also discussed with the heads of finance was, जहाँ भी हम कोई idle asset को dispose करेंगे, तो there should be a linkage of the spares available for those idle assets, and whenever I am disposing the idle asset, the spares should be also sold along with the idle asset. And this is something that heads of finance had agreed, and I believe it is part of the documentation. And once the new dispensation in finance comes, we intend to take this up once again, and in case it is possible, to pass it down as a policy which will be across all these plants. I think we have heard all the panelists, and I think I should now throw them from the frying pan into the fire and allow you to ask questions of the panelists. And Abhigdej साहब, you can't ask questions, otherwise आपको यहाँ पे एक चेयर लगा के बैठा देंगे.
नहीं सर, मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है जो ये रियली दिस इज अ वेरी पर्टिनेंट क्वेश्चन. सवेरे से हम लोग आज AI ML डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन का बात हम लोग सुन रहे हैं. इट्स ऑलमोस्ट लाइक मेरा दिमाग में एक ख्याल आ रहा है कि इसे न्यूटन ग्रेविटी डिस्कवर किया था, बट ग्रेविटी एग्जिस्टेड बिफोर इवन न्यूटन डिस्कवर्ड इट. न्यूटन ने डिस्कवर किया, वो हम लोग ग्रेविटी को अपना हित में यूज़ किया है. लाइकवाइज फायर, लाइकवाइज न्यूक्लियर पावर, एवरीथिंग एग्जिस्टेड, वी ओनली came to know about it and used to our benefit. आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस भी ऐसा ही एक चीज़ है जो एग्जिस्ट कर रहा है. वी नो, बट इट इज़ टाइम दैट वी यूज़ इट टू आवर बेनिफिट. ऐसा ना हो जाए कि ये हमारा अगेंस्ट में चला जाए. नाउ माई वेरी पर्टिनेंट क्वेश्चन, सी दिस क्वेश्चन इज इंटेंडेड टू मी ऑल्सो. द टॉप ऑफ सेल्स प्रोक्योरमेंट विंग इज सिटिंग इन दिस रूम. कितना जल्दी हम लोग ये डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन इन सप्लाई चेन मैनेजमेंट कर सकते हैं, और हम लोगों का क्या रोल है? बिकॉज सी वी हैव बीन टॉकिंग अबाउट डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन सिंस 2020. अभी तक हम लोग जस्ट एक कंसल्टेंट ही ये किए हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा आगे बढ़ नहीं पाए हैं. तो इफ़ दिस इज़ द पेस, देन विल बी सर्वाइव. हम लोग का रोल का बारे में मेरा क्वेश्चन है. So if the experts can throw some light.
Anybody wants to answer that? Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that. I think there are two things that need to be done. One is the skill set of people, where there is a lot of effort that is being taken. McKinsey का जो project आ रहा है, part of that project is also improving the professional skill set of people while they identify projects that will be taken up. So that is one aspect, which is a structured approach that McKinsey will do. SAIL also had a competition, I think, which is still live till the 24th of April, where you're talking about the use, the inherent use of AI and ML by different people and the suggestions that has come. There is also different forums within the organization where, each plant is doing a lot of things, but there is no cohesion between different plants, because the learning from one plant should get translated to another plant so that they don't have to invent the wheel again. So there is another effort that is being made where we are now developing a group, organically, where interested people who will contribute, we are bringing into that group. They will share their insights, share the good work they have done, and every month there is going to be a presentation to be made. The dates are decided in the previous month itself. Who will make the presentation, on what they will make the presentation, and it will not just be showcasing ki maine ye kar diya. You have to also give a tutorial on how the others who attend that session can go and try it themselves. So that is one of the efforts that is coming, but that is not going to be enough. A structured approach to infrastructure increase is something that we have to invest to be able to get this, and a lot of things will come from what McKinsey tells us, and a lot of things will come through the learnings that, like in this seminar we have had. We've had automated storage management, we've had a wonderful dashboard that AWS showed us, and the insights that can come from that dashboard. So we need to work towards all this, and it's not just a single channel that will work. The organization has to accept this and work forward. I hope that answers your question. So I'll leave it to the audience. If you want to ask a specific question, please. And who do you want to ask it to? Please address the name also. Can we have a mic for him, please?
I'll do that.
And I think we'll take how much time? 10 minutes?
Yeah, you have time, sir.
We'll take 10-15 minutes. Okay.
Can you tell your name, sir, and from which organization you are?
Good evening, sir. My name is Ashok Chakravarti and I am from Minex Metallurgical. Actually, sir, my question is to the entire panel. This is a very rare opportunity when we people get all of you senior officials at one place. Mine is not a question. I have a suggestion kind of thing maybe. Like all the SAIL steel plants are procuring a lot of raw materials, and some of the very important raw materials that you are still procuring from ages, maybe 25, 30 years. But the UMC of that product that you have decided 20, 25 years back is same as of now. I have given some examples. I have visited Rourkela steel plant as well as Bokaro, met senior officials over there also, and requested them to change some specification in the UMC so that SAIL can benefit. Otherwise, you people are losing money heavily. So please consider changing UMCs. Anil Kumar sir, Misra sir, I'll personally come take your appointments and come to your office and explain, because this is not the forum where I can give you the proof and examples. So please request you to please think of changing the UMCs, which is not a big job, but somehow it is not happening and SAIL is losing a lot of money. And SAIL money is also all of our taxpayers' money. Thank you, sir.
The UMC का मतलब क्या है?
Unique material code.
Okay, unique material code. What you mean to say is that we are using the same material code, even though specifications have changed, or we are not changing the specification?
You are not changing the specification. Okay, because so of that, a lot of unorganized suppliers are taking benefit of it.
Uniformity of specification, so that all plants buy the same item.
Okay, so I would request that, not only for Minex, but for any other vendors who have new material coming, or you have a substitute material that gives a better, impact on the production, either in terms of cost or in terms of throughput, please write to us, at least, and also take it up with the operations. If you
Yes.
write to us, we will take it up with operations on
Right,
whatever is there. But
Right.
please also give the reasons why you want to suggest this material, the use cases where it has been implemented, names of firms if you can, and what is the benefit.
Yeah.
And you have certain performance improvements that are proven on paper, please give that so that the reference becomes much easier, because you understand that in a steel plant where we're dealing with the technicalities, the safety requirements, there is certain amount of concern related to income, accepting new material. So the documentation, we would request you to be pretty firm on that. And if once you send it to us, I think to the
Sir,
HOMMs and the operations heads.
Understood, sir. It is not new material. It is the same material. Just adding one more parameter in the specification will help you.
Please do that. Please share your the whatever benefit we're going to get, and maybe we'll discuss it with our heads of operations.
Thank you, sir.
It's for all the vendors who are available. I think improvements is something that we have to look forward to.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, there is somebody there. I think Prabhakar. Prabhakar always has a question. Good.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, taking forward, getting a cue from Mr. Chakravarti, what my next step. So, if you remember long back, we had a committee, Apex committee of head of works. So, what he said is very pertinent, because I have seen how we have been procuring raw materials. Somebody sets the standards 30, 40 years back, and materials which we have been getting till now easily, we have been continuing to procure that material till now. And there is so much resistance for change of specification. Unless there is a institutional mechanism to enforce it, there is no going forward. I remember once upon a time we used to procure 99% seawater magnesia. So till it was available, even our own plant did not agree to review the specification. Then you remember when 97% came and only lump form was available. Then they said कि नहीं मैं lump नहीं use करूँगा. फिर हम राउरकेला भेज के उसको crush करवाया. तो आज ये हाल हो गया है कि I am ready to use DBM from China for the same thing. Now that decision had we taken at that time, nearly half of Sir, similarly, copper also, our DIC pointed out, means it is discussed in many forums. We have been purchasing laboratory grade 99.99% virgin copper. So the metallurgical use for which it is meant, whether that high level of specification is required, it is not for us to say. But there is no institutional mechanism. Like people like him, Minex, and other vendors are also come. Sir, ये market में नहीं मिलता है, आप थोड़ा सा review कर लीजिए, हो सकता है. So what I suggest, sir, why that system wherein we have a standing committee of people from RCL and steel melting shop of each of the plant, to whom all the plants, whenever such things come up, they the requirement to CMMG who can forward to the standing committees, and once in a quarter or so, head of works will review and take up for change of specification. So this is one thing. And second, on the digitization aspects, digitization, we have come a long way, but one major hurdle is, I don't know whether I should be saying it here or not, but audit and vigilance. तो फाइल हम पूरा 100% गायब कर देने के जो सिस्टम में वो थोड़ा कहीं ना कहीं इम्पेडमेंट आ रहा है सर. वी वांट डायरेक्शन फ्रॉम कॉर्पोरेट ऑफिस से यू गिव अ डेट फ्रॉम 1 सितंबर से अप टू 10 लाख का कोई फाइल फिजिकल फाइल नहीं रहेगा, बिकॉज इट इज पॉसिबल. अभी जो हमारे पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अवेलेबल है, इट कैन बी डन. सो दैट विल
राउरकेला में तो कोई फिजिकल फाइल नहीं है, 100% पेपरलेस.
हाँ, तो सर वही उतना ही यूनिफॉर्मली हो जाए.
बर्नपुर में भी पेपरलेस है शायद.
नहीं, नोट शीट सर हो गया है.
Prabhakar, what we'll do is, in the next HOMM,
सारा अटैच रहता है.
in the next HOMM, We will take an input from the plants, and then we cannot give a diktat to do it, but we will think in terms of how we'll progress towards zero paper in the future for the plants that are left out.
Okay, thank you,
That we
sir.
will discuss, I think, in the HOMM and chalk out a plan. I mean, it's something that will not happen overnight, because you need to maybe improve the systems, you need to look at getting people on board. So we will discuss this and take it forward. The first point that you mentioned related to, taking up at some level, please send it to CMMG. We'll take it up with Operations Directorate, and we'll also inform Director Technical that this is something that we need to look at. So that, leave it on me. We will do that, but if you have any suggestions that come in, please do send it to us.
Okay, thank you,
and
sir.
And also take it up with your plant
Sir, the main problem is you don't.
We have already done it in
come out
refractories.
of the comfort level.
हाँ रिफैक्ट्री में तो हुआ है सर.
Don't want to come out of the comfort level.
सर हम अपनी पार्ट को कन्विंस नहीं कर पाते, लेके ना हमारा एक जन कन्विंस होता है, दूसरा कन्विंस नहीं हो रहा.
कभी भी एक्सपेरिमेंट करना नहीं चाहेंगे.
अभी एक नया मटेरियल आया लो कार्बन फेरोमैग्नीज, जो अभी सब जगह यूज होना चालू हुआ है. उसमें हर एक राउरकेला को 80% मैग्नीज चाहिए, तो बोकारो को 85% चाहिए, इसको को 75% चाहिए.
चंद्रगढ़ को मालूम है, डीएसपी में हम जब थे, फेरोवानेडियम का जो अल्टरनेटिव हम लोग किए थे, कितना हम लोग कोशिश किए थे, हो नहीं पाया. क्या था वो, नाइट्रोवैन था ना, नाइट्रोवैन हम लोग कर नहीं पाए.
इसमें तो लैब के पीपल को मिला के करना पड़ेगा.
Yeah, I think standardization is the need of the hour. So low carbon ferromanganese is first cycle that we are doing. So maybe the technical people can put their heads together, and I think some message from our side should go. If required, we can speak to them through the team also, that there is a need to standardize as far as possible, provided it is not a technical necessity at the plant. That is also something that we have to see.
Okay.
So points
Thank you,
well
sir.
taken,
Thank you.
Prabhakar, and we'll maybe address that.
पेपरलेस में हम लोगों ने राउरकेला में ऑफिस ऑर्डर निकाल दिया, कोई फिजिकल फाइल नहीं रहेगा, विजिलेंस को कॉपी दे दिया और ऑडिट को कॉपी दे दिए. अब आप मैनेज कीजिए, आपको कैसे ऑडिट करना है, कैसे विजिलेंस फाइल चेक करेगा.
Share कर दो ना,
हम
Anil.
प्रिंट करके नहीं देंगे फाइल.
Share that office order with everyone. Corporate office में भी हम अपने confidence के लिए फाइल रख लेते हैं, but the note sheet वाला जो system है, everything is available
उसका
there.
पूरा एसओपी हम लोग बना दिए कि क्या क्या अटैच करना है, किस स्टेज में अटैच करना है, सारा एसओपी बना दिए. बहुत सी बोकारो में बनाए थे, वही ले जाके हम लोग राउरकेला में इम्प्लीमेंट कर दिए.
One thing is that within MM, there is a change in mindset that is required. हमको ये मानना पड़ेगा कि I don't need physical paper to be kept in my Almira that I will use for an audit response later. Ensure that everything is available electronically in one place. That is what is to be ensured by the, I think the heads will play a big part in that, to ensure that it is available, and then you don't need paper. But that is a mindset change that we will have to take.
पेपरलेस कर लीजिएगा उतना सुरक्षित रहिएगा. अभी राउरकेला में एक इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी आई थी, और वो आते के साथ वो शुरू, मतलब राउरकेला में एक इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी आई और करीब 15 लोग आया था. आते के साथ 2 को उस गेट पे खड़ा कर दिया, 2 को उस गेट पे खड़ा कर दिया, 2 को यहाँ खड़ा कर दिया. तो हम लोग उससे पूछे कि भाई क्या बात है, इतना चारों तरफ सुरक्षा. बोले नहीं, फाइल लेके भाग जाएगा. तो जब फाइल हम लोग सॉफ्ट में रखेंगे तो क्या लेके भागेगा. हमारा तो राउरकेला तो चूंकि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का ई ऑफिस प्लेटफॉर्म पे है, तो वो तो भुवनेश्वर में, दिल्ली में, जहाँ चाहे वहीं देख ले, अपना उसका मैकेनिज्म बनाए, कैसे चेक करेगा. इसलिए सॉफ्ट में आना बहुत जरूरी है.
I think Prabhakar, the module that you have, notification based module, it is good enough to store all information, provided there is some sort of understanding कि from the PR stage, when it is first, screening committee का recording उसी में हो, PR approvals उसी में हो, and then it comes to you, then in that case that will take care, you don't need anything else. So maybe it's just that you need to discuss it and give confidence to your own people. ठीक है. Okay, Rahul, I believe उठा था. अच्छा, Neera has the mic. Go ahead, Neera.
Thank you, everybody. I think this panel discussion was a very nice discussion, and I see that all the heads of materials management of the plants are taking their initiatives and their own way. And there has always been sharing in materials management since the time we have been there for the past 2-3 decades, and it continues to be. One very pertinent point which EDMM RSP said, that we should be reducing the cost of procurement, कि हमको कितना पैसा लगता है procure करने में. Alongside, Mr. Amitabh Srivastav also said that, in the private sector, there are no materials managers, they are the production people who are actually taking care of the procurement. And out of the discussion which happened today, and now what even Prabhakar was saying, that somewhere down the line, we are all actually working in silos. While the materials management people are together and we have these regular discussion meetings, there is less probably, sharing of information amongst the people who are actually, indenting as far as the requirement is concerned. So I think there needs to be a concerted effort by the people to, involve them in the procurement process. I mean, this was done by McKinsey 20-30 years back. And now I think there is a need as well, and there is a need to reduce cost. And one thing I'd like to ask, while we've been talking about, having long-term contracts, why is it we are not being able to do it? Because even our, procedure kind of allows us to have that. So why is it in the plants we are not able to do it? This is a question anybody can take.
I'll give certain inputs on the first point. We are talking about involvement of planning engineers. In the last HOMM that we had, we have now got a structured process in place, written down, agreed by MTI and already implemented, where we have a 3-tier structure for upskilling and training of people. One is at the entry level, and a lateral entry at any level has to go through that. Where the modules have been designed and what is to be taken up in each of the sessions has been designed. It's documented. And the first session we did at MTI, and thereafter each of these sessions will be done at the plant with the support of MTI. MTI will run this program, but it will be done at the plants. One representative for MTI will be at the plant. This envisages that this will go to all the planning agents, engineers, and the procuring managers who will be trained. So this is the entry level that we are talking about. The second that we have also decided and documented is that the PDCM will have to be necessarily completed by all middle level managers within the next 2 years. 2026 is the target, which has been discussed amongst us and which has also been shared with MTI, and it's all again a part of the documentation. These higher level initiative that we've taken for E7 and above is that they will need more industry exposure and interaction with experts in different fields like legal luminaries, with people who have headed organizations, and that is why the senior level management E7 and above will be attending courses maybe 5 or 6 days at either the IIMs or at IISCO. And this has already been put in place. For all the 3 levels, the structure is in place, and at least one session for all the 3 levels has already been done. And we now have a calendar which is in conjunction with MTI to take this forward. Planning engineers is a part of this process. What we are working towards now is, and I made this commitment in the ABP, is that we need to look at the engineer in charges, especially for service contracts and projects. There, I believe there is a gap in the information that is shared with them, in the skills that are required as an engineer in charge. So there we have, again, I've discussed with Sanjay Dhar at MTI, how we are going to bridge that gap, and there needs to be a training program for the engineer in charges. And hopefully in the next 1 or 2 months, we will come up with that also. Across the supply chain arena, from the buyer's side, is what we are trying to address. I think that takes care of the first point. The second point, I think I leave to the others to answer, related to the rate contracts and long-term contracts.
मेरा हम लोग जितना भी रॉ मटेरियल है, माइनर रॉ मटेरियल है या रिफ्रैक्टरीज है या जो स्पेयर्स जो कंज्यूमेबल इन नेचर है, वो मैक्सिमम का रेट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हमारा है. मेन प्रॉब्लम है जो वन टाइम स्पेयर्स जो हम लोग खरीदते हैं, जिसका जो कि रेगुलर नेचर का प्रोक्योरमेंट नहीं है, सबसे अधिक उसी का प्रॉब्लम है। बाकी ऑलमोस्ट हम लोग सेटल कर चुके हैं। कहीं कोई दूसरा एक जो हम बोलना चाहते थे, चूँकि मैन पावर सब जगह घट रहा है, और अगर अभी से हम लोग स्टार्ट करेंगे तो हो सकता है कि 10 साल बाद जाके वो सेटल करे। अब वो जो लैडर बनता है कि जूनियर मैनेजर रिपोर्ट करेगा डिप्टी मैनेजर को, डिप्टी मैनेजर रिपोर्ट करेगा सीनियर मैनेजर को, सीनियर मैनेजर जीएम को, जीएम सीजीएम को, अब उस स्टेप को हमको कम करके अब सीधे सीजीएम को सबको रिपोर्ट करवाना पड़ेगा और जीएम के लेवल तक डीलिंग अफसर के रूप में काम करना पड़ेगा। ये करने से हमारा मैन पावर का जो, चूँकि कोई वैल्यू एडिशन होता नहीं है, हमको नहीं लगता है कि अभी तो एक टेबल पे बैठ के हम काम कर रहे हैं, पहले फाइल एक जगह से दूसरी जगह ले जाना पड़ता था, अभी तो कंप्यूटर में ही सब कुछ मूव करता है। अभी स्क्रीनिंग भी ऑनलाइन हो रहा है, टीआर भी ऑनलाइन हो रहा है, सब कुछ ऑनलाइन हो रहा है। तो जिस तरह से मैन पावर घट रहा है और मिलने वाला है नहीं कुछ, तो नंबर ऑफ हैंड्स डीलिंग लेवल में बढ़ाने के लिए ये एक पॉलिसी।
I think I would ask PK Jha Sahab to supplement on this, the use of people, because I remember long back when he was in ISP, and we had very little manpower in ISP at that point of time. And very good examples that he used to give me then, which I think agar you want to enlighten the house on that.
See, I was here in a transition phase when ISP was going through that modernization process. So we had 29 people total, and I think no in between, E1, E2, and then E7 were 5, 6 of them, and then E8. And what somebody suggested, Anil jo suggest kiya tha, wahi ho raha tha usme. Literally, I used to call them drones. I mean, these youngsters are my drones. Ab to sab log pahunch gaya, E4, E5 ban gaya ye log sab. But the results which they were giving, I am really hats off to them. Those 4 years were professionally most satisfying year in my life. They were really good, and itna badhiya उन लोगों का काम होता था. Only my job was only to tell this, go ahead. मैं एक कप चाय पीता था ACVO के साथ हर एक महीने में, हाँ, और because he is also a stakeholder in my department, तो मुझे उनको भी inform करके रखना था, and with support of all the stakeholder, those 4 years I really had the best of the times. Professionally, very, very, very satisfied. ये चीज़
ये हो जाएगा ना, तो अभी जो लोग E4, E5 में है, उनको आइडिया लग जाएगा कि हमको E7 तक डीलिंग अफसर के रूप में काम करना है। तो फिर उस तरह से
एक small amendment अगर कर दें, there is, I'll just amend what Anil is saying. There is a need to have a 2 or a 3-step limitation to decisions. Whether you do it at E6 level, E7 level or whatever, जहाँ भी decision रुकता है, उससे 2 step नीचे ज़्यादा movement नहीं होना चाहिए. And if you do that across the organization, I think that will hold us in good stead. अगर 4 आदमी हैं, तो चारों के पास जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. Who initiates the file has to be only 2 steps below. And अगर वो implement कर लें, तो what all of us are saying, utilization of manpower and the productive use of the resources that we have and the time that we have, I think will improve. So I'm just slight amendment. Sorry, Anil, interrupt कर दिया, but I think it's the same concept that Anil is espousing.
सर अभी लेकिन जूनियर लेवल में भी हम लोगों का कुछ मैन पावर नहीं है. 2 ही स्टेप या 3 स्टेप मैक्सिमम हो रहा है. कहाँ हो रहा है? 4-5 स्टेप तो अभी हो नहीं रहा है. कहाँ है? E3, E4 लेवल में कहाँ है लोग? नहीं हो रहा है. As far as red contract is concerned, हम लोग for the sake of doing red contract हम लोग कर रहे हैं. जिस बुकार में मैं देख रहा हूँ कि most of the STP cases are being initiated for red contract in a firm price for 3 to 4 years. Some of the items where PVC can be well designed, they are not making the PVC. Copper mold plate, उसमें भी रेट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कर रहे हैं, कॉपर का PVC नहीं है. तो इस टाइप का रेट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करके फायदा नहीं है कंपनी को. तो रेट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट इन कॉम्पिटिटिव बिडिंग में रेट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करके उसके बाद उसको रेट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फाइनेंस करने से हमको फायदा मिलेगा.
उसका एक फायदा है.
क्या फायदा है?
अच्छा, प्राइस कांस्टेंट रह जाएगा इन अ राइजिंग मार्केट.
वो क्या इतना बुद्धू है? वो 4 साल का प्राइस आपको ऐड करके देगा.
हाँ.
उसका जब हम रिपोर्टिंग बाहर ऊपर में करते हैं तो वो प्रोप्राइटरी से हट के MOU में आ जाता है. यही फायदा है.
नहीं सर, उसको आई थिंक दी प्लीज गो अहेड.
रेट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का एक एग्जांपल हम दे रहे हैं. जैसा वी आर making the rate contract for the electrical contractors, spares, जो भी that is not difficult because the same material when you are going for competitive bidding, you are getting the material at least 30 to 40% less what with the rate contract is. So when I was CGM electrical in Durgapur steel plant, I stopped that. No, don't take from the rate contract. You go for the limited tender. And I am getting the same material at least 30% less than what the rate contract price is prevailing. So हमको इसमें सोचना है. Last time भी जैसा बोखड़ा किए थे, हम उसको ऑब्जेक्ट किया था. Last moment I have to bow down, but आपको सोचना है. मतलब loss होता है rate contract में.
I think we need to choose.
Switch up market में easily available. Now, previously, sir, just a minute. Previously, what was there? Their dimensions were different. Nowadays, everybody is making the same dimension. Any contractor, any release can be replaced by any make. So why should I go for rate contract?
I think,
sir. Another thing, for long-term contract, just advantage and disadvantage also is there. Just recently, we have floated a contract for the transportation of aluminium. The new party came 2 years. वहाँ हमको 2 years झेलना पड़ेगा भी उस पार्टी को, तो फालतू पार्टी था. But वो ऐसा manage कर रहा है जब उसको RPM भी ले नहीं पड़ रहा है. But I don't get the material in right time. They are making some problems. So long-term contract with this type of problem we are facing. So in plant also people are not preferring long-term contract because suddenly if the party is weak party है, then they have to prevail and they have to उसको झेलना पड़ेगा for the next 2 years or 3 years.
I think what is coming out is that the choice of materials that you take for long-term contracts, there has to be a judicious selection. Items which are not available otherwise is amenable to rate contracts because you get discounts and you get, PR to PO is 1 day.
Which year में तो rate contract इसलिए किया गया था कि across the plant same discount रहे. नहीं तो अलग-अलग लोग कर रहा था, अलग-अलग discount ले रहा था, अलग-अलग तरह से.
So
I'm purchasing one motor say from Siemens. You are purchasing for a different price.
Okay. We'll take one last question because it's already 6 o'clock. अच्छा चंद्राकर ने पहले ही माइक पकड़ लिया, चांस ही नहीं दे रहा. Okay, please go ahead.
ये लीजिए.
आ जाओ यहीं पे आ जाओ.
इधर बोल दो ना.
Sure. Sir, very rightly pointed out कि rate contract के कुछ cases में flip side हैं. But most of the cases में what we found, at least at ISP, we have a very, very high level of conviction that rate contract is helping us out. And number of items are there, sir, where we are doing the rate contract. We did it for conveyor belt, Papia Madam is there, second watch. And it was one of its kind with PVC, the conveyor belt RC has been finalized. And the benefits are same that good parties have come and once they knew the PVC is there, prices have also come good. And we will be getting the material whenever ordered. Second was the fastener. We tried it at DSP, could not finalize it. But here finally for HT fastener, we have been able to do 2-year rate contract with firm price. And we have started issuing the backup POs. Copper mold tube, Mrs. Saab rightly said, sir, we have done with Konova, Germany. It is one of its own kind. I think those people are here. And it is with the PVC. So copper PVC is inbuilt. So long term, wherever we are going, whatever is possible, PVC we are keeping inside.
I think what we need to do is, certain plants are doing rate contracts and certain plants for the same item are not doing that. So maybe we need to send this information. I think all the HOMMs are here. For whatever RCs you are doing, please send us the information along with the scope of work and whether you've implemented a PVC, the price conditions.
Sure.
So that in case we'll discuss all these in the next HOMM whenever we have.
Sir.
So whenever you give us and the next HOMM that comes, we will have a specific agenda to discuss rate contracts and whether we can do it uniformly across the company.
Correct.
So I think all the HOMMs, my request to you would be, कि अगर आप कोई भी नया rate contract करते हैं, please send us the information and we will discuss it in the next HOMM.
सर एक लास्ट
का जो रेट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हुआ है विद पीवीसी
जी,
हमको लगता है पूरे सेल में पहली बार हुआ है.
हाँ,
इसको भी एक बार देखने की आवश्यकता है. पूरा सेल हमको लगता है कि करीब 150 करोड़ पर एनएम कन्वेयर बेल्ट खरीद रहा है.
पार्टी कौन है? पार्टी
एआरबी है, हर एक तरह का.
कौन है पार्टी? कौन है
ये? रिगार्डिंग कन्वेयर बेल्ट एक्चुअली वी आर ट्राइंग, बहुत दिन से हम लोग ट्राई कर रहे थे. but we came up with solution. और मुझे लगता है सेल में फर्स्ट टाइम हो रहा है. We had a committee, यहाँ भी committee and I think बोकारो में भी एक committee constitute किया गया था. So we worked on that one and we took some feedback from the vendors also कि उनके price components क्या हैं. Accordingly it has been designed. Although I suggested earlier that let us have a capping of say 10%. So in case of any eventuality, your price will not go more than that. But then उसमें होता है क्या कि vendors start giving higher price देने लगते हैं. But it was very successful. And the rates that we received was approximately same rate that we got last time. So it was very successful tender as such. So if you have PVC clause, then definitely it is going to happen.
How you have selected the party?
Party selection, it was open tender. Based on that one, all the criteria were set. And accordingly, tender was issued.
My suggestion would be please send it to corporate office.
Yes.
And to send it, when you send it to us, you mark a copy to all the
we will be
HOMMs.
sharing it to
अगर वो
all the
पहले कर
brands.
लें before the HOMM, fine. नहीं करते हैं तो we'll take a call and record in the HOMM.
बोकारो ने केबल का किया है पीवीसी के साथ और इसको ने किया है कन्वेयर बेल्ट का पीवीसी
जी सर
I think no more questions.
एक thought process
Unless अगर ज़्यादा thought process we'll allow, but questions पूछोगे तो फिर 6:30 में खत्म
नहीं पूछेंगे सर. सर थॉट प्रोसेस ये जैसा आप सभी लोगों ने बहुत राइटली पॉइंट आउट किया कि वी आर गोइंग इन फॉर द एक्सपांशन और हमारी कैपेसिटी डबल हो जाएगी तो उतना ही डबल हमको मटेरियल हैंडलिंग भी करना पड़ेगा. तो जहाँ से आपका पॉइंट बहुत अच्छा था कि हमको स्टोर्स को मॉडर्नाइज करना है बिकॉज हमारे पास ISP जैसे प्लांट में जगह भी कम है. सिमिलरली लॉन्ग टर्म कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स में भी सर most of the items we are into long term contract in some or other way. Now what we are probably not missing, we have to do little more is the performance based kind of working, wherein with technology the performance is measured in a very transparent manner and the KPIs are there and the payment is linked with those KPIs. Once we do that, the external energy also comes into our system. There might be a vendor, there might be a technology provider who can give us a better service at a lower cost. The total calcium management Manex is here is one such example which we implemented here in ISP around 3 years back. There the 2-3 nagging problems were permanently solved. One was KC-KFE when we are buying, though with the same specification and inspection, it is not giving the calcium recovery. So we were dosing instead of 300 meter, maybe 1000 meter, but the recovery was not coming. So what we did, the payment will be made based on the recovery which we are getting. And they were allowed to bring the total, the pure calcium. Once they started doing it, the plant problem was also solved, sir. The calcium was properly recovered, payments were linked with it, and the inventorization was at 1 rupee. That was also a unique initiative we took, sir.
Yeah.
Inventorization was 1 rupee, payment was linked with the performance, and the plant problem was solved. So this is what we can do. We have been thinking this cold saw plate in USM. We are thinking of a performance procurement. Rolls sometime we have spoken with vendor, though they have not agreed. But this.
Recovery is not being done. Recovery नहीं हो रहा है कैल्शियम में.
Sir.
सर इस फोरम में इतना nitty-gritties में नहीं जाए.
Performance.
This is something that we can discuss post the but the idea that you floated is that we push towards items or identify items. One is for long-term rate contracts that Neera pointed out and was also mentioned by Amitabh ji. And the second is whether we can shift items to performance-based procurement.
From material procurement to performance
procurement. Onus is lying on the vendor and the inventory also lies with the vendor.
Correct.
So that
Correct.
at the time of GRN, there is a very limited amount of cash outflow from the organization.
True.
I think points well taken and I think we'll close it there.
Thank you.
And
Thank you,
my thanks to the entire panel. PK Jha Sahab, Amitabh Srivastav ji, Anil, Chakravarti Sahab, Mishra ji, and Abhigde ji in absentia for organizing such a session where we could get a lot of ideas from people and we could also share the concerns that is there of the professionals across the board and of our vendors who interact with us and who give us material. Good interactions and I think thank you everyone for being such good participants and such good panelists.
Before we wind up for the day, we'd like to thank our honorable panelists who have been discussing this wonderful topic, that is emerging trends redefining supply chain management. I'm extremely grateful to our moderator, Javed sir, who has helped us moderate this wonderful presentation with a panel discussion with regards to the supply chain logistics. Before we end up, for all those who haven't collected their gifts, you are requested to kindly do it. In case you fail to do it, you can connect with Vimal sir. He will guide you exactly where to pick up from. We'll break in now and we will again. The dinner is at around 7:30. We'll collect at around 7:30 besides the swimming pool. We'll have a wonderful laser show coming up also. Till then, take some rest, take some air, as we will promise to come up with something more entertaining in the next final session for the day. I personally thank all those wonderful people who have been part and parcel of this wonderful day. It has been a tiring day, but I believe it must be an innovative day. Last but not the least, what we learned from this whole presentation is that the key aspects of supply chain management that we need to look forward to is planning, sourcing, making, delivering, and returning. Benefits of effective supply chain management would be improved efficiency, enhanced quality, increased productivity, better customer satisfaction, reduced cost, creating a greater visibility, and an enhanced resilience. Some examples were quoted right across by the heads of various organizations. I hope you have looked forward to this. But before we break up for the day for the last time, I request you humbly to please come back at 7:30 to Burnpur Club, because we will be having the dinner at that moment with some hype and hula and a laser presentation. Thank you so much.